practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen, take a bow. Not only did Allen set a career high with 42 points last night, he set the Suns' franchise record for threes in a game. His 10 threes helped the Suns get a 121-98 win against the Pelicans, and the Suns have now won 5 out of their last 6, and here was Grayson Allen on his huge night.
I was kind of thinking, how many do I have now? And somebody said 9. And so once I knew I had 9, I have to be honest, I knew I wanted 10 at that point, just because I know how many times I've hit 9 here and knowing what the record is.
The Suns are off tonight, but will be in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow. Week 10 in the NFL wrapped last night in a slugfest of a Monday night football game. The Eagles beat the Packers 10-7 in Lambeau. As for the Cardinals, they will get ready for Mac Jones and the San Francisco 49ers coming to town this weekend. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall. Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up. We've got a lot to talk about. Vinny and I had a sleep fast, so wake up, everybody.
If we're here, you got to be here, too.
Exactly. By the way, if you put your ear to the street, there's some rumblings going on that there might be a special surprise visitor in Tucson tonight for the Arizona basketball game.
Man, I might have to get in my car.
Santa Claus?
No. That's guess number 1. You want to give another guess?
Taylor Swift?
No, you're getting closer.
He's getting closer?
LeBron James, rumored to be attending the Wildcats game today, which makes sense. His son does play for the team. Well, his son sits on the bench for the team.
Right. It's versus NAU, though.
They're going to redshirt him? I didn't know red shirts were still a thing.
I didn't know.
You're as loaded.
Wow.
He's been to Tucson before, though, right?
Yes, he has.
Mm-hmm. Look, we don't just give Nepo babies, the red carpet. You got to earn your way on a loaded team like this.
At a blue blood program like yours. Is that what you're trying to say, Jarrett?
When you make the Final Four once every 25 years.
I'm glad you said that. That seems to be lost in all this discussion.
Right.
Can we revisit a topic from yesterday in this same time slot?
Sure.
We talked about the road closure thing.
Yeah.
We had a listener reach out to us, Briv, who emails us from time to time his thoughts. Always got good thoughts on the Cardinals or whatnot, but he had some thoughts on traffic too. And he sent us a link to the KTAR.com traffic website. He's like, do you know this exists, right? Let me be clear. I think I was unclear on my stance.
Mm-hmm.
I think I maybe came off sounding whiny and entitled that there was a road closure on Saturday that messed up my afternoon a little bit. I'm not saying that I disagree with roads being closed for construction on the weekends. I realize this is a necessity. And it was completely my failure not to check to see what was out there in terms of road closures. My beef was when a detour or an alternate route adds an hour to it, something's wrong.
Yeah, I didn't think that you came off whiny.
Okay.
Listen, if anybody on the weekend has been caught up in that special kind of traffic hell, nobody would think you were whining. Whoever responded to you, Briv, with all due respect, he's never gotten caught and wasted 90 minutes on a Saturday afternoon.
So he's always checking the KTAR site, I guess.
Well, look, it's just something that it's because it catches everybody by surprise. The detour tends to be as gridlocked as the expressway you just exited.
Yes, exactly.
It's not
And look, I drive a mile to work, if that. I'm not conditioned to look out for traffic. It's not something I
thought you were going to say I drive 1 mile per hour, which isn't that far from the truth either.
Whatever, Andretti.
Look, KTAR.com, though, excellent website.
I drive slow to even out what you do on the roads.
Yeah, I'm not that aggressive. I'm not that bad. You're painting a bad
except
picture
if
of me.
we're late for the remote.
Well, that was extended. Hey, listen, man, the show's got to go on, bro. I had to get us to that live remote in time. Maybe he's still traumatized by that.
Now, today is Veterans Day.
It is.
So a lot of people aren't even listening to us on their commute. Maybe they're listening to us at home or watching us live on YouTube at the Arizona Sports page.
Maybe.
Because they don't want to miss a show, even when they're not on their commute.
Thank you to all the veterans for serving our country.
Very much so.
We appreciate you.
Yes, you have more courage than I do. Thank you very much. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Grayson Allen put on a shooting display never before witnessed in Phoenix Suns history Monday night at Mortgage Matchup Center. Allen hit a franchise record 10 3-pointers, scored a career-high 42 points in leading the Suns to a thorough 121-98 beatdown of the New Orleans Pelicans. Suns pulled away in the second quarter when, as a team, they shot 9 of 13 from three-point range, helped build a 23-point halftime advantage, but they weren't nearly done. Allen went nuclear in the third. He hit all 5 of his threes and then hit the record breaker early in the fourth. He was among 6 players. Allen was among 6 players who hit 9 threes in a game. He had done that 3 times, but now stands alone in team history in the record books. Quite a display. Suns back on the road for a single game Wednesday night in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks as they continue a unique stretch of 7 straight games alternated between home and road. Not weird.
Yeah, it's kind of odd.
No road trip, no homestand.
Yeah.
1-1-1-1-1-1.
Back, go.
Yeah, Grayson Allen was...
He was fantastic.
Redonkulous.
Yep.
It's the first time I've used that this year. Monday night in the NBA, Lakers win again. They topped the Hornets 121-111. Luka Doncic had 38. The Pistons win their 7th straight, 137-135 in overtime over the Wizards. Cade Cunningham had quite the stat line. 46 points on the night. He took 45 shots.
Now, before you start hating on the player, understand that every one of his teammates was taking the night off. So it was him and a bunch of far at the end of the bench guys.
They had a guy named Dennis Jenkins who hit a buzzer beater and scored 24 points. But he missed 31 shots. It's the most shots missed in a game by a single player since at least 1967.
Wow.
Miami beat Cleveland on an overtime alley-oop buzzer beater from Andrew Wiggins, 140-138. Milwaukee sneaked past Dallas 116-114. Giannis led the way with 30. Cardinals have their day off today. They'll be back on the practice field in Tempe tomorrow to start getting ready for their divisional affair against the San Francisco 49ers at State Farm Stadium. Bad but not surprising news stemming from Sunday's loss to the Seahawks. Wide receiver Zay Jones out for the remainder of the season with an Achilles tendon tear. Jones had 12 catches for 183 yards in 8 games for the Cardinals this season, which was his second with the team. Week 10 wrapped up in Green Bay last night, and it was the Eagles trudging past the Packers 10-7 at Lambeau Field. Jalen Hurts' 36-yard touchdown pass to Devontae Smith early in the fourth quarter proved to be the difference. Packers kicker Brandon McManus could not connect on a 64-yard field goal attempt to tie it in the closing seconds. Doesn't he know it's the year of the kicker?
And what was Nick Sirianni doing at the end of that game? Why did he not punt that football? Is that one of the dumbest things you've ever seen?
Wasn't smart.
It worked. It worked. Yeah. I mean, but It is. They are the weirdest team.
Yeah, they are.
They just win. Nothing they do anybody likes, and yet they just keep winning.
They keep jumping off sides on the tush push. The refs won't call it, and they just keep winning.
Eagles moved to 7-2. Packers have lost 2 straight. They're 5-3-1. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Giants fired head coach Brian Daboll after a 2-8 start. Giants have 4 losses this season in games they've led by double digits, including Sunday's loss to the Bears. Daboll won Coach of the Year and guided the Giants to a 9-7-1 record and a playoff win in his first season of 2022, but they've gone 11-33 since then, the second worst record in the league in that span. Joe Shane, the GM, will keep his job for now.
Wow.
Mike Kafka named the interim head coach for the Giants.
Okay, first of all, if Joe Shane keeps his job, they've fired the wrong guy, and it's clearly a case of a guy that's got access to the team owner currying favor, if you will. What a mess the Giants are.
But how do you...
What a disaster.
I mean, we're going to get into this a little bit more later, but, I mean, you can't ignore that record, can you?
Yes, and you can't ignore that appearance on Hard Knocks.
That, too. The Bengals have opened up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Joe Burrow, who has not played since week 2 with a toe injury. While the window has opened, head coach Zach Taylor has already said Burrow won't play in Sunday's game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. College football, ASU getting ready for its homecoming game Saturday against West Virginia. Head coach Kenny Dillingham made the announcement yesterday that DB Xavier Alford will miss the rest of the season. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson, who missed the last 2 games with a hamstring injury, likely will not play this week. Major League Baseball named its Rookies of the Year on Monday in the National League. Atlanta catcher Drake Baldwin, my favorite of the Baldwin brothers. He wins the award, beating out Cubs pitcher Cade Horton and Brewers third baseman Caleb Durbin. Baldwin had 19 home runs, 80 runs batted in his rookie season for the Braves. In the American League, a unanimous winner. A's slugging first baseman Nick Kurtz wins it, beating out teammate and former GCU star Jacob Wilson, who finished second in the balloting. Kurtz had 36 home runs in the A's for the A's in just 117 games.
Ow! My Nick hurts.
My Nick, it's broken. The new AP Top 25 college basketball rankings released Monday. We've got a new number 1 team. Houston leapfrogged Purdue into the top spot. The Boilermakers fall to number 2, followed by UConn, Duke, and Arizona, who moved up 8 spots after their wins over Florida and Utah Tech. Other ranked teams from the Big 12, number 7, BYU, number 11, Texas Tech, 16th is Iowa State and Kansas at number 25. GCU Hoops back in the win column last night, 88-59 romp over Northern Illinois. The Lopes will take on St. Louis, the Pelicans on the road Sunday, and the aforementioned 5th-ranked Wildcats hosting NAU in Tucson tonight with a rumored appearance from the second-best NBA player ever.
Jordan's going to be in Tucson? No way.
Wilt Chamberlain's going to be in Tucson.
Yeah.
Isn't Sammy cute?
Yeah, he's cute. Go back to your racing form, young man.
Game tips off at 7 o'clock at McHale Center. You can catch it on ESPN+. There you go. There is your splash for this Veterans Day. Again, thanks to the veterans and the audience. We appreciate you. November 11th. Coming up next, who needs green when you've got gray? Sun. We'll talk about a Suns win and an unbelievable shooting performance next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Goodwin gets it in. That'll take the final seconds off the clock. Suns win 121-98, the final score tonight, behind a career-high 42 points and a new franchise record 10 threes made by Grayson Allen. Suns win their 3rd in a row and are over 500 for the first time this season at 6-5.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anybody that you need more than goals to get where you're going. Goals are just the start of your plan. You need the right team, and you need a really good game plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you are not confident that your current plan is going to pay off in the end, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. They'll give you a game plan that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they are not beholden to to certain products or portfolios, which means they will offer you a multitude of options, plus they're fiduciaries, which is a big deal because it means they're obligated at all times to act in your best interests. When I met it with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you'll see it all begins with relationships. And I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today at 480-360-7900. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies. And we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports Tonight. A career-high 42 for Grayson Allen. The Suns have now won 5 of their last 6. We'll talk about it all at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's send a shout-out this morning on this Veterans Day morning to our listeners, our viewers, our followers in Tempe. We appreciate you out in Tempe this morning.
Back out to Allen. He's going to tee up another one, and that's good. 10th three of the night for Grayson Allen. He's got his own new career high. 38 points, 2 off his career best in that category. Feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. Wow. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night. Most threes in a single game in Suns history with 10. Most threes in his career with 10. Most points in his career with 42. What a performance from Grayson Allen.
Yeah, what a way to put it by John Bloom, Tim Kempton, and on the calls as well. Last night, Grayson Allen put on a show at Mortgage Matchup Center. You heard all the accolades, 42 points, 10 threes. He did it in less than 28 minutes. And the Phoenix Suns, Bick, did exactly what a decent to good basketball team is supposed to do against a struggling, injured team when they come in. They absolutely worked them last night by 23.
Yeah, or what a professional team would do in a situation like that. This is a very, very encouraging sign. It goes to show you how engaged and locked in this basketball team is at the moment. They were 8.5-point favorites going into last night's game, and I don't think a lot of people at the end of last year could envision any game in 2025-26 when the Suns might be favored by 8.5 points. But they were, and they covered with plenty to spare, which is the sign of a team that is hungry, that is locked in, and is engaged, and is going to tear through a team in really, really bad shape like the Pelicans happen to be. So that's very, very impressive. You know, I this morning, just for giggles, you take a look at the Western Conference standings, and the Suns are sitting in 8th place, actually tied for 7th, but they've lost to the Warriors, so they're technically the 8th seed, right? And you go down to the teams below them, and I'm not sure I see anybody other than Portland that would worry me 3-4 months from now, which is to say, I think the optimism that's building here, it's getting real.
It certainly is one of the feelings that people have, and I think the guys inside that locker room are feeling it as well. It's always curious, too, when you get a player on a heater like that and there's a record at stake. A lot of times athletes will downplay it. Nope, I was just in the flow of the game, wasn't really thinking about it. Grayson Allen was definitely thinking about it.
I'm going to be honest, I was more thinking about the 10 threes and more just because I feel like I don't know how many times I've gotten 9, but it feels like I've gotten it a lot, and I've had a chance for 10 a lot of times. I've just missed the 10th. So I think when I went back in and then I hit 2 or 3 more quick ones there, I think then at that point I was kind of thinking, how many do I have now? And somebody said 9. And so once I knew I had 9, I have to be honest, I knew I wanted 10 at that point just because I know how many times I've hit 9 here and knowing what the record is.
Yeah, and he had to answer his own question 3 times in his son's career had hit 9. The list of guys who had hit 9, Grayson Allen, Cam Johnson, Channing Frye, Quentin Richardson, Landry Shamet, and Aaron Baines.
Wow.
Dang,
oh, what a list.
You took one of my reboot trivia questions today. Dang.
Landry Shamet.
Landry
Shamet. I don't
Shamet
remember him having a game like that.
Hit 9 in a game. And Grayson Allen, just the second player this year in the NBA to hit double-digit threes. Aaron Gordon was the other one. He also talked about the locker room reaction to his big night.
It was a cool reaction. Everyone was saying congrats, and I'm glad they didn't find 30 water bottles to throw on me. We have an extremely fun team, and vibes are always high in the locker room after a win. And after a night like tonight, felt like they all had my back and they were all excited for me. So it's cool to be able to, it's not just me alone having this moment. It's cool to be able to share with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Grayson Allen used the word in that soundbite, the word that's out there. You used it earlier too. Vibes. This team has vibes. I didn't think it would be possible if you would have told me 3 years ago that sometime in the future, the Phoenix Suns would have a roster with Dylan Brooks and Grayson Allen and be a lovable basketball team. But here we are.
Well, again, they're on your team. You love them. It's proof of that point. But I also think that those two guys also give the team a little bit of kind of edge that's always kind of lurking, if you will. Here's another thing about a real good sign of a good basketball team, a basketball team in a good place mentally. The teams that come out like fragmented and scattered, and then the teams that disband as soon as the game's over and go their separate ways, when basketball players and athletes are in no hurry to leave the group, that's generally a good sign.
Yes.
They hang around
that's it.
The post-game press conference.
Even if it's 10, 15 minutes.
100%.
The bad teams, guys, are gone.
Remember last year when Oklahoma City was marching to a championship, and they had a very special season last year? We talked about it several times. Anytime the Thunder were on television, which was a lot, and somebody was getting interviewed, didn't matter who it was, the rest of the team kind of stood around in the background.
That's it.
As an audience to that player, giving them the respect that they deserve for being, honored by being interviewed after the game. It didn't happen to that degree last night, but Amanda Pflugrad was interviewing Grayson Allen on the court, and I thought it was cool. Jalen Green came by in street clothes. Mark Williams came by. They crashed the interview to give more congratulations and kudos and love to Grayson Allen. And I did get it was kind of a chills moment last night when the crowd acknowledged it, and the Grayson Allen, it was completely organic. The Grayson Allen chant, chanting
the MVP
his name.
chant, Grayson Allen.
Look, the MVP chants, you know how I feel about them. But the Grayson Allen chant, that was
it's pretty cool.
An awesome moment.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, listen, he is so custom built to be a fan favorite. I mean, because he is so reliable, and he is so dangerous, and he can go off like he did last night. And we're going to get into this, too. One of the interesting things is I think you're looking at a Suns team. Clearly, there's been some additions. There's been some addition by subtraction. But there's a lot of guys on this roster that were here last year. And it's really a condemnation of just how bad things were last year behind the scenes. Not just from the head coach, but you talk about the KD experience as well. And it just can't be denied, right? And for the record, the Rockets are 6-3, the Suns are 5-4.
6-5.
I'm sorry. 6-5.
But above 500 again.
Yeah.
The first time they've been above 500 since they were 26-25 last year.
Actually, it's the first time since they were 1-0 this year.
Ah, crap.
Well, that's what
I
Vinny's
forgot
here.
that.
To correct both of us.
Yeah,
that's what he's here for.
Fact.
But, all right. 1-0, okay.
But either way, our points, even though we were inaccurate, our overarching points are correct. There's a lot of indicators with this basketball team that are pleasant, that are trending in the right direction, and away we go.
But we'll get back into this, too. Again, it comes back to, we talk about how the optics matter on things. The optics with the Suns are really positive right now.
Yeah, they are.
It's a lot of fun. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we are giving you the chance to win tickets to see your Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jaguars. The team needs you more now than ever. So be ready to call in and win. Listen, 7:45, 11:30, and 4:30 for your chance to win today through Thursday. Coming up next, how does Jonathan Gannon explain what happened on Sunday? We'll hear more from the Cardinals coach next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests. Message and date rates may apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power.
At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson, Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Gatos, when's the last time you won an award? I mean, won anything? Fantasy football championship? No, doesn't count. Doesn't count. No, how about America Roofing winning? And this is why we love America Roofing, because everyone is realizing what we know. They just won the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the great state of Arizona. Even better, they have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. That means thousands of homeowners are happy. Whether it's a full replacement or just a leak that needs fixing, America Roofing gets it right the first time. And I've had them do both at Casa Calvisi, right? First it was a leak, then it was time. We had our roof replaced, and man, the confidence that comes with over 20 years of experience, you know you're getting Arizona's best. Trust your roof to the name people know. America Roofing, the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Go to AmericaRoofingCo.com. Get a free estimate at AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing, where quality meets trust every single time.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. What a night for Grayson Allen and the Phoenix Suns. The Suns hit 19 threes in their 121-98 win over the Pelicans on Monday night, but Grayson Allen hit 10 of them. He set a Suns franchise record for threes in a game. He also set a new career high with 42 points, and the Suns moved to 6-5 through their first 11 games. And here was head coach Jordan Ott on Grayson Allen's career night.
Yeah, he makes it look pretty easy. I mean, when you have that kind of range where he was shooting it from, yeah, career night, obviously, great night, very efficient night. Yeah, awesome.
The Suns are back in action on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow night. Some tough news for both ASU and Cardinal fans. Cardinal wide receiver Zay Jones will miss the remainder of the season with a torn Achilles, and Sun Devil safety Xavion Alford has been ruled out for the rest of the season. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should the rest of the season be about for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And an extra offensive lineman and a couple tight ends for second and goal on the 6. Darnold under center. Charbonnet is the lone setback. Darnold takes, hands it off, up the middle. Charbonnet inside the 5, goes high into the air as Jalen Thompson grabs him, but he's able to cross the plane for another Seattle touchdown. It is 34-0.
I mean, it's just clear and evident that the most physical team right now, it doesn't mean they're the most physical team, period. It just means today, every given Sunday, you don't know what's going to show up. The Cardinals are getting out physical.
Yeah, Dave Pash on the play-by-play call of the 5th Seattle touchdown, and some brass tacks from A.Q. Shipley about the physical nature not being on the side of the Arizona Cardinals early in that game as they lose 44-22 on Sunday. And it's the kind of loss that has everything under review. And it comes 1 week back after the Cardinals kind of quieted a lot of the noise. They stopped a very frustrating 5-game losing streak, which they were in most of those games, all of those games, really, a combined 13-point differential in those 5 losses. But to get blown out to the degree that they got blown out, especially early in that game, has opened eyes and has people asking a lot of questions. And they're not exactly whispering those questions now.
Yeah, well, listen, I think when you watched that game in Seattle, it just looked like the Cardinals were not adequately prepared emotionally or schematically for what the Seahawks were bringing to them.
Yep.
And that's why I think, in my opinion, it kind of re-shined a spotlight on Jonathan Gannon and where this whole thing is going and whether or not the Cardinals might be looking to replace him after the season. I still have my doubts that is in play, but I do think that it kind of opened the door again, that if we get more of that kind of football, there's going to be some heavy questions that need to be asked because you need a football team and you need a coaching staff that can get a team ready to play emotionally.
Yep.
And I didn't see that this weekend.
Jonathan Gannon was on for his weekly visit with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports and was asked that very question at the outset. Did he feel like the team was prepared to play football Sunday in Seattle?
Yeah, 100%. I felt really good going into that game. But, that plans changed, huh? They got to say, too, I told the team today, no one should be looking around like why that happened. Like, we all had our hand in that. And, on defense, you give up 3 touchdowns in the first 3 drives. And on offense, and, 2 out of the first 3 drives, they take the ball away and score. You find yourself down a really big hole. So obviously not the result we wanted, not how we got that result, how we wanted it. And, you're really fighting uphill there early in the game with how that game fell out.
Look, this subject came up in crosstalk yesterday with Wolf and Luke when they joined us. And Wolf is very much a proponent of players themselves being professional and getting themselves ready to play a game.
Yeah.
He uses the phrase, do your job.
Mm-hmm.
But on the coaching standpoint of it, and this is where I disagree with Wolf on that stance, coaches are highly paid.
Yep.
And you hear the phrase more often now than you ever have in the history of sports. It's the definition of coaching, but it pops up. Putting players in position to be successful. It actually drives me nuts when I hear it, but that's still the job description.
Yeah.
And that still falls under the umbrella of preparation.
Well, there's a difference between motivation and game plan.
Yes.
The coaches are in charge of the game plan and making sure that you're ready to play.
Absolutely. But it also is kind of it's another arm or another tangent off the whole preparation topic. How prepared are you?
When the moments when you're working the board like a magician, Jarrett.
Yeah.
Those rare moments, right?
Boom, 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 boom.
And you know how to just kind of increase the volume.
Sure.
When you need to. That's what really good coaches do emotionally. Look, it's very easy for self-driven players like Ron Wolfley was to say everybody should have this mentality, but not everybody is like that.
No.
And sometimes you need a leader to really galvanize a group emotionally and get them jacked because that's what you need in the NFL. That's what you saw from Seattle.
Yeah.
That team that came out, they came out with bad intentions. You could see it. And they ended up with multiple defensive touchdowns, 3 goal line stands, 5 sacks, 10 pass breakups, several explosive offensive plays, all sorts of things. 22-point margin of victory. And you can sit there as the Cardinals and go, well, if we wouldn't have had those 2 strip, sack, fumble, touchdowns given up, this might have been a different game. You're missing the point if you believe that.
Yeah.
Because the Seattle Seahawks have laid a whooping on multiple teams in the first half this year.
Yes. And kind of coasted in the second half.
Yeah.
And we saw that again on Sunday. But Jarrett running the board like a magician, how does he – what happens? He makes dead air appear out of thin air? Sorry, Jarrett, it was there. I had to take it. You can dump that. You're in control.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Another thing that came up is the divisional record for the Arizona Cardinals. It's bad when you're in a division with 3 really good football teams and 3 franchises that are headed in the right direction. The Cardinals don't win a lot of those games. They've lost 9 straight games to the Seattle Seahawks, which is unacceptable in any stretch. Gambo asked Jonathan Gannon about his divisional record right now. which is 3-12 as the head coach of the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's not good enough. Obviously, you got to win division games. You know, your best path to get in the playoffs is winning your division, and we haven't done enough. But we got another opportunity this week, so that's what we're going to try to do. And I'm excited about that challenge. But there's no doubt we got to be better.
Since Jonathan Gannon took over as the head coach of the Cardinals in 2013, there is only one team in the NFL that has a worse divisional record in any division than the Arizona Cardinals have in the NFC West.
Who is that?
That's the Tennessee Titans,
Oof.
who are 2-13, and that's really bad because the AFC South is a terrible division. But yeah, 2-13, Cardinals 3-12, Chicago Bears 3-11. Three worst divisional records, and guess what? You got another divisional team coming to town on Sunday, and a team that is desperate for a win in San Francisco.
And listen, and I think that now that we're seeing very clearly what is going on in Seattle with Mike Macdonald and this team, this is a young team that has got a very, very bright future, quite obviously. As I mentioned, this is a football team that has scored over 30 points in the first half 4 times this season. So they're doing that to everybody. This is something where you watch Jonathan Gannon go up against the Seahawks, and you watch him go up against the Rams, and this is too often no contests. He's done okay against Kyle Shanahan, but you see this with your own eyes. You see that they have much better coach-GM combinations than we do here.
Mm-hmm.
The results speak for themselves, and that is something that has got to get rectified, because once again, there can be nothing more devastating to a fan base than, okay, you know what? 3 years of rebuilding wasn't quite enough for us. We need to go another year. It is so ludicrous when you look across the NFL at other success stories, Mike Macdonald being one of them. It can really test a fan base is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Coming up later in the 7 o'clock hour, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. Be ready to call in and win. Be listening 7:45, 11:30, and 4:30 today for your chance to win starting today through Thursday. Coming up next, there's a train wreck going on in New York in the NFL. This time it doesn't involve the Jets. We'll tell you more on it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
How quickly every good vibe from Monday
Gone.
Gone. By the time that game was 28-0 with about 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, it was all gone. That reserve bank had been tapped and had been exhausted. There was nothing left in that reserve tank for you to have any kind of optimism. Whatever it was that you got out of Monday night's game, it evaporated after about a quarter and a half of football. It was over.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Cars, cool people, good time. Cruise on out for the Good Guys 28th Speedway Motors Southwest National. November 21st through the 23rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 1,000 of the country's coolest classics. Good Guys autocross racing action and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Arizona's biggest swap meet and huge vendor midway. Free family fun zone, live music, and more. November 21st to the 23rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office, located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
The New York Giants have lost 4 games this season on the road in which they had double-digit leads. They've seen their prized rookie quarterback Jackson Dart be evaluated 4 separate times for concussions during this season. There was the incident with Brian Daboll poking his head around the blue medical tent when Jackson Dart was in there in a Thursday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles. And you see where they ranked offensively in points per game, opponents' points per game, yards per game, opponents' yards per game. They were amongst the bottom of the teams in the National Football League. And the Giants felt today that the best thing to do was to start anew with a head coach. They have dismissed Brian Daboll, and they have named the offensive coordinator Mike Kafka as the interim head coach starting this week.
No relation to Franz Kafka.
No.
I believe. That is Adam Schefter of ESPN on why the Giants fired Brian Daboll. And there seems to be a lot of people asking that very question. Why did the Giants fire Brian Daboll? I think it's a pretty good synopsis of why right there. And there are applications to what's happening in New York, potential applications to the situation in Arizona. We just referenced the Cardinals situation, 5-game losing streak, which is now in the past, but by 13 points combined in 5 games. That's historic stuff. When games are that close, a lot of times it will get pinned on coaching. The Giants went through a situation like that too. 4 double-digit fourth-quarter leads blown this year. That will fall on the coach. And 11-33 in the 3 years following his first successful year. There is a standard in New York. It's not being met right now.
Yeah, no, and you wonder if that standard even exists anymore. Now, I do know this. I do know that inside the industry, the Giants' vacancy, even though it's being filled by an assistant right now, it's considered to be a really good job because of 2 guys, Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo, and of course Malik Neighbors when he gets healthy. So you've got the foundation of not only a really good offense, but a really popular, appealing football team that speaks to New Yorkers. So there's a lot there. But if you're a New York Giants fan, you've got to ask yourself, why are we hanging on to a GM in an organization where we could not get the best out of Daniel Jones and where we could not maximize Saquon Barkley? Saquon Barkley goes off to Philadelphia. He's the story of the 2024 season, leads the Eagles to a Super Bowl, was unbelievable. This year, Daniel Jones surfaces in Indianapolis after a stint in Minnesota, and he has been unbelievable. These are little hallmarks and red flags to an organization that is not functioning properly.
There's fairness in that. On the Saquon Barkley front, it was an absolute failure organizationally for him to get away and for him to get away to a team in the division and then win Offensive Player of the Year while the Eagles were winning the Super Bowl. That's inexcusable. His time in New York, was defined by injury a lot. And there's only so much an organization can do there. The Daniel Jones thing, okay. There looks to be some meat on that bone. Why couldn't they do it? And I don't want to defend Joe Schoen because I think the Barkley thing is grounds for firing alone.
Oh, yeah, by itself,
but
certainly.
He has found some talent in the draft. Abdul Carter has been a little bit quiet, but I think he's going to turn into a really good football player. They have found their quarterback of the future, Jackson Dart.
That young man has been in concussion protocol 4 times this year.
Yeah. Is that... I mean,
you wonder if he's got too much Cam Scadaboo rubbing off on him.
Yeah, I mean, and watching the Bears game, they had the profile of Jackson Dart's dad, who was a linebacker in college at Utah, and said that rubbed off on him. And Jackson Dart's origin story of playing quarterback was he was one of those guys that was a Scadaboo type on the football field, but played on a team where nobody could throw. So he said, "Oh, I'll try it." And he became a quarterback, but he still has that mentality.
That running back mentality.
This might follow him for the rest of his career if he doesn't change his style.
Yeah.
If he changes his style, will he be as successful? I don't know. But Joe Schoen put together a really good defense. He's had really bad luck on the injury front this year. Neighbors is gone. Scadaboo is gone. I could see defending his job at this point more than Brian Daboll.
I get Dan's point, though, about Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley and not maximizing them. That's not entirely true because they did make the playoffs with them.
And they beat the Vikings
and
they
won a playoff game 3 years ago. It was their decision to give up on both of them.
But that's what I'm saying. It's
that's
just
the
sort
GMs,
of
right?
The developing,
I mean, that's the only thing that kept Daboll's job,
Yeah. Listen, and Brian Daboll is much better as a head coach than Joe Schoen is as a general manager, so it's really interesting to me that they would let Brian Daboll go now. And in fact, there were stories coming out going into last weekend that John Mara had to be talked out of firing Brian Daboll on the tarmac 2 weeks ago. Gave him another week, and that didn't do anything, and now he's gone.
I mean, they sucked last year, too. I saw somebody online was mentioning that it shows how far Bill Belichick's star has fallen, that he's not even mentioned now in the same breath as could be a candidate for the Giants job since he has all those connections.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's a lot of connections, but I mean, I mean, age would normally be a factor. If Bill Belichick was just still sitting on the beach and doing some broadcasting stuff as he did his first year outside of the NFL, I think he would be a candidate. Everything that's happened in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, has been a deterrent for him getting a job in the NFL.
It looks like he's kind of lost the plot a little bit.
Yes,
and I don't think any team is going to hire him again. So I think that goose is cooked.
Yeah. So the Giants become the second team to fire a head coach. Brian Callahan was let go by the Titans. Mike Kafka takes over now on an interim basis. We'll see if he can get anything done. But again, he's not getting 2 of his best offensive players back this year. Last night on Monday Night Football. How about this? I don't know if this has ever happened before. I don't want to do the research because I think it would be painstaking.
Sammy, listen up.
This week, Week 10 in the NFL was bookended by Thursday Night Football, a 10-7 game between the Raiders and Broncos.
Terrible game.
And a 10-7 game by the Eagles and Packers last night.
Terrible game.
I don't know if that's ever happened before. Nick Sirianni, head coach Philadelphia, talked about getting an ugly win last night at Lambeau.
It's not always going to look pretty in this league. We found a way to win. We'll be very critical. We're going to enjoy that. Like I think sometimes it's like, hey guys, like we got to enjoy these wins. It's hard to come into this place against this team, well coached, good players, and win a game. So we have to enjoy this. But make no mistake about it, like, every one of us is determined to get better and continuing to rise. And so I love that they feel that way. We feel that way. But we're going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy this because I know how I feel if I'm in the other end of it.
Somebody get Nick a lozenge. Good Lord.
Yeah. Listen, so last night's game, you've got to wonder, who is Jordan Love? Really, who is he as a quarterback?
Overrated.
Yeah, I'm kind of sliding into that camp.
He's
right
falling
now.
into the Trevor Lawrence, maybe Kyler Murray, kind of like good, but is he good enough?
But Justin Herbert's teetering in that territory as well, and I know he's got injuries on the offensive line to deal with.
Where Kirk Cousins was for years.
Yep.
And meanwhile, the big quarterback news out of yesterday was Joe Burrow's announcement that he is going to try to get back for Thanksgiving Day. So not only do the Ravens at 4-5 see a path to the AFC North title, Joe Burrow, this is much earlier than anticipated.
I think everybody looks at the Steelers right now and says they are good to get.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, because as bad as Cincinnati has been at 3-6, they're only 2 games back.
I know.
Here was Joe Burrow yesterday.
Felt good. It was good to be back out there. Good to be around the guys, toss it around a little bit.
Yeah, the window's been open, and it seems like an annual occurrence with Joe Burrow, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Getting back from an injury earlier than scheduled to try to help his team push into the playoffs. Zach Taylor might be on that Brian Daboll, Brian Callahan list. It's been a bad year for NFL coaches named Brian, by the way. How much time does Zach Taylor have left there?
Okay, you bring up an interesting point because Brian Daboll is considered in the industry as a very good coach.
Yes.
Kevin Stefanski is considered a very good coach. Zach Taylor is considered a very good coach. But how long do you stick with a failed coach, even if he's a very good coach by reputation?
And then on the flip side of it, when we talked about divisional records and the straits that the Tennessee Titans are in, they had Mike Vrabel as their head coach and fired him.
I'll never understand that. Never.
And he's the coach of an 8-2 New England team.
Probably the coach of the year right now.
I don't even think there's a debate. I mean, I guess him, Shane Steichen, but I would think Vrabel is the overwhelming favorite to win that award at this point.
Yeah, especially when you're potentially unseating the Bills. It's a little different than the Colts winning that Drecky division.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next, Suns having fun last night at the expense of the New Orleans Pelicans. We'll take a closer look in Vinny's view. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you're dealing with joint pain, does every step remind you of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from the life when you didn't feel that pain? If so, I've got good news for you because relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel or surgery. QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. It's not science fiction. It's your body's own comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And once again, this is all organic. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. You stroll into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk right back out the door. And now's a great time to check out these cutting-edge options and to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. Remember, the consultation is totally free, and QC Kinetics has a 92% client satisfaction rate. That includes me. That includes former NFL great Emmitt Smith. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb. owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen, take a bow. Not only did Allen set a career high with 42 points last night, he set a Suns franchise record for threes made in a game. His 10 threes helped the Suns get a 121-98 win against the Pelicans, and the Suns have now won 5 out of their last 6, and here was Grayson Allen on his huge night.
I was kind of thinking, how many do I have now? And somebody said 9. And so once I knew I had 9, I have to be honest, I knew I wanted 10 at that point, just because I know how many times I've hit 9 here and knowing what the record is.
The Suns are off tonight, but will be in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow night. Week 10 in the NFL wrapped last night in a slugfest of a Monday night football game. The Eagles beat the Packers 10-7 in Lambeau. As for the Cardinals, they'll get ready for Mac Jones and the San Francisco 49ers coming to town this Sunday. And this report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Diamondbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
That boy is good.
It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
There is nothing I enjoy watching more in all of sports than when a shooter gets on a heater in basketball. Last night, Grayson Allen of the Suns provided all the heat anyone would need on a balmy November night in downtown Phoenix. Allen became the first player ever in Suns history to hit 10 three-pointers in a single game, leading his team to a 121-98 romp over the shorthanded New Orleans Pelicans. Allen hit one from deep in the first quarter, 3 more in the second, all 5 of his attempts in the third
and the record breaker about a minute into the fourth. The sellout crowd of 17,071 chanted his name in the moments between achieving his statistical feat and leaving the game for good with 8:40 to go. Allen's hot streak, on one hand, was another reminder of how much the NBA has evolved since the three-point shot was controversially introduced to the league in 1979. That season, Don Buzzi of the Suns hit a three-pointer in a road loss in November to the San Diego Clippers. That was the Suns' 10th three-point make all season, and it came in the 20th game of the year and broke a 12-game streak where no Phoenix player hit from long range. But enough about history. Let's move into the now. The Suns' Monday win lifted them over 500 on the season at 6-5. They've won 5 of their first 6 home games, matching a franchise record for best home start. Let's call it like it is. This team's a lot of fun to watch. They've got a top-tier scorer in Devin Booker, 2 of the most prolific three-point shooters in the game right now in Allen and Royce O'Neal, an agitator in Dylan Brooks, a reserve guard who makes everyone better in Colin Gillespie, and a difference-making center in the paint in Mark Williams. They've subscribed to the much-talked-about ideal identity put forth by the higher-ups during a franchise-altering offseason. I don't know how this season will end, and right now I don't really care, because I'm having a lot of fun just watching this team play basketball on a game-to-game basis, and that represents real progress. That is today's edition of Vinny's View.
I just think on the court, with all the teams I've played on and all the great players I've played with, I think from a chemistry perspective, offensively, with playing with him has been the easiest. A lot of our small stuff that we've had so many different variations of the last few years, from slipping out to screening and rolling, or hitting and holding the screen, and then to get the mismatch, and then staying up high as the shooter in the high quad so that they can't shift off, or if they do, it's a kick out for a three, or our stack pick and roll action with him handling and me screening, or me handling him screening. There's a lot of actions out there on the court offensively that we're in together.
That was Grayson Allen last night talking about his chemistry on the court with Devin Booker, and this offense is a lot of fun to watch. I do think it would be a nice gesture if Grayson Allen today, maybe after practice, if he got a free minute, would order an edible arrangement and send it over to Willie Green, the head coach of the Pelicans.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was a dizzying display of shooting that was made in part possible by Willie Green inexplicably going into a zone defense at a certain point.
Because all basketball fans know that the best way to handle a team that's burning you from the perimeter is to play a zone defense.
And not a good one.
My goodness.
Not
a good one.
I loved when teams used to play zone against me. It was the best.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're going to get out there and challenge a shooter on his own, but Grayson Allen was all by himself. Royce O'Neal, all by himself. It was like shooting fish in a barrel, basically.
Yeah, listen, the cool thing about last night's game is for the Suns to come into this season with such low expectations, and a lot of people thinking this might be a train wreck in progress, to be 10 games into the season entering last night, to be heavily favored to beat a very badly damaged, ruptured Pelicans team, and then deliver the beating on command. Mm-hmm. That's a level of professionalism, engagement that you have to be tremendously encouraged by.
Yes.
They blew up the game in the second quarter, and they made it a laugher, and it's like, wow, that's what good teams do. I'll say this about the Phoenix Suns because I think this is the next obstacle in front of them. And I don't think it's insurmountable, but I do think this is the next obstacle. A lot of NBA teams that know who they are, they're going to slow roll into the season. They don't really have much to prove in November.
Yes.
And you get a lot of guys and slowly piecing teams together. The Suns are really locked in right now because they've got a lot of things to prove. They're motivated. They want to break out of what they've been the last couple of years, so they're very vested into playing winning November basketball. I would say right about now, the word is probably getting out that this team in Phoenix is no joke, that they're going to come at you. They might not be overly talented, but they're going to come at you, and you're going to have you're going to have a problem on your hands. So the way that good teams start to deal with the Suns might change. The way good teams start to operate as the season goes on might change. But for what they're doing right now, it's beyond what I think most anybody imagined. 6-5 after 11 games. It's fantastic.
Yeah, but you're right on the money about teams that know who they are. It's a marathon. It's 82 games.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're going to be in the playoffs. Let's just gear up. Even if it's a play-in spot, we're pretty well suited to deal with that.
Yep.
That's an opportunity for teams like the Suns who don't know who they are just yet. They're finding out pretty quickly who they are and what they can be. But this is an opportunity for them to stack those types of wins.
And these victories, they all count the same, right? I don't know if you ever heard that, Vinny, but the victories in November count the same as they do in March.
Plus, they're an in-season tournament cup game, then they count more.
Well, there is that.
Of course. Those just mean more.
Yeah,
Jared.
they just mean more. Okay, so I'm looking at the NBA standings in the Western Conference, and the 7 teams currently ahead of the Suns, I would all say are better than the Phoenix Suns. But what really encourages me is the teams below the Phoenix Suns right now. The Trailblazers, the Grizzlies, the Kings, the Jazz, the Clippers, the Mavericks, the Pelicans. The Blazers might have something good, but all of those teams I just mentioned, I don't think they're...
You don't think the Mavericks will snap out of this?
I don't know, man.
They're going to get better when Davis gets back.
Yes.
Until he goes out again.
But there are people that are warning the Mavericks, don't ruin Cooper Flagg by sinking his confidence, by making him play point guard repeatedly. I think it was Draymond Green who said it. He said, when you lose confidence in this league, it's darn near impossible to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I do think on paper the Mavericks are better. I think on paper the Clippers are better. But the Suns, look at what they did the Clippers last time out.
Yeah, but that's another promising part of this Suns start is they've played most of these 11 games without 2 of their starters.
It's true.
And for them to come together as they have, we're going to hit on this theme a lot today coming up. And it's a theme that's going to continue. As long as the Suns continue to play their style of basketball, it's fun. Devin Booker was asked last night, why is this team having more fun than last year's team?
You guys seem to be having a lot more fun out there.
See?
Than you did last year.
Yeah.
Why is it? Why is all that the mix of the team, the coach? What's the whole difference?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences. Different players, different coaching staff. It's a whole new vibe. So, we've watched last season. It was tough on the whole city. But we feel rejuvenated.
Yeah, look, and I think there's a lot of people, you mentioned it too, they're doing this with a lot of the same players they had on that roster last year. Yeah, there's some new guys mixed in, but a lot of these guys went through that miserable slog of a season, and they're being professional about it. There's been nobody throwing anybody under the bus.
No.
Just an acknowledgement that this is different and this is better.
And the other thing that's going to be interesting is if the Suns continue to play this way in the short term, do expectations immediately get out of whack? Can sports fans in Phoenix, can basketball fans in Phoenix kind of stay in a lane and appreciate this without getting out of control and going, okay, now we better make the playoffs or bust? You know what I mean? There's a lot of moving pieces here, but
yeah, there is. There's no doubt about it.
That might be up to the Cardinals and ASU. If they both aren't giving fans, they're going to look for something. And then they're going to put the expectations on the Suns.
Yeah, it happens, but right now, let's just enjoy it. I'm with Bick. I like watching this team play basketball. I didn't feel that way last year. Coming up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks season is over, and it's time for the offseason, and the trade rumors are starting once again. We'll get into some of those trade rumors surrounding the D-backs next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play. Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Southwest Gas, proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Speaking of affordable, natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. A typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas service.
And more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes as an essential ingredient in the kitchen, but it also supports economic development and growth in the community as well. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
This message exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. After the Cardinals suffered their most lopsided loss of the season, where do they go from here? That's all coming up. Arizona Sports at Night, 6 to 8 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, you, listener/viewer in Tolleson. Good morning.
Hey, you.
And thank you. I used a singular term. I should have pluralized it. Listeners in Tolleson.
Oh, there you go.
We appreciate you this morning in Tolleson.
The only person on this roster that's untouchable is probably Corbin Carroll, maybe Perdomo. I think that from a baseball standpoint, there are arguments to be made to trade Catel, but boy, it's really hard to get back, properly measured value for a guy like that, right? I mean, you got to be getting back so much that it's hard to trade him. And I think that reality, more than anything else, will probably put a kibosh on any attempts to move him.
So that was September 30th. Jack Summers, who covers the D-backs for SI, joined us here on Bickley Murata Mornings, talking about the Diamondback season had wrapped up at that point. No playoffs again after a frustrating season, the possibility of a Marte trade. That started up around midseason, around the All-Star break, and there was the big flap about Catel Marte and his whereabouts after the All-Star break, and that led to a lot of frustration in the organization.
that led to a situation where Catel Marte came out, publicly apologized behind closed doors to his teammates for his conduct.
Yeah.
But here we are, after another year where the Diamondbacks were right on the cusp of being a playoff team. What do? This team needs pitching in the worst way. They have pitching. They have a lot of pitchers that won't be available to start the season. And Corbin Burns, Justin Martinez, A.J. Puck. Catel Marte is in the news again. The Hot Stove League is starting up. These winter meetings are going to get underway. And Bob Nightingale, who covers Major League Baseball for USA Today, reported there is motivation for the Diamondbacks to trade Catel Marte. He wrote, the D-backs will ask for a lot in return, but they are definitely motivated in moving him with $71 million remaining through 2030. If they don't move him by mid-April, Marte will have 10-5 rights and a full no-trade provision. What that means is 10 years of Major League Baseball service time and 5 with the same team. You reach that status, you can put the kibosh on any trade.
Yes, you can, and it raises a couple of different interesting questions as it relates to Catel Marte. From a baseball standpoint purely, you can make an argument that this is the time to trade Catel Marte because you badly need some pitching reinforcements going into next year, and you're not going to spend free agent money to get it. Okay? And you know that you need two rotation pieces probably, and you need to fortify that bullpen given all the guys that are going to be missing when next season starts. So if you want to hit the ground as a team that is intent on making the playoffs next year, then trading Catel Marte can bring you back some of the pieces that you sorely need. Then there's the interpersonal dynamic of it all. Catel Marte, as I have been told, as it relates to Torey Lovullo, it's kind of like Phil Jackson having to deal with Dennis Rodman. That you don't know what the player is thinking, and that sometimes you got to make concessions to the player, and sometimes those concessions to the players creates ripples with everybody else in the room. We all know Torey Lovullo is a very, very agreeable sort, very personable guy, very friendly guy, wants to get along with everybody, wants to be an ally and a confidant to all his players. Catel Marte and the erratic but consistent requests for time off have obviously taken a toll, not only on the clubhouse, but on the manager's reputation inside the clubhouse. And if you're looking for where the disconnect might have happened at the beginning of last year, this is really, I think, central to everything because of what happened going into the playoffs that last week of the season in 2024 when Catel begged out of the lineup after Diamondbacks blew that 8-0 Sunday game in Milwaukee. It really did cause a rupture in the organization that didn't get repaired until Catel Marte stood up and said, okay, guys, my bad, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, and that stemmed from the All-Star game happenings.
Yes, and then
halfway through the next season.
Yeah.
So, look, you can pin it on Catel for doing what he did, but also for that going unresolved for as long as it did after that last Monday game being given off to Catel Marte. That's an organizational failure.
So Catel Marte, everybody who covers the team, everybody who knows him, say he's a lovable teenager that is just sort of in a parallel reality at times. But it's important when you're a manager and you're trying to create that all-in engaged kind of vibe. We've been talking about that with the Phoenix Suns repeatedly here. So I think on a lot of different levels, Catel Marte could help fill some deficiencies and maybe help the manager be a better servant to the entire clubhouse with him being gone. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Catel Marte as a player. I always have. I think he's a great player, incredibly exciting. He's got all the swagger I love. He's got all the attitude I love. All of that stuff.
One of the longest tenured Diamondbacks they've ever had, right?
Yep. He's played 9 years with the Diamondbacks.
But I will tell you this, and I think this is public knowledge, and for those who don't know, Ken Kendrick sent all 3 of his All-Stars to Atlanta on his private plane. When the plane came back, Catel wasn't on the plane. Nobody knew where he was. He ended up going back to the Dominican Republic. He wanted a break after his All-Star break, and it caused a big issue in that clubhouse because he had asked for the Sunday off before the All-Star game so he could be ready for the All-Star game. And in the All-Star game, his teammates, and I know this, his teammates were like, can you believe how fast he's running for a guy that had to beg out of the lineup on Sunday? So these are all things that were percolating in that clubhouse that finally got resolved when Catel Marte said, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Sorry, guys, my bad. And after that point, it was a different Diamondbacks team.
Well, that's
It
what
was, pretty much, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Those things have been, quote, resolved. So I don't understand the motivation to trade the major league's
He just told you.
second baseman.
I get that. But he just told you it's the 10-5 thing, and it's the pitching needs that they need to fill.
At a certain point, though, you are making too big a vacuum in your lineup because you traded Suarez, you traded Naylor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you trade Marte, it's not like you have this crop of guys that you can really count on to fill in all these positions at first, second, and third base now.
Well, I'll throw another number at you. 32. Catel Marte is 32 years old.
There you go.
His contract runs until 2030. And if you look at the last 2 seasons, injuries and time off has been an issue. It's defined those seasons in a lot of ways for Catel Marte. Do you think that's a situation where as the age goes up, his availability goes up too?
No.
That would be the first time that's ever happened in the history of sports, basically, outside of Chris Paul.
Right. So it would be preempting some uncertainties that what might come with the 10-5 status and with the advancing age and with Catel's increasingly fragile body. So I think, and look, what you're saying is absolutely accurate, Sammy. He is a force of nature on the baseball field.
Yeah.
You would miss his presence in the lineup.
To me, it just feels like, and we've seen it here in Arizona before, we trade a guy for whoever comes back, and they're nowhere near as valuable or as productive as the person we traded. And if we were to trade, the Diamondbacks were to trade Catel Marte, I think that would be the likely case in what happens.
But do you trust Mike Hazen, though?
I do. Yeah, and I wouldn't say that about every general manager, but I do with Mike Hazen.
You're trading him in the offseason, not at the trade deadline, so you could get a valuable major league player in return. It's not like you're just going to get prospects like you would have at the trade deadline.
Look, and I'm not sitting here saying this is a no-brainer. Catel Marte is that good. He won 3 Silver Slugger winners in this lineup. And that might be the recipe for early season success next year for the Diamondbacks, is just to outscore everybody if they don't make a deal like this. I don't think this is an easy decision at all, even with all the factors laid out there. But it would be a bold move, but it might be an opportunity to shift into what the Diamondbacks really need, and that's pitching.
Yeah, that's it.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
A Valley favorite for over a half century. I'm talking about Spinato's Pizzeria. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And yeah, all the way back in the 70s, Spinato started as a small, family-owned, single-shop business. Fast forward to the 2020s, Spinato's has grown to have 6 Valley locations, but still always focused on fresh, quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, and consistency, meaning you'll always enjoy the same great signature taste at any Spinato's location. They've got something cool they want you to know about, too. They've rolled out the Spinato's Secret Sauce Society. What is that exactly? Well, it's a club where you can earn points with every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. You can join the Secret Sauce Society at Spanato'sPizzeria.com. Spanato's always delivers the delicious 6 Valley locations, Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they are the proud official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spanato's, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
Is every step or reach a reminder of what hurts? A reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from the life without pain? Well, do I have good news for you? Because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night for Grayson Allen and the Phoenix Suns. The Suns hit 19 threes in their 121-98 win over the New Orleans Pelicans on Monday night, but Grayson Allen hit 10 of them. He set a Suns franchise record for threes made in a game and also set a career high with 42 points, and the Suns moved to 6-5 through their first 11 games, and here was their head coach, Jordan Knott, on Grayson's career night.
Yeah, he makes it look pretty easy. I mean, when you have that kind of range where he was shooting it from, yeah, career night, obviously, great night, very efficient night. Yeah, awesome.
The Suns are back in action on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow night. Some tough news for both ASU and Cardinal fans. Cardinal wide receiver Zay Jones will miss the remainder of the season with a torn Achilles, and Sun Devil safety Xavion Alford has been ruled out for the rest of the season. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Veterans Day savings are here. Brooklyn Betting is giving you 30% off everything in store or online. Head to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Time to get rebooted on this Tuesday morning. Here's Sammy to take us through the big stories. Sammy!
Yes, good morning. So, Vinny, real quick, I want to pay this off. You mentioned the Thursday night to Monday night kind of stinker games, the 10-7, 10-7 games.
Yeah, the bookends.
Right, so I went back on all the Thursday and Monday night games for the last 20 years, and I didn't find the same score, but what I did find is 2009 Week 10, 16 total points in the Thursday night game, and 16 total points in the Monday night game.
Wow.
So, 2009 Week 10, Joe Flacco on Monday Night Football for the Baltimore Ravens, and Jay Cutler on Thursday night for the Chicago Bears.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's pretty good research there, Sammy.
It took a minute, but I did find something. So that can be the little nugget today. But I do want to start with Grayson Allen and what the Phoenix Suns did last night. 121-98, a career night for Grayson Allen, who's averaging 18 points a game on nearly 45% shooting from three. Just how important has he been to this team so far, especially with Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks missing time?
Yeah, he and Royce O'Neal both have been incredible this year. Grayson Allen has kind of trumped Royce O'Neal for the best single performance.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard a thing on the postgame show where they were actually talking to Royce O'Neal about how they kind of have been in the competition for most three-point shots made, and now it's going to be tough for Royce O'Neal to catch up to Grayson.
Yeah, because Royce slacked it last night with only, what, 4?
Well, it was only
4 for 8.
Yeah, I think that I think that Grayson Allen, his attempt to be a muscle-bound player last year, I don't think was the best tactical decision. I'm glad he's back to being more of a fluid basketball player. But yeah, he's been great.
Yeah, he's been back to the form of Grayson Allen in his first year in Phoenix, where he was one of the top 3-point shooters in the game. And you bring up an interesting point, Vic, because he did go through that transformation, and he was good last year.
Sure.
He wasn't up to the same level that he was in his first year, but he still has the body and the physique. I think it's just taken him this much longer to get used to it, get accustomed to playing that style. But he's in one of those stretches right now where it's like throwing a pebble into the ocean. That's how big the hoop looks to him right now.
Yeah, and
so much fun to watch.
In the first half, it felt like he and Royce were almost taking turns down the floor. It would be, all right, your turn. All right, bucket. My turn. That's good, too. And then Grayson in the second half continued it. So
look, and there's many people who, when this season started, those two players specifically were like, Got to move off those guys. Got to trade them.
Yes.
The way they're playing right now makes it seem ludicrous to consider that, but credit to them. They have flourished.
Oh yeah, and they both shown the penchant not only to make threes but to make the big three, coming at big points in games.
Big time. So the Suns, they have won 5 out of their last 6, and Grayson Allen mentioned the kind of vibe of this team last night.
But this group this year, the way we're playing and the way our defense is connected to our offense, and we're relying on each other, 5 guys offensively and defensively, and the activity is extremely high, the energy is extremely high on the court and on the bench.
So it's one thing to have hope that this team can turn the good vibes and chemistry into wins, but through 11 games, they've kind of done that. Who or what about their play has impressed you most with their 6-5 start?
It's the spirit behind it, the energy behind it.
Yeah,
they're buying in. They truly like each other. It's very evident to watch this team, especially when you hold it up against the examples of last year, where I don't think they hated each other by any stretch, but I don't think they necessarily enjoyed what they were doing either.
No.
This looks night and day different.
Well, what's interesting to me is you had Frank Vogel, who had won a championship with the Lakers in the bubble. You had Mike Budenholzer, who had beaten the Suns and won a championship with the Bucks. And the players weren't feeling either head coach. I don't know whether it's the Kevin Durant factor, because he's got his own way of doing things, and I don't know whether that permeated the team. But Jordan Ott has come in here with a very authentic, sincere, kind of naive approach, if you will, and it's speaking to the players. I think his rotations have been really good.
Yes.
I think I've been very pleasantly surprised by Jordan Ott.
And I think he brings a level of intensity that, no offense to the 2 guys prior to him, they didn't bring. Every single game to him, and he knows this, it means something to the team, and I think he's expressed that.
Yeah.
One thing, just real quick on the Suns that stood out, they share the ball way better than they have the last 2 years. They're 6th in the league in assists, and I know it's still through 11 games, but something to see, especially last night. They moved the ball so well.
The more you watch basketball, the more you realize that is one of the top 3 things that indicate a real healthy basketball team. When you move the basketball and you know the guy you move it to is going to keep it moving.
Yes.
It's that trust in everything, and when you get that selfless team, It's the way basketball was meant to be played.
Yes. Okay, here was head coach Jonathan Gannon yesterday on his track record against the NFC West.
Yeah, it's not good enough, obviously. You got to win division games. You know, your best path to get in the playoffs is winning your division.
So, while the playoffs might be a pipe dream for the Cardinals, what does this game mean for the Cardinals as a coaching staff, and maybe what is there to prove on Sunday?
Well, yeah, they need, again, this idea of the Cardinals and Jonathan Gannon falling behind, further and further behind in the NFC West. This is a thing. This is a growing storyline that I believe should be used to judge Jonathan Gannon and this staff when the year is over. So a game against the 49ers is a chance to, again, put away an embarrassing performance like the Cardinals did when beating the Cowboys, and it's a chance to score a division win and get to 500 at least against one of the teams in your division.
Yeah.
Perceptually, it's very important.
I think just organizationally, this is a real critical point because you don't want that fracture to get wider. They were fractured on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then that was coming off of a positive display, a positive performance against Dallas on that Monday night game. You can't let this thing get any more sideways than it is.
Right.
And it's interesting talking, you used that soundbite about the division record. Jonathan Gannon has 3 coaching wins in the division. All of them came last year. 2 of them came against a broken San Francisco 49ers team, too. Let's not forget.
Let's not forget that.
And they're broken in certain ways as well with the injuries that they're going through. This can quiet a lot of the noise if they win. Look, the playoffs are out. They're not making the playoffs this year. But this is a big game for Jonathan Gannon. Make no mistake about it.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. Lastly, it is Tuesday, so going to give you a quick update on our 3 little games for the NFL that we've been playing. First,
do we have to?
Yes. First, the spreadsheet. So each week we draft 3 games against the spread, and we keep our record going throughout the year. I had my first 3-0 week.
All right, Sammy.
And I'm no longer at the basement of the Bickley and Murata spreadsheet. Vinny went 0-3. He's
again
12-22. I moved my record to 13-21. Again, not great. Jarrett 1-2 this week. A commendable 17-17. Right at 500. And Dan, your first real stinker of the week or of the year.
No, it's 2 in a row, right? Was it 0-3 again?
Yeah,
you were 0-3 last week.
I've got 2 consecutive 0-3 weeks.
Still, 4 games above 500, 19-15. You'll take that every single day. And our stacking wins, we drafted teams, and we keep track of their wins throughout the year. Dan, 39 wins. Vinny, atop with 40 wins. Jarrett, 35. And I'm right there with 34. So close at the top and then close for last as well.
We'll post that graphic on social media so you could follow along with us.
Yeah, I update this every week, and I'm just looking at the picks that paid off and the picks that haven't. Bick got the Colts, and they're 8 wins in the second to last round.
And the Patriots, what, like a round or 2 ahead?
You have 2 8-win teams.
I picked the Commanders, not knowing that every player on their team would be injured for the entire year.
You also picked the Cardinals in the 4th round, Jared.
Whoops. And lastly, we do have a fantasy football league with some of our listeners that we did at the beginning of the year, obviously. I'm 7-3. I won. I'm tied for first. Bick, another loss.
I'm on a bad losing streak. My team is decimated. My team's terrible.
To 3-7. Vinny, a win, 6-4, right there. You had 124 points this week.
I like my team.
Yeah. And Jarrett, a loss, 5-5. There's going to be some work.
I need a running back. If anybody's listening that's in our fantasy football league, trade me a running back.
There's going to...
No.
It's an uphill battle for
any of the other
Jared,
8
I want you to get
players.
that belt.
No.
You deserve that belt.
No. Nothing shady, please.
No, I'll make a trade with you. What do you want, Ramondre Stevenson? I can trade you him.
The guy who's never getting his job back in New England. That guy.
Oh man. So there you guys go.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah, uphill battle for you, Jared.
That's the Rush Hour reboot every morning at 7:30 with Sammy. Coming up next, we'll talk some Cardinals football. What's next? Kent Summers joins the program straight ahead on this Tuesday. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Dunn had it, lost it, got it back. And now dribbles into the corner, feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night. Suns up 103-76 with 10 minutes to go.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the temperatures are going to drop into the high 60s this weekend. The time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside enjoying the incredible weather, which means it is a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. If you're a golfer, a great time for that custom-built putting green you have always wanted. If you've always looked at artificial turf and thought, wow, that would be pretty cool, Turf Monster's a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing real sod. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas, all the way down to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create that backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Highly recommend you go check out their work online, schedule your free estimate while you're there, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies, and we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Arizona Sports.
Brissett takes the snap. Play fake. Looks over the middle. Throws wide open. Harrison caught for a touchdown. Throws right in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Yeah, Cardinals home the next 2 Sundays. Tapping into that home field advantage by sending listeners to those games. Need a caller number here, Bick.
Caller number 5, Vinny.
Caller 5 right now, 602-260-9870. If you are caller 5, you're going to win 2 tickets to either the Cardinals versus 49ers this weekend or Cardinals versus Jags next weekend. Again, looking for caller number 5 at 602-260-9870. Speaking of the Arizona Cardinals, a painful loss to the Seattle Seahawks up in Seattle the other day. They fall behind 35-0 in the blink of an eye. They lose 44-22. and a lot of questions being asked about the direction of this franchise right now. Here to talk about it with us, you can hear him on the post-game show on selected Sundays. Longtime Valley Sports voice and writer Kent Summers joins us here via video this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kent, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, thanks for having me, fellas.
We thought the Cardinals were out of the woods after that really sturdy performance Monday night in Dallas. They follow it up by getting their doors blown off for the first time of the year in Seattle. And look, I don't know if there's any way to quantify this, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Because we saw the Cardinals go through a 5-game losing streak with some really painful losses mixed in there, including what I believe is their worst loss ever since they've been in Arizona, that Tennessee game. But hold the psychological damage or the effects of a loss like that as opposed to what we saw Sunday in Seattle. What do you think is more defining of this team?
I think it's interesting. I mean, they definitely walked right back into the woods Sunday, after they thought they had gotten out. I thought the Tennessee loss was one of the most damaging losses I'd seen since covering the team, just given the opponent, the importance of the game, et cetera. But, I also have experience with the Cardinals losing badly in Seattle. I covered that 58-0 game in 2012, which led to changes from both head coach and GM. Ken Wisenhunt and Rod Graves were fired, and Steve Keim, the new GM, referenced that game saying, I was embarrassed. I never want to be embarrassed like that again. And the thought watching that game too is that, we all know owners don't like to be embarrassed either. And to be down, 35-0 is an embarrassment. Now this team Sunday, in contrast to 2012, they fought back and, at least showed some heart and didn't give up. So, but to me, the biggest thing concerning about Sunday, well, maybe, one of the biggest is just, it illustrates how far this team is from.
Frozen Kent.
All right.
We reconnect with Kent.
Yeah, I think what he's going to say is how. There, are you there, Kent? There you are. Okay, we lost you. And you were saying how far this team is away from.
Yeah, from competing in the division.
Right.
And this team has two more. It's 2 games left against maybe the best team in football, the Los Angeles Rams. So that's got to be the most disappointing thing to the people in charge is three years into this, they're far away from those teams.
Jonathan Gannon in his first couple of years did a real good job of installing some professionalism, some processes, some patience and all that stuff. And he obviously earned trust early on with the players. What I saw Sunday was pretty unacceptable in terms of a preparation standpoint and an adjustment standpoint. Do you think if these embarrassments continue to stack up that he might be in trouble, or do you think that he's going to get another year regardless?
I've always thought all along, and from people I talked to, he was going to get at least another year, last into the 4th season. But, like games like that change everything. And if that, the one thing the Cardinals have been, even through this disappointing season, was competitive. They were losing close games, obviously, but, Sunday was the first time they had been blown out and blown out badly. I mean, where the game's over at halftime. So who knows? I mean, there's people say, hey, there's a lot of football left, but, rather than maybe, saying that, is a reason for optimism, maybe it's a warning too. If this continues, there are going to be wholesale changes. There would be in any professional sport and even college sport at any level. Like I said, owners don't like to be embarrassed. The Cardinals have to show some fight down the stretch, but to be in year 3 and to be 3-6 and to really not know who your quarterback is going into the future has to be troublesome.
Ken Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You led me right where I was going with my next question, and it's kind of put on the back burner a little bit now with Kyler Murray landing on injured reserve, but it looks like, for all intents and purposes from the outside, Kent, the wheels are in motion to maybe have the Cardinals move on from Kyler Murray in the offseason, if there's any way to do that. I mean, what do you make of how this quarterback situation has been handled to this point? Because I'll be honest. There's been a lot of weirdness with it.
Oh yeah, it's been total weirdness, really, for almost 7 years with Kyler Murray, and both sides, are to blame somewhat for that, dating back to the, when they gave him a contract extension, and that was, bungled so badly with the study clause that was ultimately removed. But who knows what happened? I mean, clearly Jacoby Brissett is not the future. And I like the way he's played. He's but there's a reason he's been a backup for, 10 seasons in the NFL. He's not the long-term starter. And, what do they do in the offseason with Kyler Murray? I mean, nearly $37 million of his salary is guaranteed next year. I think $17 million for 2027 is guaranteed if he's on the roster in late March. And if you try to move him, is there a market for him? Who's gonna want him? And you're gonna have to eat some money, and then that makes it difficult, to go out and find a replacement. It's not a great year, from all I've read, to draft a quarterback. If you're a quarterback with options, do you want to come to Arizona with a coaching staff entering its 4th season with no playoff victories? How stable is this situation? That's the question potential quarterbacks have to ask themselves. So, 8 games left, a lot can change. Maybe Kyler, makes a recovery, and he comes back and he plays lights out for 3 or 4 games, and something the Cardinals haven't had in December for a long time. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but who knows? Look what's happened already this season through 9 games. I mean, it's just, the NFL's just this gigantic soap opera with weekly turns and plot, and who can predict the next 2 months?
Yeah, true.
I thought that Monday night game against the Cowboys might have been the star-making game for Marvin Harrison Jr. He went back out in that field against the Seattle defense that was playing with really bad intent and with malice, and he had himself another really rough afternoon. Your takes on his struggles?
Yeah, it was definitely a setback for him. I think we saw some of the things that were troubling before that, the failure to come down with some 50-50 balls. I mean, I don't blame him for some of those. He was covered really well, but it's also his job to get open. And Brissett didn't have time to throw. He's probably throwing earlier than he wanted to when he could get the ball out of his hands. But yeah, you saw some of the disconnect. You saw, Harrison Jr. let the ball get into his body a little bit more, which has been a problem in earlier games. I think he's taken some huge strides this week, this year, especially after that first Seattle game where he had such a horrendous 3 quarters and then played really well in the 4th. But, definitely hasn't played up to the 4th overall pick. And look, that's been a problem for the Cardinals over the last several years is their first round picks either have been hurt or just haven't played up to the level expected.
Yeah, very true. Ken, great stuff. A lot of ground covered today. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. Ken Summers, always good to have him on the show. He joined us via video here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, the halfway point of this Tuesday show kicks off.
Fire!
With the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the claws by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. Message and date rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and Chapman BMW is saying Happy Veterans Day in a very big way. All first responders, all military members, all military veterans, your service deserves to be rewarded. Chapman BMW giving you a up to a $4,000 rebate on a new Chapman BMW today. Great incentives to head on down to Chapman BMW. Lots of reasons to head on down to Chapman BMW, a family-run, award-winning business for 58 plus years. which is a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling. One of our listeners told me it took them less time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a suit on a Saturday afternoon, and a great reputation for making luxury attainable. I happen to be proof. I've shopped 5 times with Chapman BMW. They have got something in everybody's price range. Plus, they have 2 great locations, which means they're going to give you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Finally, remember, you have got the hookup at Chapman BMW. Make sure you ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures that all listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the very best deal. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. It's our Black Friday sale. Recharge this season with a bundle of cozy, soothing comfort. Now only $17.99 for our C2 mattress and base, plus free premium delivery. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
And happy holidays!
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to celebrate the season at the 18th annual Toys for Tots 2-Person Scramble at the Trilogy Golf Club at Vistancia, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses. Join us Saturday, December 14th for breakfast, golf, and our big raffle, all for just $135. Bring a toy for the kids and Santa stuffs your stocking with a coupon for another round of golf. Don't miss Bunker to Bunker's last tournament of the year. Space is limited. Register today at bunkergolf.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Take a bow, Grayson Allen. Not only did Allen set a career high with 42 points last night, he set a Suns franchise record for threes made in a game. His 10 threes helped the Suns get a 121-98 win against the New Orleans Pelicans, and the Suns have now won 5 out of their last 6. They're off tonight, but will be in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow. Week 10 in the NFL wrapped last night in a slugfest on Monday Night Football. The Eagles beat the Packers 10-7 in Lambeau. As for the Cardinals, they'll get ready for Mac Jones and the San Francisco 49ers coming to town this Sunday. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Public pressure can doom a sports franchise. It can make you draft a local kid rather than a transcendent player from Europe. It can make you give in to a pesky agent and hand an enormous contract to a diminutive quarterback. And as Buddy Ryan once said, if you listen to the fans, you'll end up sitting with them. Which brings us to the Phoenix Suns. 11 games into a new season, and we are beginning to appreciate what we once mocked, namely Matt Ishbia's commitment and conviction to doing things his way, to zigging when everyone else zags, for speaking new life and authenticity into a jaded, stale basketball team, for choosing Jordan Ott instead of the more seasoned Johnny Bryant, aware that Ott would only heighten the Michigan State bias attached to the Suns. So far, the Suns owner is being handsomely rewarded because this team is doing everything he predicted. Jordan Ott is soaring in local popularity, delivering exactly the kind of immaculate vibes Ishbia was seeking. Now, can it be sustained when the rest of the NBA gets as serious and as engaged as the Suns are now? It's a really good question that is impossible to answer at this point, but the Suns have our attention in a very good way, and 3 weeks into a new season, the very first box has been checked. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You know, the couple games that stand out was early in the season where our defensive activity just wasn't good enough. I think always some of that is shot making. In LA that first time was an incredible shot making. Denver on the second night of a back-to-back. So I think overall this season, we've been a really good half-court team defensively. Transition, I think we still need to clean some of that up, but part of that's our offensive turnovers. So I think overall we've had pretty good stretches of our defense. Probably more recently we felt that it's been at a high level. Now it's just about maintaining it for 48 minutes.
That is Jordan Ott talking about the stretch of defensive games the Suns have had right now and acknowledging the tough start this defense got off to begin the year. They've made a lot of improvements on that side. And look, you're playing against a shorthanded New Orleans Pelicans team last night. You held them to 98 points, 19 or 20 turnovers, leading to 29 points for the Suns. They're doing a much better job defensively.
They're spacing the floor better.
Yes, they're sharing the ball.
They're sharing the ball. All these little things. Now, you remember, if you go back to last year, when a second head coach for Matt Ishbia was flaming out, and then we got out of that season, and there was all this heat on Matt Ishbia for bringing in Kevin Durant in the first place, for not having patience with Frank Vogel, for everything he had to say, for flexing before he had the results. There were any number of national media people who were mocking him. He was certainly getting criticized locally, but the mockery came from the national media, from the Bill Simmons types, from the Stephen A. Smith types, from people who suddenly had a new owner that they could kind of, what does this new guy think he knows about basketball? How dare he? That kind of stuff, right? And then there was very valid criticism that, okay, Matt, you might want to just kind of slow roll this a little bit and let the team do the talking, and then maybe you can come back and surface when you get the results. To his credit, everything that Matt Ishbia said he was going to do that made people roll their eyes is working. It doesn't mean it's going to continue working. It doesn't mean the Suns are going to the playoffs, but it does mean that a vision that was spoken is being realized right before our very eyes. And the Jordan Ott component, I want to vibe on this real quick because I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen from Jordan Ott. Johnny Bryant was also an assistant on that Cleveland Cavaliers staff who had far more NBA coaching experience. He was higher up the food chain. Jordan Knott had a loose tie to Michigan State, but it was a tie nonetheless. And the selection of Jordan Knott brought a lot of that criticism. Like, of course you chose him over him. Jordan Knott has been terrific. And he's been terrific, in my opinion, in all the right ways. He is all basketball and no BS. And what he is giving these guys, they're believing. They're vibing on it. Devin Booker, I think one of the interesting things to me is that Devin Booker on Media Day, when Brian Gregory got up there, when Matt Ishbia got up there, when Jordan Knott got up there, the first two more than anybody, really peddling the optimism hard. Devin Booker wanted no part of that. Devin Booker, having been here 10-plus years, understands that you get yourself into trouble raising expectations before you play a game. So Devin Booker was very kind of even keel about the whole thing, kind of like, okay, we'll see where this thing is going. The other night he comes out and says, yeah, I'm vibing with this. That says a lot to me. Your thoughts on Jordan Knott so far?
I think it's been overwhelmingly positive. And, there were moments, obviously, early on. And I think what we saw early on from Jordan Knott, it was a transition, but I think a lot of it bled down to Devin Booker as the de facto leader of this team in his 11th season with this franchise, and has stated over and over he doesn't want to go anywhere. We had talked briefly about when things weren't going well, especially on the defensive side of the ball, defensive side of the floor for the Suns. There was a little weird body language from Book, and you brought it up, and Kellen Olson, who watches the Suns not only more than anybody, but differently than anybody. He noticed it as well.
Yes.
So something's not quite right. I think those issues have been solved.
So do I.
And I think a lot of it has to do with what has transpired from Jordan, not the coaching staff, getting the players to buy into this defensive philosophy. And again, going into the vibes. You just mentioned it again. Devin Booker last night talked about the style of being basketball being played by the Suns. Listen to this.
For a few years now, we've talked to you about your ideal style of play offensively. Is this it?
Yeah.
What factors make it that?
It's just spacing. It's constant movement. There's different doses. Different points of attack. It's hard to defend the control chaos or what looks like freelance out there, but we're taught in certain spots of the floor the type of spacing you're supposed to have, the cutting and sliding, big set and unbelievable screens. So we're locked into the details right now.
And look at the way that this is transpiring. The Suns, for large portions of the game, don't have, and a lot of teams are doing this now, don't have what they would call a traditional point guard. Colin Gillespie is the closest thing and he is a traditional type point guard, but he's not on the floor all the time. And you look at the number of different players that are initiating offense. It could be Devin Booker. It could be Dylan Brooks. Could be Oso Ighodaro. Could be Grayson Allen. Could be Royce O'Neal. All of those guys are giving different looks and leading into this offensive philosophy. And if Devin Booker's been through, he's seen a lot of stuff at his time in Phoenix. For him to say this is my favorite style of basketball, you're keeping him happy. And he's been remarkable. And last night had to be a relief for him. Didn't have to carry a heavy load offensively, was very efficient. But to watch Grayson Allen do what he did, got to be satisfying on so many levels for him.
I would think so. What I see with the Suns team so far, and nothing drives me more crazy than basketball players who just pound the ball into the floor, thinking about how am I going to shake this player, wasting time. Purpose-driven basketball is the way to go, and that is when you get the ball, you're going someplace with it immediately. You're making quick decisions. You're cutting. You're doing all those kind of things, and it's all kind of materializing here. And it's interesting to me that Devin Booker has kind of really come around to this. It's tremendously exciting. It's kind of proof that as jaded as we can become about some of this stuff, sometimes you can pull something real authentic out of the rubble.
Yep. I wanted to mention Ryan Noterman, by the way, last hour was caller number 5.
What is
Ryan's got his choice of going to see the Cardinals play either the 49ers or the Jaguars over the next 2 weeks as we continue Cardinals home field advantage. More chances for you to win coming up with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo today. And Operation Santa Claus is back as well. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams and players. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Puda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford. Coming up next, if Kyler Murray has really taken his last snap for the Cardinals, where does he go next? We'll get into that and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Goodwin gets it in. That'll take the final seconds off the clock. Suns win 121-98, the final score tonight, behind a career-high 42 points and a new franchise record 10 threes made by Grayson Allen. Suns win their third in a row and are over 500 for the first time this season at 6-5.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here. We all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things like warping, condensation, a huge spike in your energy bills. And if that sounds familiar, I've got some great news. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which now means through the end of November, you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year. That is their best deal of the year. And as a customer of Advanced Window Products, I can tell you, you will not be disappointed. I took them up on that offer. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so impressive, so professional, from installation to cleanup. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They've been servicing satisfied customers for nearly 40 years. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they will guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable, and with great financing options available, now is a great time to go get your windows replaced. 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch watch, they're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Hey, it's Luke. What were the positives and negatives from the Suns game against the Pelicans? We'll be reacting to New Orleans, Phoenix at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, Wolf, Kyler right now he's in the building. He's working hard. He's doing everything he can to get himself healthy. That's where his focus is. That's completely where his focus is, and really going to do everything we can to get him in a good spot to help us out come later in the season once he's completely healthy.
General Manager Monty Ossenfort with Wolf and Luke last week talking about the future of Kyler Murray. We'll get to that in a second. First, a shout-out, a thank you, and acknowledgement to our listeners, our viewers, our fans in Buckeye this morning. We appreciate you and your support in Buckeye. Look, we talked about it with Kent Summers, Bick. It's a little bit on the back burner now because Kyler Murray, yes, he's in the building. He's not in the public eye now on injured reserve, and when you go on injured reserve, in a way, you're kind of pushed off to the side. Jacoby Brissett, this is his show for the time being. We've seen what that means for the Cardinals on the field. It hasn't meant more in terms of winning. The offense does look a little bit different. But when you consider the future of Kyler Murray, there's a lot of things to consider.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt here, but let's go back to that cut from Monty Ossenfort.
Yes.
If the reporting was accurate over the weekend from Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport and others, that they are actively sort of negotiating the terms of a divorce, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe Monty Ossenfort when he says we hope that he comes back and helps us out later in the season?
No.
It feels like GM speak.
Yeah, GM speak, coach speak. It's currency in the NFL.
I guess you have to be like that because trading Kyler Murray is going to be interesting. I've been reading some Jets blogs, and boy, let me tell you, those are full of sunshine. But they're kind of starting to vibe on the idea of Kyler Murray as a quarterback. Could you see Kyler Murray with the New York Football Jets?
Kind of,
I guess.
Look, I am very, very steadfast in my belief that Kyler Murray is a decent NFL quarterback. He's never risen to superstardom. He's done some amazing things individually at times. Has it been consistent? No. Has it led to team success? No. I think he is in the top half of NFL quarterbacks. And for a team like the New York Jets, who is seemingly always looking for their next answer at quarterback, you have to, if you want to consider the way I view it, Bick, you want to consider the future of Kyler Murray, look at the teams where his services represent an upgrade over what they have or what they've had.
Mm-hmm.
The New York Jets certainly fit that role. The New York Jets are averaging, in the year 2025, 146 yards passing per game. That's an embarrassing number. They can't throw the football.
But they have Justin Fields at court. That was built in when they signed him.
True, but again, where does Kyler Murray represent an upgrade over what is in place? New York is a place.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can make a compelling argument despite the Raiders getting into business with Geno Smith. I think that's a place.
Yeah.
Finances become difficult there. I think the Cleveland Browns, finances are difficult there too because they're still in business with Deshaun Watson, who might not ever play again. These are the places where Kyler Murray would be a massive upgrade.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to play another year with Pittsburgh?
Yep. And he's hit a wall too. I think Aaron Rodgers, the first 5 or 6 games, there was a bit of a, hey, wow, he's recapturing some magic.
Yeah, and that's gone now.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about this on the air yesterday. The Sunday night game against the Chargers, I think the funniest moment of the weekend was when Aaron Rodgers faded back into the end zone and was getting pressured from Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
And then suddenly thought it was like 2014 again. It's like, oh, I'll just sidestep him.
I'll just dance out of trouble.
His body just didn't respond to it. He got sacked for a safety.
You're right. That was the moment. One NFL executive told our guy Mike Sando about Kyler Murray, quote, "If I think they're going to have an awakening if they think they can get something for that kid somewhere else." So then that leaves the potential. What if Kyler Murray needs to be just released or cut, and would he be willing to go and be a backup somewhere else? I don't know. This is going to be very, very interesting.
Yep.
Maybe another team. How about the New Orleans Saints?
That was a team that came out and looked. They invested draft picks the last 2 seasons.
But not first-round picks,
pick. Rattler was a mid-round pick, late-round pick, and Tyler Shuck was a second-round pick. Maybe that I again, does he represent an upgrade? Yes. Although Tyler Shuck got a win and looked pretty good the other day.
Yeah.
For New Orleans.
Well, listen. Either way, there's going to be a reconciliation. If Kyler Murray is still on the roster on March 22nd of next year, then $19.5 million of his 2027 salary becomes fully guaranteed. That's certainly not going to be the case. So by March 22nd, he will be gone. Those are just the facts.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
And look, I don't want to turn this into a Murray versus Brissett thing, but I do find it interesting how different things have looked. And some of these stats were pretty telling and in support of both quarterbacks. One of the things that stands out from Jacoby Brissett is how he's willing to push the ball down the field.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyler Murray has become more averse to that as time has gone on.
Yep.
Intended air yards per throw this year, Kyler Murray 5.9, Jacoby Brissett 8.0. On target percentage, this is stark. Kyler Murray's on target percentage 75.2, Jacoby Brissett's 53.
Ooh.
So in terms of accuracy, not close. Yet, Kyler Murray has a higher bad throw percentage than Jacoby Brissett, 15.9 to 14.6. Time in the pocket, on average, the average time the quarterback has in the pocket between the snap and throwing the ball or pressure collapses the pocket. Murray, 2.3 seconds. Jacoby Brissett, 1.9. Another very telling rate. Pressure rate faced by each quarterback. Murray, 16.5%. Brissett, 27.2%. That, again, has nothing to do with how long a quarterback holds the ball.
That's how much protection they're getting?
Basically, it comes down to the offensive line and the protection.
Well, that's the thing I was thinking about also is that the offense has looked so much better. The stats have been good for Brissett, and yet they've only won 1 out of the 4 games. Yes. It's almost depressing to think that you could have the offense look better, you could have better quarterback play, and the team still isn't winning. It just makes you think how much is missing from the whole team.
Let's put this into Jarrett terms. It's if you've had this recipe where you've cooked this stew,
and
you've used this really, really shoddy ingredients to make this stew, but it was edible in the end. But then you come into a little bit of money.
Sure.
Said, I'm going to get better ingredients for this stew, and I'm going to cook it up. And then you cook it up, and it tastes exactly the same.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of the difference of what we're seeing right now.
I've never understood football better.
I have one other stat that I uncovered yesterday that has nothing to do with quarterbacks. That kind of tells the story of the running game. So Cardinals running backs, they've been ravaged by injuries. Their running backs alone have combined to carry 174 times for 746 yards this year. 27.9% of that yardage total, 208 of the 746 yards that running backs have gained have come on 4 runs.
Holy cow.
Runs by Trey Benson of 52 and 29 and Amari DiMercato 72 and 55.
Right. That's right.
That's almost 28% of their running output.
Which means the rushing attack is even worse than it looks on paper.
Yes.
And it doesn't look that good on paper.
You want to talk about a Band-Aid on a statistic,
Oh, boy.
it's that right there.
Well said.
Coming up next, we'll continue to talk Arizona Cardinals football, and Jonathan Gannon still explaining what happened Sunday in Seattle. We'll tell you what the head coach said next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Boo, boo, we hate Jared.
So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Sweet James is everywhere. You've seen his face on billboards, valley buses, television commercials. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is very serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience that their attorneys have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with the insurance companies. When they send that demand letter on your behalf to those insurance companies, they know they can't nickel and dime or deny with Sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. And remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night for Grayson Allen and the Phoenix Suns. The Suns hit 19 threes in their 121-98 win over the Pelicans on Monday night, but Grayson Allen hit 10 of them. He set a Suns franchise record for threes made in a game, and he also set a new career high with 42 points, and the Suns moved to 6-5 through their first 11 games, and here was their head coach, Jordan Knott, on Grayson Allen's career night.
Yeah, he makes it look pretty easy. I mean, when you have that kind of range where he was shooting it from, yeah, career night, obviously, great night, very efficient night. Yeah, awesome.
The Suns are back in action on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow night. Some tough news for both ASU and Cardinal fans. Cardinals wide receiver Zay Jones will miss the remainder of the season with a torn Achilles, and Sun Devil safety Xavion Alford has been ruled out for the rest of the year. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Check out the Veterans Day sale going on now, in-store and online through November 11th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. What needs to be the focus for the Cardinals this weekend against the 49ers? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Frustrated as you've been the head coach in your 3 years here?
Yeah.
Yesterday was the first time when it felt like a long time.
When you say that, Josh, like frustrated, I don't know, is I don't know, is the right word. You learn and move on, you know? And that's why I said, like, with no one in that team meeting today, I told them, nobody's looking around like, how did that happen? We collectively allowed that to happen, all of us in there. So you take that on the chin and you move on. Frustration, just a waste of time.
Human element to this, where like you work so hard and go through a losing streak, and then you do what you did in Dallas, and you come back with this, like it's gotta take a toll to some degree now.
You gotta be psychologically trained and move on.
That's Jonathan Gannon. Very interesting exchange with the media yesterday. Josh Weinfuss asking the questions. The original question that was asked by Josh in that session was, is this as frustrated as you've been since you've been here? And Jonathan Gannon kind of brushed that off, but then went back to the question.
Yeah.
Psychologically trained.
Yes.
Is that the hallmark of this football team?
Frustration is a waste of time. Never really thought about it. As somebody who's frustrated a lot, I've never really thought about it in those terms. I guess you could make a case for that, but nobody would blame Jonathan Gannon for being frustrated. And here's where they're at. Like we said this earlier in the show. The playoff pursuit, however real or fake that was, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting back into this.
No.
Thing. There's a lot to play for. This is a big game for Jonathan Gannon. And we're going to find out for the first time this year how this group of Arizona Cardinals responds to getting embarrassed. You know, is there embarrassment in a 5-game losing streak? Yes. Is it tempered somewhat because you were competitive in 5 games? Probably. This is the first time they were physically dominated from the outset of a football game, and that can bury a lot of teams.
I'd take it a step further. It's the first time to me that it looked to me like they were totally unprepared for a football team that knew exactly how to attack them, which is a coaching blowout in my book, by my standards. And you take a look. The Seahawks defense recorded 23 pressures against Jacoby Brissett, the 9th most of any team in any game this season, which is to say Jacoby Brissett never had a chance on Sunday. For all you Kyler Murray stands who want to say the strip sack fumbles are proof that Kyler Murray should be the guy, you got to put down the Kool-Aid. Meanwhile, the Cardinals' defense, which is supposed to be a strength of this team, they recorded only 1 pressure on 13 dropbacks. 13
in an NFL game.
The fewest pressures of any team in a game since 2022. And the fact that they didn't even have to pass the ball in the second half. There were points of embarrassment all over the football field on Sunday, but none more so than the fact that the Seattle Seahawks look like the team with the future that the Cardinals were supposed to have going into year 3.
Mm-hmm.
They look like the young, up-and-coming dynasty that is whipping everybody and taking names. and playing with the savagery. When Jonathan Gannon famously said, "I want killers," that's what it looks like Seattle has. The way they tackled, the way they attacked. Again, it was as much of a coaching mismatch as I have seen in a long time.
Yeah, and we played the soundbite too, and it was after the Zach Charbonnet touchdown that put the Seahawks up 35-0 in that game. A.Q. Shipley chimed in and said, "Look, this is what physicality looks like. The Cardinals are just being out-physicaled." And somebody posted up. Somebody posted a clip of some coaches' footage of that particular play, and there's a guard named Bradford for Seattle who apparently has been under fire from Seahawks fans. Like, why is he playing? What he did to Dalvin Tomlinson on that Zach Charbonnet touchdown run was the very definition of physicality in the trenches.
Yes.
It was violent.
Yes.
And Tomlinson, I mean, he's a tree stump. That's how he's made his living in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he got absolutely blown up on that block by a guard. But that was demonstrative of exactly how Seattle handled their business on Sunday.
And it just felt like physically there was a hammer and there was a nail on the field on Sunday. And this is exactly the antithesis of the vibe that Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals created in their first couple of years when they were always, I would say not always, but most always, the more physical team on the field. And that resulted in a lot of things, and that is not at the same level. The offensive line, you hear Wolf getting apoplectic about it all compared to what he's seen the last couple of years. I agree with you. This is an inflection point for the whole thing, because if that room feels like the coaching staff gave them no answers and no real game plan for Seattle, then buy-in is going to start to lessen.
Well, that's a question for you guys. So the first 2 years with Gannon and the staff, it feels like they were surprising people, right? They were doing more with less. This year, it feels like the opposite. So has Gannon and the staff, have they taken a step back, or is the NFL caught up with them, do you think?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's about catching up with.
No.
I think it's about being able to sustain what was laid out there. I don't think that first Cardinals iteration under Jonathan Gannon had any choice but to go out there and play the way that they did. They played hard on every snap because they were at such a talent deficit that they would get embarrassed on a weekly basis if they didn't do that.
I think it's about taking the competitive level that comes with the psychological training and turning it into victories. And they haven't been able to do it. And the coaching staff has made a lot of mistakes in endgame situations that are starting to add up. Green Bay game, Tennessee game, first Seattle game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them.
And then the second Seattle game, when like I said, it looked like the Cardinals came in with the game plan and couldn't deviate from it and couldn't adjust to a game plan they didn't expect from Seattle.
It's time for today's edition of Character Counts. The Cardinals have a big matchup against the 49ers at State Farm Stadium this weekend. But before the game, there will be a different kind of competition. This Sunday, gamers will battle in a pregame Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament at State Farm Stadium to raise funds for children in foster care. Arizona's Children Association, Grand Canyon University, and the Cardinals partnered to set up a 2-day tournament with day one at the GCU Esports Arena and 16 finalists making it to day 2 at State Farm Stadium. Each entry will include tickets to the Cardinals game and a post-game photo opportunities on the field, with $20 from each ticket going to Arizona Children's Association. So congrats to all the competitors and the Cardinals for a fun event and their help raising money for a good cause. Character Counts, of course, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship? Text CHARACTER to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, the new look Arizona State Sun Devils of head coach Bobby Hurley off to a 2-0 start and a big game coming up against Gonzaga this week. We'll talk to the head coach for the first time this season next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Grayson Allen's career-high 42 engulfs the Pelicans, and the Suns got their 5th win in their last 6. The Diamondbacks reportedly have motivation to trade Catel Marte this winter, and the Suns' offense will be pushed to its limits after another Jalen Green injury. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some Sonic trivia for you on a Tuesday morning. Did you know Sonic began as a root beer stand in Oklahoma way back in the 1950s? Back then you had to park in a gravel parking lot, walk across a busy thoroughfare, you placed your order at a tiny little takeout window, and that was it. That was your experience at Sonic. Today Sonic is everywhere in 46 states, over 3,600 different restaurants all over the state of Arizona, and the experience at Sonic, one of the charms. You pull into Sonic, you pull into a canopied parking spot. You've got this great menu right outside your driver's side window. You place your order, you kick back, you relax. You are being served curbside by an iconic car hop. Doesn't get any cooler than that. Lots of people love Sonic for lots of different reasons. That experience is one of them. A diverse menu is another, and meals that are packed with flavor. They've got an all-star lineup of burgers. They offer iconic classics like tots and onion rings and cherry limeades, feature a ton of new favorites like mozzarella sticks and groovy fries, and they've got a drink menu that features tens of thousands of different combinations, and my lovely daughter gets the same thing every time, the cherry limeade sludge. Here's also a pro tip. Make sure you order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down, plus make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down, plus no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
This is not a drill. Santan Ford is in full liquidation mode. We must make room for incoming inventory, so every vehicle in stock is priced to sell today. F-150s, Broncos, Explorers, Mach-E's, nothing held back. If it's on the lot, it's marked down thousands off MSRP and ready for your driveway. The biggest Black Friday sale in the Valley is happening all month long. Black Friday, November liquidation, only at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, Val Vista, and the 202 in Gilbert, or online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. Not all will qualify. See dealer for details.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at Multi-Pro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call Multi-Pro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford Dealers.
Once again, this basketball season will be joined weekly by the head coach of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley, and his maiden voyage for the 25-26 season happens now. Bobby joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coach, good morning. Thanks for joining us again this year.
Good morning, guys. Good
Bobby.
to be with you again.
Good to have you on the show again. Can't believe basketball season's here already, but 2 games in, 2 wins for your very new-look roster, and I know you've had some comments about how much you enjoy coaching this group, but with so many new faces, are you surprised it's come together like this quickly, Bobby?
Well, we had some guys get to campus really late, due to just some of the politics stuff with the visas. And so, we had 3 of our main guys get to us like the first week in September. So they missed the whole summer, which isn't ideal. But, these guys are older, have played at a good level over in Europe. So they've picked up things pretty quickly. I think it's a group from day one that's kind of liked each other on and off the court. So it's, the chemistry has been pretty good. I think probably the best thing we've done so far in these 2 games is share the basketball. I mean, there's a lot of work ahead of us. I think there's a lot of areas we can improve, but I really like the unselfishness.
Yeah, and as I say all the time, that's a great characteristic for a basketball team to have. You can do a lot of good work with a selfless basketball team. All right, for sports fans who are just getting integrated to another season of college basketball, sketch out what this team looks like and how you put it together.
Well, we did, I think based on last season and the issues we had with depth and losing some key players due to injury and one key player due to disciplinary action, it was really important for us to improve the depth of the roster and make sure we weren't in a position midway through the year or late in the year where we don't have enough bodies to finish the season. So we prioritized that. I think we did a pretty good job, particularly on the front court right now, of establishing, multiple guys that we could bring in and be productive. Starts really with Masamba Diop up front for us. He's been a really, we knew he was really talented, but he's really been even exceeded our expectations for what he's been able to do, and particularly in the offensive end. And we're talking with him about just being more of an impact defender around the basket. Really need that because he has that, in his capabilities. But yeah, Alan McKeeva, Santiago Truitt, Andrea Graborbic, all these guys have been really positive for us on the front line. And we sustained a couple of injuries on the perimeter. Unfortunately, BJ Wallace, who's our best athlete on the perimeter, will miss the entire season. He dislocated his ankle in our last exhibition game, but we feel like we have enough guys to get the job done on the perimeter as well.
Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Sun Devils, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, weekly again here all season long. The 4 players you mentioned, I find it interesting too, Bobby. Diop, Mukeba, Truitt, and Gerbovic, all from different countries. Senegal, Belgium, Argentina, Montenegro. You've leaned into the international player more so than you have in recent years. Just give us like an overview of what that can do to broaden a team's outlook and how they play when you get those different influences from different areas of the world.
Yeah, I think they bring a different skill set to the table. Each guy, Graborbic is a great shooter. He competes He's from Montenegro. Truitt has played a couple of years of college basketball at San Diego, so he's played against the WCC, and he's had a great offseason. And Alan McKeeva, is from Belgium, but he played a couple of years at Oakland. He was 16 points and 8 rebounds last year, and the minutes that he's had, he's been really, really productive for us. And Massamba he's from Senegal, but he played 2 years in Spain and in a great league there. So these guys, all a little bit different, but they're all very well coached. They come in with a good foundation underneath them, and they've been really, like I said, just a great group of guys to coach.
So and Massamba is 7'1" with an incredible fluidity to size ratio. How would you describe the ceiling of this young man?
He really can run the floor. He just changes ends with ease. And the way we played here since I've been at ASU, we value big guys that can move, that have good mobility, and he fits that like a glove. But what has really surprised us more than anything as a staff has just been how much he's been able to play away from the basket. We knew he would be a lob threat, a guy that could dunk the ball around the basket and finish with touch. But his range on his jump shot and his movement off the dribble have been surprising. Like, he got a rebound and went coast to coast and laid it in our first game. And if my center had done that in the past, I would be like, my heart would probably have stopped about 3 times. But like, you just see him in practice put the ball on the floor. So, I'm pretty comfortable with him doing something like that, and or stepping away and hitting a couple threes like he did in our game too.
Bobby Hurley, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Morning. Sun Devils off to a 2-0 start with wins over Southern Utah and Utah Tech. A visit from Gonzaga. They are ranked again. Bobby, different look for them, and a couple of familiar faces. Tyon Grant Foster's on that team now. He spent some time at GCU. And Adam Miller, who you coached for a couple years at ASU, on that roster as well. Is it going to be weird coaching against Adam?
It will be. Adam was a great player for us for 2 years. Loved coaching him. He's a warrior. Really knows how to play. I think, his skills really suits that roster. They everything starts on the front court. I talked about our depth and being happy with our front court. It's going to get tested like no other on Friday night with Huff and EK around the basket. So we really got to lace them up in that game, and the perimeter's got to do a good job of rebounding. Gonzaga's one of the better, offensive rebounding teams, and excellent in transition as well. So those are some things that we'll be talking with our team quite a bit about this week.
All right, so the Big 12 as a basketball conference is no joke, whether you're talking about Houston, Arizona, BYU, Texas Tech, Iowa State, Kansas. I think you had 6 teams ranked in the top 25. What did you learn the first time around? Are there things that you can apply this time? And how do you survive such a gauntlet of a conference?
Yeah, I think our circumstances, handed us just, especially late in the season, it was not easy to compete, just with the roster that we had at the end. But that being said, like, we can't afford to lose some of those close games that we weren't able to get done last year. Baylor at home in overtime, Kansas State by 1 at our place where we missed 2 free throws with like 2 seconds left in the game to win the game. At the road at Texas Tech, we were 1 rebound away from winning that game. And so you got to kind of close out those games. And then we have to find a way of doing a better job at home. I think the one thing, that we had this week was we had some lower tier opponents, quote unquote, and not a full capacity building, but like, our players don't care. And that's the one thing that I like about this group. Like, there was not one guy that complained, hey, the building was half empty, or, coach, what's going on with the crowd? The guys just wanted to compete and were genuinely enthusiastic about playing basketball and trying to do it at their best level. So I'm excited that that's how, that's the mindset that we have, but we have to learn how to take care of business and win games at home.
Well, Bobby, best of luck coming up against Gonzaga and Georgia State, and we will talk again next week.
Excellent, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Sun Devils, joining us weekly once again here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Tuesday morning. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, but smart people will tell you the best way to get that done is to get rid of your debt. And if you're in the market for a new home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan, because if you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program where you do all your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income directly goes to paying down the principal of your home and all of your debt, and you do it without any anxiety because you always have access to your equity. Did you know a Life Changer Loan client on average pays off their home in 5 years, which does a lot of great things? If you're nearing the end of the road in your profession, it can set you up perfectly for retirement where you do not want a mortgage payment in your fixed income years. Or if you're of a younger generation, you get that mortgage paid off. You now have decades to build personal wealth, while everybody you know chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a death sentence. Once again, if you're a good fit for Life Changer Loan, I can guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back, so grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office, located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Grayson Allen, take a bow. Not only did Allen set a career high with 42 points last night, he set the Suns' franchise record for threes made in a game. His 10 threes helped the Suns get a 121-98 win against the Pelicans, and the Suns have now won 5 out of their last 6, and here was Grayson on his huge night.
I was kind of thinking, how many do I have now? And somebody said 9. And so once I knew I had 9, I have to be honest, I knew I wanted 10 at that point, just because I know how many times I've hit 9 here and knowing what the record is.
The Suns are off tonight, but will be in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow. Week 10 in the NFL wrapped last night in a slugfest on Monday Night Football. The Eagles beat the Packers 10-7 in Lambeau. As for the Cardinals, they'll get ready for Mac Jones and the San Francisco 49ers coming to town this Sunday. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit prosmile.com today to book your free consultation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies as we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Tuesday. Sammy's here to take us through it. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. Want to first and foremost let you know where you can find us. We're on X at Bickley_Murata, where we post our questions every single day. We're at Bickley and Murata on Facebook and Instagram, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube if you want to watch us every single morning. Okay, so let's start with the Suns. Our first question is, what is the biggest difference between this year's team and last year's team?
Yeah, I think the care factor, the engagement, the trying hard, all of that stuff. The ability to play the game as it was meant to be played.
I'll agree with everything, and I'll add another. I think they're getting superior coaching to what they got last year.
That's what I was going to add. Jordan.
And that sounds, it's a low bar, but I don't want to diminish what I think Jordan Ott and this staff have accomplished so far. They've made an impact with this group already, and you can see it.
I agree. A couple of their responses. Jordan Kudo said they got their joy back. It's that simple. Jonesy said effort and chemistry. The team genuinely looks like they're having fun compared to watching ISO ball and the team being miserable for the last 2 seasons. And then Stephen Ruiz said, no overpriced soft babies collecting their paychecks without trying to win. Sure, we're still paying them, but at least they're gone. And then lastly, Eddie V says, 1, chemistry, 2, the fact that they might actually like being on the floor with each other. And then 3, no Kevin Durant. And then he adds, actually, Vinny seems happier in the mornings this season. Has the rest of the crew noticed? And I'll say, Suns win, we're all happy.
Look, I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
Although the Suns were, they were 9-1 at one point, or 8-1 at one point last year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
At this point of the season,
last year, none of us had any idea what was coming.
Well, I do remember the gist of those conversations. I remember Bick getting on me because I was complaining about too many close wins.
No, there was an element that felt like the Cardinals felt after the Saints and Panthers game.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay, they're 2-0, but you are right. We did feel that with the Suns.
And Jarrett mentioned things can change. Some things changed this morning real quick. The Mavericks are expected to fire general manager Nico Harris.
Yeah,
we're going to have thoughts on that later on, I think.
They've been expected to do that since the trade happened.
Right.
But they're finally going to do it.
Yes, so our next question is for Cardinal fans. What was the biggest thing that went wrong versus Seattle? Can it be fixed? Why or why not?
They got annihilated in the trenches on both sides of the ball, and I think part of it is talent related, part of it's scheme related, part of it's coaching related. They are just not the same team physically that they were last year, and I think it showed up in a real big way, and it really diminished that game against the Cowboys on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
So scheme and effort could be fixed. Talent could not be fixed at this point.
It's not a talent thing. I think it was an effort / physicality thing. And this is where I will subscribe to the Ron Wolfley school of thinking, and that is those guys on the lines, do your job.
Right.
They didn't do their job on Sunday, and that can be fixed.
Yeah,
we've seen that group of offensive linemen be good. We've seen these defensive linemen be good. That wasn't good on Sunday. That can be fixed.
Buddy Thompson's response, I think the second part of it's really good. So the first part, it's a combination of poor scheming, especially in O-line blocking, and then the team not being prepared to match the intensity Seattle brought to the game. But this is the point that I like. He said it certainly can't be fixed if Gannon truly believes that nothing needs to change. And then the message throughout the last couple weeks, it's we just need to play better. Okay, well, how? Why aren't you playing as good as you should be?
Yeah.
And then a lot of offensive line responses as well. And then Eddie V says, even the mascot, Big Red, was embarrassed, and he's inside a costume. It'd be tough to be a mascot for this team.
You heard A.Q. Shipley talk about Mike McDonald's blitzes and how he came up with stuff in that game that he has never seen before. And that is what great coaching staffs do. They arm their players with schemes that are going to surprise and devastate.
Yeah, the Seahawks feels like anything they roll out there is just working for them right now. Okay, so lastly, today being Veterans Day, we wanted to ask a Veterans Day type question. What is the best war movie or show?
All right, I've got a distinct answer to that, but first I want to give a big shout out to my neighbor, Captain Joe Winters, great neighbor, former Vietnam helicopter pilot, shot down in Nam, great dude. Happy Veterans Day to you, Joe. You're a great American.
Joe's the guy that gives you fruit off of his trees, right? Have you mentioned Joe and his fruit trees before?
No, I don't think his fruit trees. No. But he's just the great neighbor that's always there for you.
Did you have a neighbor that gave you fruit off the trees?
I don't recall.
Oh, what am I thinking?
I don't know.
That's a weird thing.
I don't know.
Or the fruit falling into your yard? Why do I remember this?
I don't know. It's not.
I'm inventing stuff.
Yeah. So, happy Veterans Day, Joe.
Way to go, Joe. We appreciate you.
My favorite war movie, and it wasn't until it came out, I went and I saw Dunkirk, and it blew my mind.
Really?
Yes.
Never seen that
You
one.
didn't like that?
I didn't love it.
What?
I didn't love Dunkirk. I'm going to be honest. And that's a Christopher Nolan movie, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was one of the Nolan movies, Nolan movies.
What didn't you like about that?
Maybe it was all the... See, I didn't see it in theaters. I watched it later.
Oh, okay.
And there was this amount of hype that surrounded it being like this one-shot kind of Nolan masterpiece, and I just didn't feel like it was that. It was okay, but I'm also not a huge war movie guy, but...
I'm not either. I guess based on what I've seen the most and what impacted me the most, Full Metal Jacket would probably be at the top of the list.
Okay.
But I'm not...
Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan.
Any
of you ever see Band of Brothers, the miniseries?
Never did
it's
see
fantastic.
I've heard it's great.
How about The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? Because that, as a Western, takes place right in the middle of the Civil War. So that's technically a war movie.
True. Some other ones... Stephen Ruiz said, I don't think they focus on the U.S. Dunkirk. And then 1917 is also pretty good. Apocalypse Now. We got a lot of Apocalypse Now. Let's see. Band of Brothers, The Pacific, Masters of the Air, I've heard is very good, Fury, and then Ross Vegas says TV show hands down is MASH, ran forever, and he said their Colonel Flag was the best. Did you guys watch MASH?
I never got into MASH either.
I never cared for it either.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
Were you a
before my
MASH guy,
time, but
Ben?
Not really.
Yeah,
Never found
it
it
was.
that fun.
I mean, still, the finale of MASH is still one of the most watched television shows in the history of this
it's
country.
the most watched television show non-Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Lone Survivor, too. I wanted to add that one. That's also a good war movie.
Hurt Locker is really good. Zero Dark 30.
Yeah. Zero Dark 30 is intense. That's a tough watch for 2.5 hours or however long it is.
Yeah, I watched the real life documentary on that particular operation, and that was pretty tense too.
Something about it is, I obviously know the movie's not existing, but it's just, I have a hard time watching that type of intensity for that long.
That makes sense.
I get it.
But at Bickley_Murata every morning at 9 o'clock, social studies.
Thank you, Sammy. I want to remind you that Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear from your favorite players like Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel, and more, and premier tickets from your favorite teams. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE, DONATE, to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus presented by Sanderson Ford. Coming up next, we will shift our focus to the NBA outside of Phoenix and more to the Suns' next opponent. The Dallas Mavericks making big changes this morning. We'll get into the reaction next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Not since the merger has a player come up with 2 strip sacks, and then the same player recovered it and took it back for a touchdown.
Even Lawrence Taylor didn't do it.
1970, the merger. When I go ahead and I get on X and I'm going to tweet this out or exit out, I'm talking about the impossibility
the way
of what
they
I
lost.
saw.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right.
Disappointments room. I'm done with it.
Can we do a 3-hour and 45-minute Pantera call-out?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you are in the market for a new vehicle and maybe you're waiting for a one-day deal at the end of the month, don't wait, because Earnhardt Ford in Chandler has got Black Friday deals all month long. It's true. That is where General Manager John Nissen and his team have discounted nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. Like on award-winning Ford Super Duty with all the torque and horsepower you'll ever need. And now you can own a Ford Super Duty pickup for 1.9% APR financing. And that is just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Ford. They've got a wide range of vehicles, F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, gas options along with hybrid and electric models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all, and it's priced to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details, and these offers end December 1st, 2025. Just stop in, see for yourself. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. Tell them I sent you. And with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Again, check them out in person in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports Tonight. A career-high 42 for Grayson Allen. The Suns have now won 5 of their last 6. We'll talk about it all at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app.
Shout out to our listeners, fans, viewers in Goodyear this morning. We appreciate you listening out in Goodyear.
Were you when you found out you guys won the lottery?
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. But things happen. Fortune favors the bold.
Going back to June, Nico Harrison with his now infamous fortune favors the bold after the Mavericks won the NBA draft lottery and subsequently drafted Cooper Flagg out of Duke, number 1. Last night, Cooper Flagg had maybe his best game as a pro with 29 points. They lose at home to the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis. And that chant you heard was from last night. Mavericks fans haven't let it go just yet.
Yeah.
The Fire Nico chants were out in force once again with the home crowd, and it's come to fruition. Shams Charania breaking the news earlier this morning. The Mavericks and owner Patrick Dumont expected to fire general manager Nico Harrison at a press conference today, sources told him and Tim McMahon. Shams also put this out there as a follow-up tweet. The Mavericks are firing Harrison 9 months after the jarring and stunning Luka Doncic trade, a move for which Dumont, the owner, took accountability and accepted as a mistake in a courtside interaction with a fan on Monday night.
Yeah. There was a fan whose family's got season tickets in Dallas, and he showed up at the game wearing a Luka Lakers jersey, and he started shouting really bad things at Patrick Dumont. He felt bad about it. His dad told him you should apologize, and so they connected, and they sat courtside, and they had a conversation. This to me is this is really, you talk about a rat bag organization, right? This to me, karma coming around in a lot of different ways. Nico Harrison thought he was going to skate off what is going to go down as one of the worst trades in the history of sports because they lucked out to get Cooper Flagg. Well, Cooper Flagg ain't been all that. The Mavericks have struggled out of the gates, and now Nico Harrison has lost his job, fired by a guy whom, depending on who you believe, and I think I've said this before, I've got a random source in Dallas, a big shooter in Dallas, who laid out to me what happened in Dallas from what he had heard. Mm-hmm. And Patrick Dumont was at the very, very front of it. And it was basically trying to get Luka, circumventing Luka's agent, trying to get him to accept less than the supermax. Luka basically told him to go get bent. And then the owner went to Nico and said, trade him. And then Nico, stunned, went to Jason Kidd and said, who do you want? We've got to trade Luka. And it turned out to be what it turned out to be. Yeah. And now the owner goes and fires Nico Harrison.
Which,
fantastic.
Rat bag organization? I think you just coined a phrase.
Because the guy holding the rat bag is Patrick Dumont.
Yep.
Look, Nico Harrison deserved criticism and lived with this vitriol for 9 months, showing his face, doing his job to the best of his abilities. And he did what he was instructed to do. Now, he'll go down in Dallas Mavericks history and in the minds of a lot of fans as a buffoon for making that trade. And I think it's going to get worse as time goes on. That's the good news. The Lakers are, they got Luka for the next 10 years. Great. But he did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine withstanding that type of hate and treatment from your own fan base because you appeased your bosses and then they turn around and 10 games into a season fire you for doing what you did?
And thereby completely pointing the finger right at you. You are the reason.
Look, again, Nico is going to go down as a buffoon.
Yeah.
Patrick Dumont is a worm.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt about it. And so now the Mavericks are waiting for Anthony Davis to get back, and people think Anthony Davis looks tremendously out of shape.
We're waiting.
Well, have you seen pictures of him recently?
No.
He's gained a lot of weight. Now, there are people who claim that was by design, that it's designed to help him improve durability. I don't understand adding 15 pounds to your frame is going to help Anthony Davis. He looks, and he joked about it. He said, well, that Texas barbecue is a mother.
Yeah, there's that, but he carries a lot of weight in his eyebrow.
So look, this is quite the news out of the NBA. It's been a crazy year already. It really, really has been. From the LeBron element where he's on the end of the Lakers bench, seemingly having no fun whatsoever when the Lakers win, to Eric Spoelstra getting his house burned down and not leaving the team, still coaching, and they're playing fantastic. I don't know what's gotten into Jaime Jaquez, but he's back to being the player he was a couple of years ago.
And last night, I don't know how much NBA everyone watched. Last night was maybe the best night of the season in terms from a game standpoint.
3 buzzer beaters last night?
3 buzzer beaters, 2 overtime games. The Heat-Cavs game was double overtime. 0.4 seconds left. Wiggins dunks it at the buzzer. Grayson Allen had 42 points last night. It was from top to bottom maybe the best
That was the most
night.
inexcusable end-of-game defense I've ever seen from an NBA team to let Wiggins get free on that play.
Well, and what was different about that play that was drawn up by Miami was it seemed like sometimes you get guys setting picks and rolling hard to the basket for an alley-oop dunk. There was a delay to it all that I think made the play work, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Eric Spoelstra was in his bag in that one.
He was, and he's a really good coach.
Yeah. Well, they were celebrating, I think Chris Quinn is the new assistant that they had. He's the one that actually drew that up in a timeout, and it worked perfectly. You had 2 overtime games in the state of Florida, right?
And the end of the Magic Blazers game was inexcusable on a lot of regards.
Yeah.
And then the 45, how many shots did Cade Cunningham have?
45 shots.
Yeah.
He's the first
31 of them?
He's the first player since Kobe to miss 30 or more shots in a game. But he also had 40, 10, and 10 and 5 steals. He carried that Pistons team to a win.
But to Bick's point, the other 4 in Detroit's starting lineup.
Yeah.
Duncan Robinson, Ronald Holland II, Jalen Duren, good player, I like him. Javonte Green and Cade Cunningham. With the bench of Paul Reed, Bobby Clintman, Chaz Lanier, Dennis Jenkins. And Dennis Jenkins was great. 24 points. It's been a
They
a
were
weird
missing
year.
who? Jaden Ivey, Isaiah Stewart, Tobias Harris, who else?
Asur Thompson,
Marcus Sasser. And so Cade's like, okay, I'll play this game, but I'm taking all the shots. Is that okay, Coach? Sure, get after it, Cade.
The Detroit Pistons are 9-2. Again, this is just a season plus after the exit of Monty Williams.
I know.
When they were one of the worst teams in basketball.
I know.
And Wemby took over the Spurs Bulls game last night. He hit 2 threes under a minute left to win the game last night.
We've learned there's only one team that can put the clamps on Victor Wembanyama.
The Bulls didn't follow the Suns' blueprint.
No, they didn't. No.
The association's great.
It's been entertaining so far.
Yeah.
And when the team locally is playing like they're playing, it makes it a lot more fun,
Yeah, it
doesn't
does.
it?
It does.
So we'll get our first look at the Nico-less Mavericks tomorrow night when the Mavs host the Phoenix Suns. Coming up next, it is Tuesday. That can mean only one thing at 9:30.
Mustache.
Not a mustache. We'll do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Dunn had it, lost it, got it back. And now dribbles into the corner, feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high, 42 on the night. Suns up 103-76 with 10 minutes to go.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So I've got 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated, talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. I learned that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person to answer the phone. That blew my mind. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house. That was incredibly impressive. Plus, they will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Reason number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All technicians are trust certified, which is a pretty big deal in my book. It means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. They are the firm you can feel comfortable with letting in your front door. And all you've got to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. What a night for Grayson Allen and the Phoenix Suns. The Suns hit 19 threes in their 121-98 win over the Pelicans on Monday night, but Grayson Allen hit 10 of them. He set a Suns franchise record for threes made in a game, and he also set a new career high with 42 points, and the Suns moved to 6-5 through their first 11 games, and here was head coach Jordan Knott on Grayson's career night.
Yeah, he makes it look pretty easy. I mean, when you have that kind of range where he was shooting it from, yeah, career night, obviously, great night, very efficient night. Yeah, awesome.
The Suns are back in action on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow night. Some tough news for both ASU and Cardinal fans. Cardinals wide receiver Zay Jones will miss the remainder of the season with a torn Achilles, and Sun Devil safety Xavion Alford has been ruled out for the rest of the season. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Veterans Day savings are here. Brooklyn Betting is giving you 30% off everything online or in store, so head to brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what was your favorite performance by a Suns player so far this season? Has it been Grayson Allen's 42 points and 10 three-pointers on Monday? Was it Jalen Green's 29 points in his Suns debut? Was it Devin Booker's near triple-double versus the Clippers, or Mark Williams' 25 points off the bench at Utah?
It was by far for me Grayson Allen last night.
Yeah,
that was just a virtuoso performance.
It was Grayson Allen, the separation, Jalen Green too. With all due respect to Book and Mark Williams,
Yes.
those two performances have shined.
I would agree, and that's how the voting has been. Grayson Allen, 68% of the vote. Jalen Green, 21%. Mark Williams, 6%. D-Book, 5%. So there you go.
Grayson Allen hit so many threes, I counted to 3 more than Lawrence Welk, babe.
1, 2, 3.
Maybe I should do that. Think people would get that reference?
No. I'm not even
that
sure how many
reference.
people on this show got that reference.
Jared got it.
I got it. I'm an old soul.
You're an old something. That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
That's your mom, and she's got a mustache.
Oh,
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yes,
that was a great one.
That was an old one.
That was from the early days of the.
That was when I
game.
played a Tom Waits clue that you had no idea who it was,
Yeah.
and you got very mad at me.
I was
and
playing
that
from-
was your response.
I was playing from home during COVID.
Yes, how about that?
Yeah.
That's how long that was.
I
5
remember
years
that.
old. But it is a happy Veterans Day to all, and a happy Mustache Day to all, because we're playing America's fastest growing facial hair-related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Mustache, not mustache. Well, I'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murad have to guess whether the person talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First 1 to 10 wins. I hope everyone listening is playing along, or if you're watching live on YouTube, Arizona Sports page, you can play along at home. Keep track of your own scores. Today's topic
Creedence Clearwater Revival, not a mustache.
is not War or Veterans Day. It was going to be that, but it was such a vast thing to pool to pick from that I couldn't narrow down picks. So instead, because of Grayson Allen's incredible game last night, it is all things gray. Gray-themed edition of Mustache, not a mustache. That was a good guess, though.
Luke Lipinski's wardrobe, not a mustache.
Luke Lipinski's personality, not a mustache. No, I think he does have. Does he, have a mustache? Now?
Yeah,
I think he does have a beard now. Okay, anyway. Dan Bickley, would you like to go 1st
I'll go
or
first.
second? You would like to go
Yeah.
first? Well, then why not go with this one to start?
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
Is that Johnny Cash, not a mustache?
That is Johnny Cash sounding like he's near death,
Yeah.
but must have been at the very end of his career. But yes, that is correct.
That was a good rhyme, too. Johnny Cash, not a mustache.
Oh, yeah, baby. All right, Vince Marotta.
Yes. Gray is my favorite color. That is Counting Crows, Adam Duritz. I think to use Jarrett's terminology, he had the chin pupka but no mustache.
That's very well said. Yes. I think he later had a beard, but this was early in his career. It sounded very much to me like young Bruce Springsteen in that song. All right, 2-2, good start for both of you.
All right.
Dan Bickley.
Has anybody seen the Springsteen movie, by the way?
I have not.
I have not. I heard very mediocre, I heard. Also, part of his career that I don't really... I like early Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band stuff, first 3 albums.
I haven't
All
seen
right.
it yet either.
Okay, Dan.
Right.
Well, everybody is on pins and needles across the country, particularly those teams who are in the running for LeBron James. You ready to go, LeBron? So what's new? What's been going on with you this summer?
That's great. Jim Gray, not a mustache.
That is correct. What a schmagegi that guy is.
He's come on the show a couple times.
What a good guy. Friend of the show. Love him. All right.
Schmagegi. Schmagegi or not a schmagegi?
All right. Dan Bickley.
No.
Just got 2 points. Let me finish.
Marotta. Yeah.
Vince Marotta.
Okay, on 3. Cut the gray wire. 1, 2.
Wait. I don't have a gray wire. I have red, green, and yellow.
That's weird. I have light gray, medium gray, dark gray. My bad. I'm colorblind.
Majority voice there.
It's, that is Ken Jeong as Mr. Chow, not a mustache.
That is correct. I believe that's from Hangover Part 3.
Yes.
Wow.
When that first started, I thought it sounded like Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons, often
Yeah,
confused
kind of.
for Dr. Ken. All right, Dan Bickley.
4-4.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey, and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday, I'm in love.
That's the Cure, not a mustache.
That is correct. That was during the 5 minutes in the 90s when Robert Smith was not depressed.
Or running the ball for the Minnesota Vikings.
That's right. That's a good idea for a...
That's true. The 5 minutes he wasn't depressed. Yeah, it's a good point.
Have we ever done that? People that share a name? Famous people that share a name?
Oh, that's a... Uh-oh.
Could be a good mock my world. Okay.
Somebody write it down, or we will forget it collectively by tomorrow.
Somebody get Jared a pen.
All right. Vince Marotta, this is
a piece of paper.
And a piece of paper.
The gray themed edition, Vince.
Kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels, yeah. And now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave.
Is that what he says, gray? That last
Gray,
word
on the
is
gray.
Wow.
I never knew that myself.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to sing the baby line right there.
That is Seal, not a mustache.
That is Seal, famously not any type of hair at all on his body.
Yeah.
All right.
Which
Like
is
like a seal.
just like a seal.
Like a seal, exactly.
I used to be able to do a seal call. That
Yeah,
was
what-
not good.
that happened there?
That wasn't good. That's better.
Okay.
All right.
Your monkey call took over.
It did.
All right. Dan Bickley, we got perfect scores so far in this gray themed edition.
On a cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor little baby child is born in the ghetto.
Oh, you got me, Jarrett.
And his mama cried.
I don't know.
Who does it sound like?
Well,
Cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor...
That part right there.
Yeah, listen, I obviously I'm trying to figure that out, Jarrett.
Okay.
But I don't. But I'm coming up with nothing. But it doesn't sound like this guy would have a mustache.
That is correct. He
All
does
right.
not have a mustache. That is an old fat Elvis Presley.
Oh, okay.
That was maybe his last hit there.
All right.
All right.
I can't hear that song without thinking of Eric Cartman.
Oh, yeah.
And the guitar.
Should have done that one. All right. Dan Vince Marotta to take the lead.
Vince Marotta.
Dan Vince Marotta take the lead.
Talk of circadian rhythm, I see today with the newsprint gray, my night is colored. Had a great day, sleeper.
REM Michael Stipe, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, you need this one.
I do need this one.
Sorry that you feel that way. The only thing there is to say, every silver lining's got a touch of gray. I will get by.
That's Jerry Garcia, Grateful Dead, definitely a mustache.
That is correct. I believe that's their highest, their only like top 10 song they've ever had.
I think it's the only song that ever charted.
Yeah,
by
something
them.
like that. Yeah. All right, for the win.
Okay.
It's a short one, so pay attention. Here we go.
Pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon?
That's Mike Myers from Wayne's World, one of the Wayne's World movies. Not a mustache.
That is correct. Well done. Very well played. The topic may have been gray, but you brought a burst of color to the listeners' ears with this edition of
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
A burst of color, babe.
Burst of color. That's what we did, Vinny.
You've been known to crumple up paper that you need, so you sure you don't need that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Final thoughts on this Tuesday next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the claws by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz, where you'll find more than big screen televisions. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, and all kinds of audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you need a big screen television, Waltz can take your fandom to the very next level. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. And now with the cool weather coming, with fall arriving, with temperature getting down to the higher 60s this weekend, now is a great time to go get yourself an outdoor television from Waltz. Put it in your backyard. The quality of outdoor televisions has gone through the roof in a good way in recent years. Go check those out as well at Waltz. You're also going to get an extremely knowledgeable staff that will show you what products work best with live action sports. Remember, when you visit Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get a little extra incentive. They're going to give you 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Feed a family, make
a kid happy and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, U-Haul, and ABC 15. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 truck or Lincoln Corsair SUV. For more info, go to givetotheclock.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build,
Play, pop, pop, every day.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
All right, piggybacking off of Jarrett's theme for Mustache. Not a mustache.
Yeah.
I was going to play Macy Gray, and I was like, we want to hear Macy Gray. So I went into my own personal, well, I haven't thought about this song in years.
His Gray playlist that he has.
Gray Cell Green by a band called Ned's Atomic Dustbin.
Oh, okay.
Does this not smack of early 90s?
The name
Very
sure
much
does.
so, yeah.
They were big for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not anymore. But the only Gray song I could think of. Gray Cell Green, Ned's Atomic Dustbin. I'm going to listen to this in its entirety later today. It's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
A story we wanted to get into in the NFL. One of maybe the most inexcusable defeat of the NFL season so far belongs to the Buffalo Bills. They beat Kansas City one week, then they get absolutely hammered by the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
To the point where people, I have a nephew who's a big Bills fan, and with the Brian Daboll news yesterday, I was like, maybe the Bills can get him so he can help out the offense. Because he helped out the offense once upon a time there. But losing to the Dolphins in that way, they got hammered by a bad football team.
Yeah.
And we saw all of the locker room footage. The Dolphins were celebrating like a team that didn't fear like they were going to lose their head coach. Maybe win solves everything.
Well, the way I look at this is, look, things have not gone well for the Dolphins, but Mike McDaniel is a very good coach. In fact, Mike McDaniel is a guy that is right from that Kyle Shanahan zone running scheme. His running game concepts are not only well received in the NFL, they're frequently copied. So my point is that is a very there are real assets to him as a coach. Now, I don't know about a head coach, but he brings a lot to the table in terms of designing a running game.
Yes.
So to me, if you know you've got a good coach, maybe that's what the Dolphins are doing. Now, I don't think Stephen Ross is known for making really good decisions like this, but
no.
But if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, you have got to be thinking, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
There's still time for him to win Coach of the Year.
It would. I don't know about this year.
I saw you put your arms up. Are you a Mike McDaniel fan?
I think he's a very. To your point, I think he could be a very, very good offensive coordinator.
Yep.
But I do think I like what he brings to the team.
Yeah, I mean,
he picked him to win Coach of the Year in our preseason predictions.
That's right.
He also
not fired yet.
Part of the reason he started off so badly in our spreadsheet is because he kept picking the Dolphins and they kept being terrible.
And then they could have helped you out this week, although you didn't need the help. I do think Mike McDaniel's an interesting guy. And you hit on something that is also interesting. Is this maybe a move towards... We just saw Brian Daboll get blown out in New York, and people were like, that's a mistake. I don't know if that was a mistake. But is there a movement towards patience again? We mentioned Mike Vrabel earlier on. Tennessee did not show patience with him. Look what he's doing in Tennessee. Maybe that's the case. And Mike McDaniel, the other interesting thing he did, apparently, was after the Dolphins beat the Bills, he gets in his car, and there's a photo of him in his car driving by a place called Elbow Room in South Florida.
Very famous bar.
Which is, that's where the Panthers took the Stanley Cup to celebrate.
I've been there.
But it's apparently a big Buffalo Bills bar right in the middle of Miami. Apparently he drove by. He was asked about it and said, well, I do live in that area, but, AI is a thing.
And it's great, too, because if you see the picture of it, he's just like slow rolling on this side street next to the bar, and he's just got this boss look while he's looking out the window.
And there's a guy wearing my least favorite clothing item, a short sleeve hoodie.
Oh.
Awful.
Yeah.
But he's wearing a short sleeve Bills hoodie with this look on his face, and he's in the foreground of the picture that looked like his dog just died. It's a perfect photo.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
So, Vinny, you're saying I shouldn't wear my short sleeve workout hoodie to work one morning?
Look, if you want to be ridiculed by me and the fashion plate that I am, then absolutely not. I don't know if it's my least favorite. I'm thinking about it. Least favorite, a least favorite look would be for me for men, the blazer, suit jacket, turtleneck, gold chain combo.
The rough look.
I think is just awful.
I don't like the blazer over the hoodie that the young billionaires wear.
I don't like that either.
Andrew Whitworth wears every week on Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. He's got a lot of hoodies and a lot of blazers.
Wow.
But then again...
And again, take it from me, because
everyone
look at me.
Dress how you enjoy, I guess.
Coming from Jared,
right.
That's saying something. I'm curious to see what the fallout, too, is coming from Dallas on the Patrick Dumont, Nico Harrison thing.
Yeah, you and me both, because it is really, that's quite something.
I don't like the Mavericks one bit.
Yeah.
They will always have a place on my blank list, if you will.
Yep.
But, man, that is just dirty pool.
It sure is. Absolutely brutal is what that is.
That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thank you to Kent Summers for joining us. Thanks to ASU head coach Bobby Hurley. If you missed those interviews, you can always catch up on ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. We are everywhere, if you don't know this by now. Speaking of being everywhere, Wolf and Luke are up next, 10 to 2. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Did you know that if you have an 800 credit score or higher, there is a 95% chance that you're in the wrong mortgage? People with excellent credit excel in a life changer loan where they can bank inside their mortgage. In fact, our average client pays off their home in just 5 years without changing a dollar of spending habit. Pay down, pay off, borrow back on your terms. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113,000 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all. Plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.99% 60-month financing. Or get low 0.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $1,431 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, Más Tacos, Más Wings.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Take a bow, Grayson Allen. Not only did Allen set a career high with 42 points last night, he set a Suns franchise record for threes made in a game. His 10 threes helped the Suns get a 121-98 win against the Pelicans, and the Suns have now won 5 out of their last 6, and here was Grayson Allen on his career night.
I was kind of thinking, how many do I have now? And somebody said 9. And so once I knew I had 9, I have to be honest, I knew I wanted 10 at that point, just because I know how many times I've hit 9 here and knowing what the record is.
The Suns are off tonight, but will be in Dallas for the Mavericks tomorrow. Week 10 in the NFL wrapped last night in a slugfest on Monday Night Football. The Eagles beat the Packers 10-7 in Lambeau. As for the Cardinals, they'll get ready for Mac Jones and the San Francisco 49ers coming to town this Sunday, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Man, what's going on, Luke? We are talking live, are we not? Live on the air. What an awesome thing it is. Good morning, Basinonians. How are you? Good morning. Command and Control, are you doing well back there? Yes, it's only Rick back there.
It's only
today.
Command
That's
today.
Right, only Command is back there right now. And we got Sammy the Bull, of course, in the blue wedge. Sammy, how are you? Yes, good morning.
Are you going to tell him his update was great today? Because yesterday you were like, oh, it was above average.
No, I was not going to say it. I was
Okay.
not. But you know what? I am ready to broadcast. How about you?
I am ready, and I'm going to start off by potentially butchering a stat I'm trying to concoct out of thin air, okay?
All right, that's not a good way to start the show, but let's do it anyway.
Well, but when you hear what the stat is trying to be, so the Suns have won 5 of 6, all right?
Yes, okay.
So I went back and looked at last year to see how often they won 5 of 6.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a tough stat to quantify because, like, when you win 5 of 6, then you lose a game, but you win 2 more. Technically, you've won 5 of 6 again. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
They only did this or better 3 times last year.
Wow.
They won 5 of 6 March 14th through the 24th. They had a stretch where they won 8 of 10 January 9th through the 27th. And then, of course, at the start of the year last year, they won 7 in a row after they started 1-1.
Okay, go ahead and raise your hand if what Luke just said right now resonated with you. Do you remember seeing that last year? Do you remember feeling that last year? I do not.
Well, but
I do not.
I remember the 7 in a row.
So you're telling me they won 5 of 6, okay, and 7 in a row last year. I don't remember that.
Well,
I do not have.
Wasn't that like
right at the beginning of the season?
The
at
7 in a
all.
row was right at the beginning because they were 8-1 to begin the year.
Okay, I
so
do
remember
that now.
And I
okay?
remember this.
Now that you say it, but you know what? The feeling, once again, is not there.
And that's kind of where I was going with this. That was the highest paid team in the NBA last year, and something they did basically just 3 times last year. I mean, 7 in a row is better than 5 of 6. I get it, but you understand what I'm saying. 5 of 6 or slightly better is something they did 3 times all of last year. The highest paid team, or the highest payroll in the NBA last year, and this year they've already done it. They've already won 5 of 6 and looking to keep this going. And I mean, I am impressed when a team goes out there and just handles a team they should beat. And on paper last night, New Orleans, certainly a team the Suns should beat. And they just destroyed them.
Yeah, they did. Where do you start on this one, Basinonians? The best thing about this game to me is I saw a team that was tenacious. I saw a team that was tough and didn't care about who they were playing. It really wasn't about who. I saw a team that had an opportunity to play up to their standard and not the Pelicans' standard. And that, to me, going into it, that's all I wanted to see. This is a little team character that we saw last night from the Phoenix Suns. This is a little bit of
pull back the curtain and go ahead and look inside the locker room as to what we're going to see. You know what? We should go out and handle the Pelicans. Even though we're not a great team, even though right now we're a 500 team for the most part, we should handle the Pelicans, especially with the injury situation being what it is and them being 2-7.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go handle it. Take care of your business. To me, that's exactly what the Suns did last night, and that to me is being a pro. Do your job.
Well, how about this version of the stat I just gave you? If they win their next game and they win 4 in a row, that's something last year's team only did twice over the course of 82 games. And again, one of them was the 7-game winning streak right out of the gate. It's just, this is a long way of me saying I didn't expect this yet from this team. I got on board with the Jordan Ott hiring over the offseason. You kind of do some, ask around the league. And and you kind of see what his resume was. And this guy was going to get a job anyway at some point. Maybe it's a year earlier, but it's not just because he went to Michigan State. And then you talk to him for a little bit. And we talked to him at a media day. You talked to how some of the players are responding to him. But then you see what this team is doing. And yeah, you got to give Devin Booker a ton of credit. And yeah, Grayson Allen scored 42 last night. But it's really hard to look at this and not think Jordan Ott is the architect behind it. And it really, really sheds a light on how much they could have used a coach like Jordan Ott last year, probably.
Yeah, and all I kept thinking about is, well, this without Jalen Green. Look, everybody, there's Dylan Brooks out there, of course, but this without Jalen Green. And again, I realized they were playing a shorthanded New Orleans Pelicans team, yet at the same time, you also have to look at Brian Gregory and what he has put together as well. Again, I didn't think this team was going to be capable of winning 39 games. I think 37 is where I actually settled on. Rick, of course, had a different view.
Rick had them at 80-2.
Right now, after 10,
setting the wins record, I think is what you said.
After 11 games, you know what? They look really, really good. They look competitive to me, and I love that.
And I get, the Clippers didn't have Kawhi both games. They didn't have Harden the first. You can say all that stuff, but the problem is in the NBA in 2025, that's going to happen a lot of nights. You're going to play teams that aren't at full strength. And also, to your point, the Suns aren't at full strength. They've had Jalen Green for 5 quarters of these first 11 games. 5 quarters. They've had Dylan Brooks for about half the games. They had 1 quarter of overlap where they had Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. And especially when you consider how early in this era of Suns basketball we are, you'll take wins. And just keep stacking as many wins as you can. Would this not be the most Arizona sports thing to do, Wolf, when there's no expectations to go out there and greatly exceed them?
Yes.
I mean, that's the other side of it. When there's expectations, the teams in the city seem to have a hard time. When there are no expectations, though, totally exceed. Not just exceed like, hey, we thought you'd win 20 and you won 25. It's like, the Vegas over-under was 30.5.
Yeah.
It sure feels like they're going to blow right past that right now.
In going into this game, I was looking specifically for this. As a professional athlete, you've been given talent. Would you say that's a true statement?
I would hope so.
What do you do with that talent, right, Basinonians? What do you do? It's the same way at work. Somebody's been given talent. What do you do with that talent? The Suns have talented players, but to watch them actually go out and play defense the way they did last night, to watch them embrace the suck buttermilk of trying hard on the defensive end of the floor, to watch them compete like they did and watch them compete like they have over the last 5 or 6 games, that is the best part of what I saw last night. Yeah, you've been given talent. Now play to the floor with blood under your nails. And you know what? That's what we saw last night. Or back in the day, as we used to say, to the ground. To the ground. Just walk up to some dude. To the ground.
To the ground?
Yeah. To the ground.
Sounds like a turf company. Here's Devin Booker after the game. He was asked, why is this year's team, why do they look like they're having a lot more fun than last year's team did?
You guys seem to be having a lot more fun out there this year than you did last year.
Yeah.
Why is all that the mix of the team, the coach? What's the whole difference?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences. Different players, different coaching staff. It's a whole new vibe. So, we've lost last season. It was tough on the whole city, but we feel rejuvenated.
Who wants to underperform? I mean, just honestly right now.
Somebody out there just raised their hand.
Yeah, somebody did.
And I tip my hat that I'm not wearing to you for raising your hand, probably in the middle of your office right now. And people are like, why are you raising your hand?
Yes.
Oh, no big deal. I just want to not do well today.
The bottom 5 teams in the NBA.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're always tanking.
Wouldn't you rather over-deliver?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather do that? Of course. So now all of a sudden you go out every night. The expectation on you is, okay, there's this guy, this old guy, he's savage, but there's this old guy who talks on the radio and all he wants to see is competitive, non-competitive. He doesn't care if they win or lose, just wants to see him be competitive. That's the expectation that is out there for a lot of people. Not Rick, maybe, but the expectation out there, I just want to see him go out and compete and be competitive.
Well, I think that's changing now, isn't it?
Now, yeah, but you know what? As a player, how fun is that to go out and over-deliver? Okay, watch this. Now, last night is different. It was the Pelicans. I get it. They're 2-7. Was Zion out on the floor? No. They're 2-7.
But again, he's often not out on the floor. I mean, that's
True.
just the NBA now. Unless you're Mikal Bridges or Jalen Green this season, you miss games. But those two guys just don't. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford. All right, when we come back, what's the best way for the Cardinals to move on from whatever happened Sunday in Seattle? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Goodwin gets it in. That'll take the final seconds off the clock. Suns win 121-98, the final score tonight, behind a career-high 42 points and a new franchise record 10 threes made by Grayson Allen. Suns win their third in a row and are over 500 for the first time this season at 6-5.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you just moved in right away? You didn't wait around to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. There's no showings. There's no double moves. There's none of that extra stuff. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. You don't want to do that. The Orchard experts will take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. That way you can help you attract the right buyers, because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way, so it's nothing new to them. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. That's a huge part of this. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Grayson Allen's career-high 42 engulfs the Pelicans, and the Suns got their 5th win in their last 6. The Diamondbacks reportedly have motivation to trade Catel Marte this winter, and the Suns' offense will be pushed to its limits after another Jalen Green injury. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, thanks to everybody listening in Deer Valley right now. Appreciate Deer Valley.
What's up, Deer Valley?
And all of the valley.
Of course. But especially Deer.
Especially
Valley.
Deer Valley. We got a busy show here as far as guests coming up, too, okay? Let me run through some of these names.
Okay.
First of all, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting at 12:30. So that'll be you calling in as guests, okay?
Not me.
No, not you specifically. But you will be here for that, ideally.
I believe it is a listeners-only meeting.
Yes. Thank you. Kellen Olson's going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour to talk about this Suns team. Patrick Peterson's going to join us in exactly 1 hour from now. And Bob Nightingale is actually going to join us in about 15 minutes because he's the one that had that report that the Diamondbacks might be motivated to move Catel Marte this offseason. So who better to ask than him? I mean, I guess Mike Hazen, but he's probably not going to want to talk about that. So Bob Nightingale would be second on the list. Right now, though, Wolf, let's get into some NFL football. And
oh, darn.
Before we get into the Cardinals, I got to ask, how much did you love that game last night? 0-0 at halftime.
Just brutal and beautiful.
I was like, Wolf must just be loving this right
just
now.
Honestly, I do from time to time. I will admit, Basinonians, that I don't want to see every game 10-7. I don't. I don't want to see that. 21-17, now we're talking. 24-21, love a game right there. But yeah, I don't want to see every game 10-7. Yet at the same time, the Eagles were out there, the Packers, and ladies and gentlemen, it was Lambeau Field.
I do feel like, that game last night is a 10-7 game I kind of appreciate more. It just felt like it was really good defense being played.
Yeah.
Whereas like the Thursday night game, the Raiders-Broncos game going into this past week that was 10-7, it just felt like nobody could do anything right. I like if it's a low-scoring game because the defenses are making plays, then that's football to me. If it's low-scoring because the offenses are just running into themselves, that's not really it's not as great. All right, for the Cardinals, they got to move on from that Seattle game as quickly as possible because they have San Francisco coming up on Sunday. Jonathan Gannon on the Cardinals radio network after the game on Sunday was asked if you even watch the film of a game like that.
With this game film, do you watch it? Do you drill down?
Yeah, we're going to watch it. We're going to learn from it, why that happened, and don't let it happen again.
Bingo. Totally agree with Jonathan. Totally agree with Gannon. In that case right there. Absolutely. Incredible. You've got to watch the tape And you know what? You have to watch it maybe together. Now, I'm sure they did not do that.
No popcorn.
I'm sure they did not. I have been on teams where they've done it together. Okay, offense. You're sitting in there with the offense and defense. Offense, here you go. They throw it up on the screen for everybody to watch. It's literally watching tape as a team meeting. And the defense sits there and, oh, there's the red dot on you as an offensive player. Hey, Wolfley, boy, can you block this guy? Look at your technique on this. I mean, this is literally what they would do sometimes when it gets really, really bad. I don't think the Arizona Cardinals are there in that regard. I don't. But a couple more losses where they get whipped on the line of scrimmage, yeah, we could see that.
Yeah, and it is important though to kind of point out their record is 3-6. There's no way around that. But Sunday was their first truly bad game of the season. I mean, you could argue the Tennessee game was a truly bad game. It was really the final quarter and a half or whatever. That was bad for different reasons, but every other loss they were in till the final minute, basically. Some of them down to the final second.
They should have won. I think we all understand why they didn't.
Let's put it this way. 3 years from now, I'm going to remember the Tennessee game a lot more vividly than the Seahawks game that just happened.
I'm going to remember the Tennessee game 3 years from now, Lord willing, of course, and the Carolina game from last year.
Just making a list. I still think the Tennessee game this year's worse. But as far as moving on now, here's Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him, did you guys feel like you were prepared for that one?
Yeah, 100%. I felt really good going into that game. But, that plans changed, huh? I got to say, too, I told the team today, no one should be looking around like why that happened. Like, we all had our hand in that. And, on defense, you give up 3 touchdowns in the first 3 drives. And on offense, and, 2 out of the first 3 drives, they take the ball away and score. You find yourself down a really big hole. So obviously not the result we wanted, not how we got that result, how we wanted it. And, you're really fighting uphill there early in the game with how that game fell out.
Man, I was talking about that yesterday, all day yesterday. It felt that right there, just the fact that how that game started. Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me? To go out and they take the ball and the first 3 possessions, they score. You take the ball and they, on 2 of your 3 or 4 possessions, they take it away from you and score. It was just disaster. It is the definition of disaster and how it's going to start. And the reason being as well, Basinonians, because of the 12s and where you were playing. Could you have a worse start? I don't think you literally could have a worse start up there in Seattle in front of the 12s to let that happen, where you get whipped and you get down 35-0 in a game.
Yeah. I mean, you almost have to laugh when Gannon's saying, our defense gave up touchdowns on the first 3 drives, and then our offense gave up touchdowns on the first 4 drives. Like, what do you – like 2 of the first 4 drives. Your offense is never supposed to give up a touchdown. It's funny you say that, too, about the 12s. A.Q. Shipley on the broadcast had mentioned, once they were down 7-0, this becomes very pivotal because of where you're playing. Normal game, I mean, you don't want to fall behind 14-0. I get it, but it's not insurmountable. But you get in Seattle, and especially the way that team's playing right now and the way that crowd is, and you spot them a 7-0 lead, you're in trouble. You spot them a 14-0 lead, you're on the ropes. 35-0 is, it's obscene.
Yeah, so let me go back to the original JG cut right there. Yeah, you don't flush that, Basinonians. You watch that thing. You start nitpicking at everything. You're 3-6 on the season right now. Yeah, you start nitpicking at everything. And, man, if you go back and you look at the tape from that Seattle game, there's a lot you could nitpick at. And there's a lot of stuff you didn't have to nit to pick, if you know what I mean.
I think, oddly enough, I do. Jonathan Gannon was also asked if it's easier to identify, this is kind of what you're saying, just in different terminology, what went wrong in a game that was that bad.
It's never really hard to, when you watch the tape, to figure out the reasons why you lost the game. That one is a lot different than the games that this year, that how they've kicked out is we got down a lot really early. And that was like I said, with the team, that was easy to see why. But, I do appreciate, being down that much coming out of half. I felt like we had a chance to get back in it. You had a chance in the red zone there to cut it to a 2-score game with a little bit of time left in the third, and who knows, but ultimately couldn't dig ourselves out. But, they know exactly why that happened.
Yeah. For me, it's the line of scrimmage. They know exactly why it happened. Offensive line and defensive line got whipped.
All right, when we come back, let's go baseball. Could the Diamondbacks actually be entertaining the thought of moving Catel Marte this offseason? We're going to ask USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale, who had the story. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself. A little tip from your Uncle Ron, my young Crunk brothers. You just don't want to do it. Moving can be very, very difficult. All the organizational skills that you have to have in order to move, you don't want me actually heading up your moving. You don't want that going on. Moving Team 6, though, they understand. That's right. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions. You're going to be glad that you've been working with Moving Team 6 once you hire them, Basinonians, because you're going to see they are professionals. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're local as well, and what I love, they're family-owned and operated. That's right, the Lee family, of course, Tim Lee. He's the owner and operator, and he runs Moving Team 6 right here in the Basin. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona sports fans, Just Pickle Courts is here to play. From backyard retreats to large resort-quality builds, we handle it all from design to install. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play. Pop, pop, pop every day.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And Arizona men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long only at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday morning, and we are pleased to be joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Talk a little baseball in the middle of November. What's going on, Bob?
Yeah, doing great. How about you guys?
Doing good.
Doing well, Bob. Appreciate your time, buddy.
Sure.
I wanted to reference something you had in your MLB hot stove story. I'm sure you knew we were going to go here, but you mentioned Catel Marte in there as somebody that the Diamondbacks might be willing or even motivated to move. How are you surprised that we are at this point, or how likely is something like that to actually happen this offseason?
I don't think it's likely, but it doesn't surprise me that, you know what, he's got 10-5 rights 1 week and about 10 days into next season. Like, if you're going to trade him, now's the time. It's the only chance you have before he has, full no trade rights. So, but obviously, we know what the story was last year, taking the vacation after the All-Star break and missing time, changing some players. It's almost like, well, he's a talented guy. Let's see what people have to offer. And people do that. I remember when Kevin Towers, the former D-backs GM, was with the Padres. He even listened to offers for Trevor Hoffman and Tony Gwynn. Like, it doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah, no, that's a great point by you. Bobby, for some people out there who may not know, talk to them about what the 10-5 rights are.
So the deal is, if you have 10 years in the major leagues and 5 with the same team, you have automatic no-trade rights. So they cannot trade you without your permission. Teams don't like to give out the regular no-trade clause, but in this case, it protects the player. So, in this case, if they want to trade him, a year from now, they're going to have to give his permission. And he can say, no, I'm only going to go these places, or no, hey, I'll go somewhere if they give me another 2 or 3 years on my contract.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, if they did trade him, just in your opinion, how is that giving up too much offense when you consider they already moved Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor towards the end of last year?
I mean, it's given a lot of offense, but they need pitching. I mean, they have so many pitchers on the injury list. That's why their payroll is going to go down. Just because those guys are paying him anyway. Whether it's Burns at $35 million and those type of things. The co-closers, Martinez and AJ Puck. So no, they need pitching. So they get some nice control of pitching, and he's got a favorable team contract. So I think get a lot for him. The problem, of course, is people say, "Wait a minute now, why are you so itching to trade this guy? Can he fit into our team?" A little bit like a Jazz Chisholm with the Marlins, whose trade value is way down because of talent. But he went to New York, he was fine. And I think people say, okay, can he fit into our clubhouse? Do we have that kind of veteran leadership to say, you know what, you can't take days off here. You're not taking 2 days off after the All-Star break. That's inexcusable.
So, Bobby, this is at the core of my question right here. When I think of Catel Marte and the talent of Catel Marte, why would the Arizona Diamondbacks even consider trading him?
I think just to see what you can get. I mean, let's face it, when you miss time off like he did after the All-Star break, it irritates everybody in the clubhouse. You should not have to have a coaching staff beg a guy to play down the stretch. In 2024, when they blew that lead against the Brewers last week of the season in their race, you can't take a day off. You saw what Yamamoto did for the Dodgers, just pitched 6 innings, and he volunteers, hey, I'll pitch the next night. you got to have guys that want to play every single day. There's guys Freddie Freeman got hurt, and he was playing 162 games, year after year. So was Marcus Semien for a while. Matt Olson's got that streak. So I think if you're a veteran player and you're taking time off, it sets a bad example for the younger guys.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, if it got to the point where they actually did move him, what is a reasonable return for the Diamondbacks to be looking for, do you think?
Well, you got to get some young arms that are proven. I'm just throwing a name out, like Hunter Green has got a very favorable contract. Still got 4 more years of control with him. That sort of thing. You need a guy you can control for 4 or 5 years. And you got to be right on. You got to be saying, you know what, this guy's going to be a stud pitcher. Let's go with him, because they don't. Right now they don't have that pitching to survive in the National League West. To be a contender next year. Not with all the guys on the injury list. So realistic, you're probably looking at 2027.
So Bobby, what kind of market do you think would be out there for Catel Marte? What kind of interest do you think they'll get on this? Because I would imagine it's going to be incredible, right?
Incredible, but just with a caveat, why the Diamondbacks trading him? What do they know that we don't know? If they want to trade him, is there some red flags here that we don't want him in our clubhouse either? That, if he's taking time off the Diamondbacks, is he going to take time off, with us? That sort of thing. So there'll be interest, but it's also why the Diamondbacks are willing to trade him, that sort of thing.
Talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, just going back to something you had just said a couple minutes ago, how do you approach the 2026 season if you are the Diamondbacks? Because you do have a lot of offense, and you're going to have pitching presumably in the second half. But, yeah, those guys, Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, are all out to start the year, and you're in a division with the Dodgers and Padres and Giants. Are you playing more for 2027, or do you think they still have a shot in 2026?
I think they have a shot, but I think realistically you're playing for 27. Even Corbin Burns, we're talking about second half, when? September, August? You have that much money invested in Corbin Burns, you're not going to rush him back. There's no way you're going to do that. So, when you're talking about those type of surgeries, the Tommy John surgeries, it's usually a long recovery. So, they would never come out and say, hey, we're punting on 26. But I think realistically, so much would have to go right because, the Giants are going to keep on spending. The Padres could drop off a little bit, but the division is just, so powerful. And, obviously the Dodgers aren't going away.
Bobby, when I think of Catel Marte, of course, I think of all the tangible things that he does. The incredible talent that he has, the incredible hitter and player that he truly is. But the intangibles, you already talked a little bit about the example that he might set for some of the younger guys in terms of being a general dude and being respected in that clubhouse. Does he have a good reputation in the clubhouse?
So he gets a reputation. People kind of raise their eyebrows, like, man, this guy's that talented. But he's taking time off here. He's doing his own thing. Going back to like a jazzism, once you got to the Yankee clubhouse with Aaron Judge, hey, we don't put up with that kind of stuff. And, the Diamondbacks don't have those veteran guys. There's no way in the world if Catel Marte was playing for the Dodgers, he would have got away with that. The veterans would have jumped all over him. What are you doing? Get out of here, that sort of thing. So, they don't have that real veteran leadership in the clubhouse to jump on a guy like that.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, just while we have you, I wanted to ask you about Zach Gallen. He got the qualifying offer from the D-backs. That was expected. But where do you see him potentially ending up next year?
I think he ends up back east. I think he ends up with the Mets. I think he gets a 3 or 4 year deal. He's probably going to get an opt-out after, year 1 or 2, say, you know what, I'm a whole lot better, than he showed last year. He's healthy. People like the fact he doesn't throw max velocity and is such a sharp pitcher. So I think he'll definitely turn on the qualifying offer here, the next 8 or 9 days. And then, he's from the Philadelphia area. I think he wants to go back east. I think he loves pitching in the limelight. Remember last year against the Yankees and Mets, I think it's 3-0 with a sub-2 ERA. He loves that stuff. Where some guys will turn up pressure, I think he thrives under it.
Bob, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for the
buddy.
insight.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys. Take care, buddies.
All right, you too. Man. That's Bob Nightingale joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Boy, that line, what did he say? That if he was on the Dodgers, he never would have gotten away with that.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that hurts, but it's also true. But it hurts.
Yeah, it does. Again, it just speaks to the intangibles of the clubhouse and how important that is. It's like the intangibles of the locker room, the leadership or lack thereof sometimes, and the impact it can have on a team.
That's another, way we have to look at this too. And we're going to talk about this again later on in the show, but this is a young team now in a lot of ways, the Diamondbacks. They don't, look, you don't have Christian Walker from a couple years ago who was a clear-cut, established veteran leader. Now you don't have Merrill Kelly anymore either. And it's not like there's no leadership in there, but if you're looking around for leaders, I mean, what are you looking at? Corbin Burns is hurt, so he can't really be that guy. So what is it? Perdomo? It's, you're hoping Corbin Carroll becomes it, but those guys are young, and they're significantly younger than Catel, so are they going to go up to him and be like, nope, you got to play? I don't know. It is kind of a weird dynamic right now if that were to become an issue again. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jaguars. The team needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. Listen in at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. for your chance to win today through Thursday. When we come back, how concerning is the latest group of Cardinals injuries? Feels like it's never ending. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin. Yes, he is, in fact, the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the Golden Paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Did you know that leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? I did not know that. If you have an old 401k you aren't sure what to do with, well, you can call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future, of course. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters the most. One of the reasons why you need to call Trajan Wealth today. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. 480-360-7900. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth Advisory Services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, and with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, Oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Suns fans, Spinato's Pizza is now serving pies inside Mortgage Matchup Center. Find them at sections 103, 113, and 418. Spinato's Pizza, fresh, local, your game day tradition. They teamed up with the Suns Gorilla and Mercury's Scorch for the Courtside Classic. Hot sopressata, pickled jalapenos, red onion, mozzarella, secret spice, and signature sauce. Available at all Spinato's locations and Mortgage Matchup Center. Spinato's, fresh, flavorful, and made for every fan.
Now's a great time to get a new Toyota, like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or an all-hybrid 2025 Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What needs to be the focus for the Cardinals this weekend against the 49ers? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Some elbows and knees right here.
I thought you were going to say more.
No.
Sounded like the start of a story.
Oh, I'm just saying.
It was the end of a story.
Elbows and knees right there in the mosh, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Thanks to Bob Nightingale who joined us.
Okay.
Last segment.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that. What Luke said.
Patrick Peterson joins us in about a half hour to talk about the Cardinals.
Happy!
We're giving away Cardinals tickets in a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And then listeners only meeting at 12:30. Kellen Olson at 1:15. Let's get back to the Cardinals here and just some of the injury updates. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday with Burns and Gambo talking specifically about Zay Jones and Simi Fehoko.
Zay Jones is going to be done for the year. He's going to go to IR. Simi Fehoko, he's got an arm. We're still kind of but he's going to miss some time. And everybody else, we'll see kind of how it comes out the week that's ahead. I don't exactly know what it looks like, as we sit here today going into playing San Francisco. But hopefully we'll, rebound from our bumps and bruises and be ready to go.
Wow. Okay. That's rough right there, because when I say that, Basinonians, Walter Nolan, the third, by way of example, I thought that didn't look good. I thought that knee, I was really worried about that knee.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying he blew out a tendon. I'm not saying he blew out his ACL, his MCL. Not talking about that. But at the same time, it looked like that was painful.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was legit. And if it was in the knee, which it looked like that's what they were looking at, that maybe you tore some meniscus, that could be a month.
Yeah, that didn't feel like he might come back later in this game sort of thing, or even this upcoming week against San Francisco. So got to wait and see. I mean, all of these guys, the injuries hit differently at this point at 3 and 6. I mean, you hate to see the injury that Zay Jones has for anybody. That's brutal. Your season's over. I don't know what that does now for the foreseeable future for Zay Jones. It feels like there's been flashes, but he's never been able to just stay on the field here, and that's a horrible injury. And then, the Walter Nolan one isn't nearly as bad of an injury by any means. But that's a guy you got to have on the field for his own personal development right now. And so every game Walter Nolan could play this season, I don't care if the Cardinals are 3 and 12, every game he could play is a big deal.
Yeah, it is. And, right now, November 2, when it rolls around, this is this is the time of year when you get into December, but November is obviously the precursor. When you get into December, a lot of times you'll start making decisions as to, hey, listen, this guy's just not going to be able to come back and help us. And because of that, you'll go ahead and start putting him on IR as well when you've got a season that has gone like this season has gone so far. So, at some point in time, it becomes a situation we got to look at some other guys as well going into the offseason so that it will impact who we're going to have on the roster next year. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Here's more from JG yesterday, specifically on Nolan, although it's not a very long answer.
I know you said you don't know a ton. How has Walter come out of this?
We'll see how it goes this week.
I'm going to take that and put that in the positive category.
If it's going anywhere, yeah, because I didn't really think there would even be a discussion about this week. Is that why you're putting it in the positive category?
We'll see how it goes this week. Instead of we know how it's going to go this week, we'll see how it goes this week. Man, I heard that and I was like, whoa, what? Almost like he was day to day. We'll see how it goes this week. And then I thought, oh no, maybe it's just a situation where JG, again, is being 100% truthful. Yet at the same time, what he meant is when he goes to see the doctor, we'll see how it goes this week. You know what I mean? As opposed to, well, we'll see how he does in 9-on-7. No. I don't think that's what he was talking about.
Well, these have to be two of the most injured teams in football, the Cardinals and the 49ers. I'm sure there are, look, every team has injuries. I'm sure there are other teams that would stake a claim to that and say, no, we're right up there. And maybe there are. I'm not looking that closely at like the Bengals roster right now off the top of my head. But San Francisco is really beat up. The Cardinals are extremely beat up. And the injury report this week, if you look at the injury report when it comes out tomorrow, but then you also just have somebody or you just write in all the guys that are already on IR for these two teams too, it's like it's a shell of both of these teams playing, which is probably why they're third and fourth in the NFC West. Not that it's the whole reason, but it's probably why they have fallen behind. Even San Francisco has fallen behind the Rams and the Seahawks now.
Yes. Man, Darius Robinson I'm worried about Darius Robinson. I am. And the way I love this guy and respect this kid greatly.
He's had a rough run.
He's had a very difficult. This is a guy that was never hurt.
Yeah.
Rarely hurt.
Put him on the list of guys that come here.
And now all of a sudden, here he is, Darius Robinson, and he's hurt, banged up once again. Goes out there, he's involved. He had 4 tackles. It's just, my heart is breaking for the kid because I've seen this happen before. And although it could be corrected at some point in time, and suddenly year 3 comes rolling around and he doesn't have a sprained ankle for the rest of the time he plays. Man, it's looking like he might be one of these guys that has a hard time staying healthy.
He is a guy that is due for a good run of like, hey, 3 years and Darius Robinson didn't have to deal with anything, other than you're banged up, you're bruised over the course of a football season. But he doesn't have to miss time and it's never even an issue. Like he is due for that because that dude has had to endure a lot in the first year and a half. I mentioned Walter Nolan and how much you want to get him out there every game you can for his development. It's not like Darius Robinson is that far ahead of him. He just got here last year and he missed half of last year and he's had to deal with injuries this year too. If you're starting to look at, what this team is going to look like even beyond this year, there are certain guys that you're trying to build around.
Yeah.
And it's tough when they are not on the field.
Yes, it's very, very difficult. Back when we were playing, we didn't used to say the best ability is availability. No. We didn't used to say that back then. It was about the best thing you can be is dependable. Coaches wanted to know you were going to play. The best availability is availability.
You knew that was coming.
Just a kick. What a kick in the cradle that was, basically.
Although a statement that is technically not false.
Okay. The best availability is availability.
Technically is true.
Okay, thank you, Rick. We got it the first time. We don't need it the second time. But being dependable, stop and think about it right now. If you're a running back coach, do you want your running backs to be dependable? This guy, I'm not going to run him out there and all of a sudden he's gonna catch the ball and, you know, he'll carry it 5 times and get hurt, and all of a sudden he misses 3 weeks and he comes back and we put him back into the game. He carries the ball 4 times and he gets hurt. You don't want players who are not dependable. You don't want them because you want guys you can depend on for the most part. And injuries come into play for every human being that plays in the game of football, ladies and gentlemen. Ron Wolfley reporting. It's just a
My
fact.
sources.
It's just the way that it goes, Rick. But having said that, again, it's one of the reasons why back when I was playing Basin Onions, it was so important to be dependable. So important, you shot up. Stick the blue juice in. Here we go. Are you kidding me, Coach? Give me the blue juice. I'll go out there and do it. I can't tell you how many times I said that to a coach, and the guy said no. And the trainer said, you can't shoot that, Wolf.
Was the blue juice always blue? Like, what if it was like,
no,
it wasn't different colors?
It wasn't. We just called it the blue juice.
All right, when we come back to basketball, and we got to get into that performance by Grayson Allen last night. What is his reemergence doing for this Suns offense right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think we're seeing Devin Booker become that leader that people questioned.
That's a great point.
If he could be that guy. Because your leader has to go full-blown laying out for a loose ball in a close game. That's what you have to do. You want to lead by example. And what I think we are seeing, and I think a lot of people question this, me too, as to whether Devin Booker could be the true leader of this basketball team. What I'm seeing, the way he's playing right now, I'm seeing an unselfish player that's not just trying to take all the shots. He's getting everybody else involved. He's getting his, but he's also leading with his play on the court.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This Veterans Day, Twin Peaks honors the brave men and women who have served our country. So visit Twin Peaks November 11th, that's today, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's starting right now. For a free Veterans Day lunch, all veterans and active duty service members enjoy a complimentary lunch meal. It's their way of saying thank you for your service and sacrifice over at Twin Peaks. Come share a meal, raise a toast to America's heroes. Participation may vary by location. Dine-in only. You need a valid military ID for this. And while you're at Twin Peaks, try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. My suggestion would be start with the loaded fries or maybe the burgers. Get some chips and queso with brisket chili. But they got steak, ribs, fire-roasted salsa and chips, wings as well. You cannot go wrong. Twin Peaks has it all. And with their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss any of the sports going on right now either. And you don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark, so you can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Hey,
Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get the grandmas on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And U of A men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll give you our reactions to the Suns game last night against the Pelicans and get more insight from one of the Suns players. That's all happening on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. The Phoenix Suns win last night. They win handily, Wolf. And, you know, we did Staring at the Suns, and I took Devin Booker. I don't even remember who you took, but it wasn't Grayson Allen. Should have been Grayson Allen, probably.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, you took the whole team.
I took the whole team.
I guess technically you took Grayson Allen.
Yeah, I wanted to see the intensity of the whole team, and guess what? They brought it.
Yeah. By the way, no comment from either of you guys on the new intro I made. The new intro bed.
For Staring at the Suns?
Yeah.
Yesterday?
Did you notice that?
I did notice
Did you like it more?
Yeah, I thought it was
Rick,
okay.
you know my powers of observation are not sure lucky.
What you should have done, Rick, is just seen how long you could have played it before. I don't mean like in one moment. I mean like deep into the season before somebody said anything.
Or I really should have just done the Halloween Spooks song and just made that the music bed.
Yeah, that would have been very Jared Carlin-esque to do that. The performance last night by Grayson Allen is it's not one you're going to see all the time, obviously. 42 points. Okay, that in itself is impressive. 10 threes. Well, you've never seen a Phoenix Sun do that before. It's also because Grayson Allen in that game only played 28 minutes, Wolf. So it's also just the 26th time in NBA history that somebody has scored 42 points or more on 17 shots or fewer. I mean, that's a pretty efficient night. That's about as efficient as it gets. You take 17 shots, so 17 offensive possessions, and you conjure up 42 points out of it?
Yeah. Man, what an incredible night for Grayson Allen. Based on things, you stop and think about him lighting it up. Did he take over the arena last night?
He did.
Did he?
Getting
my
MVP
goodness.
chance.
There's the MVP chants were going on, and you could just see he's out there competing with a smile on his face. He knew he was red hot. It was incredible to watch the Phoenix Suns go out and play the way they did, with Grayson Allen going off the way that he did as well. They were 2 of 12. Think about this. The Phoenix Suns were 2 of 12. That's how they started from 3 in this game.
Mm-hmm.
2 of 12.
And then they never missed another one, it felt like.
And then from that point on, they made 9 of their next 12. 9 of 12 from that point to the half.
Yeah.
It was on fire. And so much of it was because of Grayson Allen. It was so cool to actually see him do that. I love the fact that he's a guy that will put the ball on the floor as well, take it to the rack. He does it in a very physical kind of way. He made some incredible plays yesterday, but watching him light the lamp for 42 points and set a new Suns record, that was the coolest thing by far.
I had a thought early in the first. I guess I actually had 2 thoughts in the first half. One was Rick is probably upset that Sadiq Bey doesn't go by Salt Bey, who is, of course, his Halloween costume man. Yes. He's doing the motion right now. And then the other thought, though, was I think Grayson Allen was at 18 points. So this was very early in his evening. But it was like, did somebody in New Orleans do something to Grayson Allen at some point? Like, is this payback? Because he could not miss. And I'm not kidding you, Wolf. He was at 18 points when you had that thought and you're watching this. It's like if the ball was anywhere near him, he's just going to put it up and it's going to go in. And he still had 24 more points he was going to put up after that. So 10 of 15 from 3 is absurd, obviously. Here's Grayson Allen after the game.
Probably the MVP. I don't know how many times that's going to happen. So that was pretty cool. I'll never take for granted like the amount of support and appreciation I have here from the fans. It's awesome. It's surreal. And it makes it a lot of fun to go out there and play home games when you know like this fan base has been so supportive of me the last 3 years. And even like the first year here, like this was the place where I'd never seen so many of my own jerseys out of all the other places I've been in the league. So it's been really cool to see. And also I love the fans that we have here.
Yeah, that is well said right there, well stated by Grayson. Can I just say it was really cool to see this because the New Orleans Pelicans, they shot 7 of 21 as Wolf butchers a stat. 7 of 21 in the first half. That's what they were. The Suns, of course, were 11 of 24. And as I said, they went 2 of 12. Their first 2 of 12 from the floor and then made 9 of 12 the rest of the half. But they finished at the half 11 of 24. That's 46%, right? But Grayson Allen, 4 of 8 at the half. Mm-hmm. That's what he was. He came out in the second half and went 6 of 7 from beyond the arc. And every time, after he made 3 or 4, every time he got the ball, everybody, didn't matter where he was,
minds, yeah.
Shoot it. And sure enough, man, he did not disappoint. It was a rare moment, man. It really was.
It's been limited the last couple years how much fun you were having at Suns games. I mean, it's always fun to go to a live sporting event, but you know what I mean? Like moments like last night, they were few and far between the last 2 years for whatever reason, especially last year. And so to already have some moments like this year, coupled with the fact they're winning, it's not just hey, Suns fans are they're losing their minds, having fun. By the way, they're 2 and 15, no, 6 and 5, won 5 of 6. There's something here. I mean, Grayson Allen, you look at you hear him talking about his 2.5 years now in Phoenix. The first year he was a revelation when he got here. And then last year he had the injuries and last year was just kind of a mess for everybody. And he was kind of almost the forgotten son coming into this season, because if you were talking about this team, you were either talking about Booker or the new guys or the guys like Ryan Dunn that were going into year 2. There wasn't a whole lot of talk about Grayson Allen, but he's averaging 18.6 points per game early this season, Wolf. He's been one of the main reasons they've been able to withstand not having Jalen Green in the lineup. And if he's going to be this type of scorer, this is something I think a lot of people weren't necessarily accounting for when the season started.
Yeah, again, I say a rare moment. It's a rare moment because, again, as you said, it's not like this team is suddenly picked to win the championship. They are not. It's a rare moment because you've got a player like Grayson Allen who is not Devin Booker. Let's just put it that way. He's not Devin Booker. He's not Jalen Green. Not Dylan Brooks. He's more of a role-type guy. Yet suddenly Grayson Allen, he's got talent, and we saw that. It was on display. But suddenly you've got a role player going off where people are screaming every time he gets the ball. It didn't matter where he was on the offensive end of the floor. Shoot it. That's what they wanted to see. And that is rare because, again, it was in a game that was a blowout.
It was.
So it was a rare situation to watch, and yeah, Grayson Allen came through in spades, man.
I just checked too, because you said that the Suns aren't necessarily getting a ton of buzz nationally, although people are starting to talk about them. But their Vegas over/under has moved in terms of wins from 30.5 last week to 32.5 already.
Okay,
because they haven't lost a game since I checked last week. I mean, they're building something, which is all you can really ask for, especially early this season. All right, coming up later this hour, actually, we're going to give you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on either the 49ers or the Jaguars. The team needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. You want to be listening for your chances at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m. or p.m. Yeah, a.m. and then 4:30 p.m. for your chance to win today through Thursday. So those 3 times, 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. Not just today, but Wednesday and Thursday as well. But obviously 11:30 is coming up here very soon. When we come back, what exactly is the rest of this season about for the Arizona Cardinals? We're going to ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson. He's joining us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests. Message and date rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. You know what? Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder, but Presidential Pools isn't just right here in the Basin. They do pools across the state, with a location in Tucson as well. They provide the highest quality pool with a leading warranty to back it up. So if you're looking for something that is unreal and resort-focused, they can do that for you. If you want a basic pool to save money and not break the bank, they can do that for you as well. But it's not just about the money, is it? It's about the memories, too. And our kids, of course, we are the Wu Fang Clan and the Wolfley compound. We love hanging out by the pool, hanging out in the backyard with a barbecue with friends and family. You do, too. So you go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you're a golfer in Arizona, here's something you need to know. You face a 2.4 times greater lifetime risk of skin cancer compared to the general population. That's because each round of golf means hours in the sun and up to 8 times more UV exposure than non-golfers. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center urges you to protect your skin. Sunscreen, long sleeves, and a wide-brimmed hat aren't optional. They're essential. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com. Where Arizona saves.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roasts are on sale for only $5.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Arizona Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six. That's why we drafted him.
Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
All right, welcome into the no-fly zone. Want to quickly thank everybody who is listening right now in Queen Creek. Thanks to Queen Creek. And we are joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson. Patrick, what's going on, man?
What up, guys? How you guys doing on this Tuesday?
Doing good.
We're doing okay, man. Right. Are you on the golf course, Pat P?
Well, you know I'm heading to a golf course. I'm in a little conference room right now, catching up with you guys.
Okay. Okay, buddy. Thanks for your time as always, man.
All right, Pat. Let's. I guess let's just start with the last week for the Cardinals to win on Monday Night Football and to have that emotional high, and then all of the stuff that went on with the quarterback situation, and then 6 days later you're in Seattle and you're getting blown out. Really, for the first time this season, the Cardinals haven't gotten blown out at all this season until that game. Just as a player, how do you kind of recover from a short week like that with so much stuff going on and then get ready for San Francisco in just a few days?
Well, looking at that game last week, it looked like the guy still was in Dallas, being down 21-0 in the first quarter, and we all know what, went into that. You can't turn the ball over and things like that. But now that game is behind you. Going into, this week against another divisional opponent, you want to make sure that you don't have those same mistakes that you had, in this game. Like I said, turning the ball over in the first quarter, the opposing defense scored twice, so therefore we started the game in a 21-point hole. And we all know, Luke, Wolf, you played this game. When you start in the deficit that far behind, it's tough to get out of a hole.
Yeah, that was really, really tough. There's no doubt about it. I have to get your take on the strip sack that turned into a touchdown twice. the fact that the same players did it, Tyrese Knight, the same players, DeMarcus Lawrence, the fact that they did it, Pappy, have you ever seen anything like that?
To be quite honest with you, Wolf, I've never, ever in my 35 years of life, never seen anything like that before. On two players making the same exact play on drives not too far apart from each other.
So you were you were at a loss too, right? You were screaming at the television.
What the heck is going on? I thought it was deja vu. I said, "Are you?" I can't say what I actually said. But I said, "Are you kidding me right now?"
I think we were all thinking that, actually, Patrick. Well, you have that game. You have the, how good everybody was feeling about this offense and Jacoby Brissett. And then you have a game like that by no means was all on Jacoby Brissett. But, how do you, as a team, specifically on offense with a different quarterback now, move forward from a game like that and put it behind you as quickly as possible?
Yeah, you definitely want to, put that game behind you as quick as possible. I know those guys, as soon as they got into playing, they watched the film. And then got into the building on Monday morning or Monday around 2 o'clock. At least that's what the schedule was when I was there, around 2. Get your workout in, you go in and watch the film, put that behind you. So today's Tuesday. Now these guys are on to the 49ers right now and trying to put forth their focus and their effort to getting a win against another, like I said earlier, against another well-coached divisional opponent who just came off an embarrassing loss as well. So that you're going to get their best shot. So this is another good opportunity for the Cardinals to right their wrongs against another divisional opponent.
So, Pappy, when you think about where the Arizona Cardinals are at this point in time and what you saw in the Seattle game, what do you think they need to fix ASAP?
Watching that game last week, it looked like the offensive linemen, playing together as a group had a little bit of trouble. It just seemed like they was never on the same page or getting off the ball, or run blocks or pass blocks. So, I know that's going to be something that they probably will want to, go after in his offseason next year. And also, running back, that's another. And although, those guys, DeMarcado had a decent game, 64 yards, but we got to have more, and that also starts with the offensive lineman, so the guys up front got to play better as a group, not allowing, guys to just tee off on the quarterback and also being able to open up holes and lanes for the running back so they can have a more balance of attack, because when you have to just drop back and pass the ball and be one-dimensional, that makes it very easy for teams to game plan against you.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, the Cardinals have seen Seattle twice, so they've seen Jackson Smith and Jigba twice, and they've actually held him to his 2 lowest receiving performances, but they've both still been really good. He's on pace for almost 2,000 receiving yards. How, when you were playing, how would you cover a guy like that, or how at least try to slow him down?
Well, I had my share in covering guys like that, year in and year out. You got to, and we have guys in the back end that can do it. You just have to make sure that you mixing in coverages, getting guys in his face, throwing off the timing on the routes and things like that to really frustrate him and get that timing off between the quarterback and the receiver. But for the most part, you got to mix in some bracket coverages, mix in some zones, and be aggressive with them at the line of scrimmage.
Pappy, obviously, this time of year, especially in November, man, you start seeing teams getting nicked up and banged up and some of the injuries that are taking over right now. How did you deal with injuries in your own career personally? How did you process those?
Man, for me, I was one of those lucky ones. I played 96% of my snaps, in my NFL career, my 13-year career. So for the most part, I really never had to really deal with injuries. But for me, what I did to not be, one of those guys, that had dealing with those soft tissue injuries is that I did a lot of body maintenance, so even if I'm not in the facility, I'm going to see, my biomechanic doctor. I'm a naturopathic doctor as well, to make sure that I'm getting my oxygen back into me, make sure that I'm replenishing my body to where when it's time to go back to war, that I'm closest to 100% as I can be.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, there was a moment in that game against Seattle where things were not going well, obviously, and it was Budda Baker and Calais Campbell, two guys that kind of rallied everybody together on the sidelines just to sort of get them back on track in that game. I just, from your perspective, what do you think when you see these two guys, in Calais' case, still playing, and just kind of what they bring to a team right now that probably needs some leadership?
Man, that's it's funny that you say that, but that's some of the things that I wanted to see from Kyler Murray. That's some of the things that I wanted to see. James Conner, he did a good job of that, when he was in the lineup. But that's something that you don't see on the offensive side of the ball. So and it shouldn't take guys from the defensive side of the ball because for the most part on teams there's 4 to 5 captains, 2 on defense, 2 on offense, and typically 1 on special teams. So therefore, I would like to see, guys on the offensive side of the ball doing that a little bit more, because that goes to show that this not only that you have good leadership, but you have a good team leadership, just not one specific group is trying to get the guys back rally and getting them on the same page.
And Pepe, 8 games left, man. 8 games left. What do you need to see from the Arizona Cardinals in 8 games?
And these 8 games moving forward, I want to continue seeing guys fight, having guys show that, how much the game means to them, how much winning means to them, because at the end of the day, that's when your team is, not in the position to go in the playoff. Now you get an opportunity to see the character of your team, so I want to see guys still going out there fighting, still going out there pursuing victory and not giving up. You know what I mean? So, because at the end of the day as well, that there's 31 other teams that's looking at this film, so you still want to be able to put good film out there. So therefore you can have a job, because like I said last week as well, this league is all about what have you done for me lately? And guys have to understand that every time that eye in the sky is on and recording, somebody's watching. So I don't care what the situation is, what the circumstances are, still go out there and play for the name on your back.
Yep.
Patrick Peterson, great stuff.
Thanks,
as always,
Patrick.
man. Thank you.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
All right,
Okay, man.
Take care. That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Good stuff there from him, especially on the leadership. I thought that was interesting. We're going to react to all of it in a little bit. When we come back, we're going to jump back into basketball, though, because the Suns are doing things a lot of people didn't expect them to do this early in the season. What exactly is this team becoming, and are they ahead of schedule? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Dunn had it, lost it, got it back. And now dribbles into the corner, feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket, Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high, 42 on the night. Suns up 103-76 with 10 minutes to go.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, over a quarter of a century, man, Legacy Green Solutions, they've been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. While other companies come and go, Legacy stands by their work, Basinonians, today, tomorrow, and for years to come. From design to certified installation, no shortcuts, just quality craftsmanship and the best warranties in the Basin. Whether it's a backyard retreat, a pro-grade putting green, or any hardscape project, they do it all and within budget. They've been voted best of the Valley, and after seeing the 5-star work firsthand at the Wolfley compound, I know exactly why. So don't wait. Text GREEN to 620-620 right now, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% and transform your outdoor space. Text GREEN to 620-620 for Legacy Green Solutions. They make it look good, and they make it last.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And Arizona men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Brissett takes the snap. Play fake. Looks over the middle. Throws wide open. Harrison caught for a touchdown. Throws right in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
I like this. Cardinals got a couple home games coming up, Wolf. So caller number what right now? What caller you want to go with?
Let's go caller number 2.
Caller number
Interesting.
2.
That's never happened before.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But I was cued as to number 2.
Oh, I thought you were going to go like 48 just because Rick's back there by himself. Caller number 2 at 602-260-9870. You're going to win 2 tickets for either the Cardinals-Niners game this weekend or Cardinals-Jaguars next weekend. 2 straight home games coming up. Once again, caller number 2 right now at 602-260-9870. Pretty great giveaway there, and we're going to do it again tomorrow and Thursday as well.
Nice.
All right, with the Phoenix Suns, Wolf, you talk Suns with anybody. I was talking to somebody in the newsroom that's not in sports. They obviously work here, but they work over in news. And you bring up the Suns or they bring up the Suns, and there's immediately like a different tone to the conversation. Oh, this is so much more fun than that's just more fun than last year. It's more fun than, right now what the Cardinals are dealing with or what the Diamondbacks had to deal with for good chunks of the season. The Diamondbacks had some fun parts of their season too, but this is something. I am impressed by how quickly they have moved ahead in this process. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I guess they could go on a 10-game losing streak right now and it wouldn't feel the same, but right now they've won 5 of 6. They're 6-5. I'm impressed by the fact that they win basically every home game, too.
Yeah. Especially the way the season started, Basinonians. The first 3-4 games was not great. Mm-hmm. The Suns last night, just watching, they brought the heat. The intensity level was there for the Phoenix Suns. I love this game, Luke, because the Suns' culture and competitiveness were on display. And this is something I was talking about yesterday. Yep. I wanted to see everybody. I wanted to see what the intensity level was against the 2-7 Pelicans. I've seen it before, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not. I was on some teams that were actually better than the other team we were playing. And I've seen some guys act like they knew we were better than the other team that was playing. And because of that, their intensity level wasn't where it needed to be, Luke. And that's why I was so interested to see this new culture, this new competitiveness, this new Jordan Ott culture. What's it going to look like against a team that does not really threaten you? Even though the Suns are a 500 team right now, what does it look like? And you know what? They went out there and they looked like they were playing the world champions.
Well, yeah.
They brought the competitiveness.
My initial reaction when you're saying this is like, well, yeah, what have they proven? If they're the Suns, they should attack every game like this. But we all know that's not a given.
And it's human nature, bro.
We can all think of multiple occasions where you're talking about a team that isn't, it's not a basketball team that's 15-0, or it's not a football team that even has a winning record, but they go up against a team that they should beat, and they are just kind of like, yeah, no, we'll win. Just roll the ball out there and we'll win. And you often don't when you're doing that. But you're right, Wolf. I think there's an extra level to this. If the Suns went out there and just kind of were like, whatever, we'll beat New Orleans, even if they had still won, it wouldn't be the same as this. They went out there pretty intent on just doing what they're doing and building what they're doing. They're almost oblivious to what the other team is, which I like, especially right now as they're building this up.
No, see, you hit the key right there, oblivious to what the other team is. It's not about you, New Orleans. It's not about you. It's not about your 2-7 record. It's not about you. This game is about us. That's what I saw last night. We're between the lines here, and every time we're between the lines, we do us. We play with the heat of the Suns, and whatever that does to our opponent, man, so be it. That's what I want to see. When I talk about competitive, non-competitive Basinonians, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So when a team might be better than the Phoenix Suns, and they're going to play a lot of teams that are going to be better than them, how do you compete then? Are you competitive? It's one thing, once again, to go out there and compete against somebody you know is better than you. Going into the game, you better be ready. You better bring it because they're going to blow us out. They're going to embarrass you if you don't bring it. Well, what about the teams where you know what, we should beat these guys, and I think we all know what's about to happen here. You're not as desperate. Your intensity level, your concentration, your focus, you're not as locked in. Why? Because you're a human being for the most part. That's why. It's human nature to feel that way. I'm not threatened, so you know what? Let's just go out there and play. So, to me, what I saw was a team that felt threatened, even though they were up by 32 at one point.
Yeah, and never really let up, which I also like to see.
I love that.
It's almost impossible right now if you like basketball, if you like the Suns, if you like sports, if you're in the city, to not get sort of swept up in what the Suns are starting to build. Again, I don't want to overstate it. It's not like they're going to win the title, but That's the fact that they are building. They actually have direction. It's impossible to not get swept up in that when you hear Devin Booker talk. Like we played the cut earlier where he's like, I just feel rejuvenated. I know he said that earlier in the season as well. And he also talked about the style of basketball they're playing right now.
For a few years now, we've talked to you about like your ideal style of play offensively. Is this it?
Yeah.
What factors make it that?
It's just spacing. It's constant movement. There's different doses. Different points of attack. It's hard to defend the controlled chaos or what looks like freelance out there. But we're taught in certain spots of the floor the type of spacing you're supposed to have, the cutting and sliding, big set and unbelievable screen. So we're locked into the details right now.
Yeah. Your thoughts on that?
That sounds like a pretty good reflection on how he feels about this coaching staff. One, I like the term controlled chaos for the offense they're running. Two, I don't know, it's good to hear and see this from Devin Booker. Yeah, this is my thought, actually, Wolf. I had this thought watching the game last night. If this team somehow did just make the playoffs, this would have to go down as one of Devin Booker's greatest accomplishments already in his career. If after especially last year, if he led this team to a playoff spot in the Western Conference, which is pretty loaded.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of basketball to go, but they're above 500 now, 11 games in. And the other quote, I don't know where this one is, but Devin Booker said this after the game. There's a way to always get better. Like every time you have a game, and maybe this is why they're not treating New Orleans like it's New Orleans, it's an opportunity to go out there and get better. Win or lose, there's a way for your team to get better, and that's my favorite part about this team this year is they are significantly better already now than they were 11 games ago.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, man. It's just so rewarding. I think of Devin Booker all the time, ladies and gentlemen. I think of the contrast between last season and this season. I think of how he must feel inside this year as opposed to last year. We're going out last year. Hey, this is the big three. It's me, it's Kevin Durant, and it's Bradley Beal when he was healthy enough to actually go out there and play. And you know what? We really don't have to prove anything. We understand, and that's just not book. It's not book. But when you think of the big three and the expectation in going out and playing as well as you're capable of playing with a big three and winning games because of it, that really didn't happen last year. How disappointing that had to be to Devin Booker. And now all of a sudden going out there where it's almost like every game you go out there, it's a prove-it mentality. Man, Book is a guy who cares about that stuff. And yet that mentality is new, it's on the edge, it's fresh, and it must feel really, really good to him to go out there with a real mentality of, I'm going to prove it. I love that.
The whole, what's that phrase? The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That was not the Suns last year. They were the opposite of it. You look at them on paper and you're like, man, this team should be 48, 49, 50. They should be winning that many games. They should be a threat in the playoffs. And instead, that's what you got. Whereas this year, they are getting that. You're I don't want to say overachieving, but you're overachieving what people expected from you. All right, when we come back, how can the Cardinals get back into the NFC West race? We'll react to what Patrick Peterson just told us a little bit earlier. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will the ownership look at the quarterback situation and say, I want to give this coach one more chance with a different quarterback to see what he can do? That's number one. And number two is exactly the point that was made last week about Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury still being on the payroll. Is that going to be a factor in ownership's decision to whether to roll it back with Jonathan Gannon one more year or not? And I think, to me, the question about whether Jonathan Gannon's going to be back, it's not going to be determined by those two factors, but I think those two factors are maybe two of the most important things at play here.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. At Aria Dental Implant Center right here in Phoenix, they're locally owned and they are proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility, Basinonians. You know, Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, man. This is your health, Basinonians. Come experience the ARIA difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, the bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at ARIA Dental Implant Center, you will never see that. This is your health, ladies and gentlemen. It's important. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
From Sanderson, Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, ask you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What needs to be the focus for the Cardinals this weekend against the 49ers? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Patrick Peterson joined us earlier in the show today, as he does every Tuesday at 11:15. And we got to talk to him about the game this past weekend in Seattle and what they need to fix before they hit the field against San Francisco this Sunday. This is what he said.
You know, watching that game last week, it looked like the offensive linemen, playing together as a group had a little bit of trouble. It just seemed like they was never on the same page or getting off the ball, or run blocks or pass blocks. So, I know that's going to be something that they probably will want to, go after in his offseason next year. And also, running back, that's another. And although, those guys, DeMarcado had a decent game, 64 yards, but we got to have more, and that also starts with the offensive lineman, so the guys up front got to play better as a group. not allowing, guys to just tee off on the quarterback, and also being able to open up holes and lanes for the running back so they can have a more balance of attack. Because when you have to just drop back and pass the ball and be one-dimensional, that makes it very easy for teams to game plan against you.
Well, it seems unanimous, does it not?
It really does, honestly.
The offensive line, once again, just not playing up to its potential. And the reason why I say that is because we know the names that are on that offensive line. We know what we expected from them coming into this season. And this offensive line has been the Achilles heel for the Arizona Cardinals. And let me just say, Basinonians, that this is something that is near and dear to me. Over the years, of course, I do not like calling out anybody. I do not like calling them out. And the reason why I don't like calling them out, because I was one of those guys that was out on the field. And I know what it's like to go out there and think I'm ready to play, Basinonians, and go out there and suck buttermilk. I thought I was ready to play. I thought I was ready to go. I know what it's like to go out there and give all that I have, or at least think I was giving all that I had, and getting whipped. I got beat. When I was out there, I lost games for my team as a personal protector, calling the wrong protection and whiffing on a block. It got blocked, whiffing on a punt, and the block was made, and suddenly they recovered it for a touchdown. We lost the game by 4 points. Would you say that's bad?
That's not ideal.
That's bad. I've lost games for my team. So you have to tell the truth. You always have got to tell the truth. And players have to tell the truth about their own performance as well.
Well, when you really take a step back and look at the O-line, and yeah, it is unanimous. I mean, and that's, Patrick Peterson gives you a whole different perspective on it, because this is a guy that's one of the best defensive players I've ever seen, especially at his specific position. So, from his perspective, not in this case, but I mean, when he was playing, I'm sure if he would look at an opposing offensive line and be like, they're not all on the same page, you love that as a defensive player, right? So, I mean, yeah, we get his perspective. I mean, it just, like you said, it seems almost unanimous. Everybody watching this team right now, the O-line is an issue, and it's not something that just cropped up against Seattle on Sunday. And honestly, Wolf, maybe people don't even want to hear this, but with how much they have struggled to run the ball this year and protect on the offensive line, it is kind of remarkable that they were 3-5, and basically the 5 losses all came down to the last second. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, losing by 22 to Seattle, there's nothing remarkable about that. That game was more lopsided than it looked like, but they were 3-5, and all 5 of the losses were very winnable down to the final 10 seconds of the game almost. And they can't run with any level of consistency. They still don't have a 100-yard rusher. They don't even really have anybody that's gotten close in a game.
I know, and it's bizarre, Basinonians. It really is, because the names are largely the same. They are. When I think of Paris Johnson Jr. and Evan Brown and Yelda Froholt and Will Hernandez and Jonah Williams, those 5 guys, I mean, They have been there over the last 2 years. They have contributed to the Arizona Cardinals being one of the more physical teams in the league, being a team that can line up and run the ball. And yet, I don't see it. I don't see it this year. And I'm not somebody who blames coaches. I don't. You can watch the tape as a player yourself and go, what am I doing? What is going on here? You can see it yourself. You don't need somebody else. I mean, as a rookie, as a young guy that might be developing, yeah, okay, you do need that. That's really important. Yet, man, I look at these guys, some of them grizzled veterans, most of them, all of them. Even Paris Johnson Jr. going into his 3rd year.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a veteran. You are a veteran. You can look at the tape and go, man, that was horrible technique on that pass set. Whatever it might be. And Paris Johnson Jr., he's the one guy on this offensive line that I look to, and I think he's got captain stuff inside of him. I think he could be a captain. And I want to see somebody lead this offensive line to a point of accountability where they play better. They play better individually, and they play better as a unit going forward over the last 8 games. Play better.
Well, you talk about leadership. We talked to Patrick Peterson about that as well, because they don't have James Conner on the offensive side of the ball. And honestly, you could have a conversation about maybe the offensive line looks better if they have James Conner. I mean, that is one thing that they don't have this year that they had last year. And I think it was A.Q. Shipley who brought that up yesterday, of maybe he was making the O-line look even better than it was last year. But the O-line was still solid last year.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is if you watch the tape, you see guys that are standing up coming out of their stance.
Once you said that.
What in the world is going on? Hey, we've already seen whiffs at the point of attack. Lack of communication earlier, the first 5 or 6 games. That's what we were talking about. What's going on with the communication on the offensive line? Forget about the physicality. Where's the communication? Being on the same page. Free hitters, whether it was a run or protection schemes, free hitters coming through the line. Man, it's just, one of these situations where I want to see this offensive line get it right, and it's important that they do, or this is going to be a long 8 games.
Patrick Peterson talking about the leadership. We were talking about how Calais Campbell and Budda Baker kind of rallied guys on the sidelines when that game, I think it was 35-0 when they did this.
It's funny that you say that, but, that's some of the things that I wanted to see from Kyler Murray. That's some of the things that I wanted to see. James Conner, he did a good job of that, when he was in the lineup. But that's something that you don't see on the opposite side of the ball, So, and it shouldn't take, guys from the defensive side of the ball because, for the most part on teams, there's, 4 to 5 captains. 2 on defense, 2 on offense, and typically 1 on special teams. So, therefore, I would like to see, guys on the offensive side of the ball doing that a little bit more, because that goes to show that this not only that you have good leadership, but you have a good team leadership, just not one specific group is trying to get the guys back rally and getting them on the same page.
They are very clearly missing James Conner on a multitude of levels, which is not a shock. I think we all knew the second he went down, they were in trouble, not just because of his production on the field. All right, we come back. We'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Oh, that's the best.
Yes, he is, in fact, the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the Golden Paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at ArizonaSports.com. Click on contests.
All right, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind, Rick? That's what I'm talking about right there. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers at Brooklyn Betting. On behalf of my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online to 30% off. 30% off now through November 11th. That's today, Basinonians, November 11th. And 35% off for members of the military, past and present, because of Veterans Day. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. We, the Woo Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Are you craving bold flavor and fast lunch that hits the spot? Mitch Varell this year. I want to tell you about Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. They're serving up handheld street food that's big on taste and easy on your wallet. From tacos to wings, you can grab lunch Monday through Thursday from 11 to 2. Deals start at just $10.99. 4 Arizona locations, all bringing the heat and the hustle. Perfect for a midday break that doesn't slow you down. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And Arizona men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get in on the action at Casino Arizona this November with Tailgate Touchdown for weekly drawings and a chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Tuesday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? Grayson Allen dropped a career-high 42 points as the Phoenix Suns crushed the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns have now won 5 of their last 6 games and are over 500 on the season. How impressed are you guys with what they are doing right now?
I'm impressed. Jordan Ott was an unknown with some good buzz, and I don't mean just good buzz coming from the Suns front office who hired him. He was getting, there was some good buzz just around the league on what he might eventually become. But when you factor in how this team is already playing, some of the stuff that Devin Booker's saying after these games about how he likes the way they're playing, what they did to Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs, and then they followed that up with more wins, I did not think they'd be here this quick.
Yeah, honestly, I love what I'm seeing right now from this hyper-competitive team. That was my expectation coming in, when maybe you don't have as much talent as other teams that are out there. At least you could go out and compete and be competitive. And we certainly have seen that. And what I also love about this competitiveness for the Phoenix Suns is the fact that Devin Booker is leading this team. This is Devin Booker's team, and you can see his leadership on the court and off. I love that. Grow strong, Book. Grow strong.
Sticking with the Suns, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, what was your favorite performance by a Suns player this season? Jalen Green's 29 points in his Suns debut, which would be my vote. Grayson Allen's 42 points and 10 3-pointers Monday. Devin Booker's near triple-double versus the Clippers, or Mark Williams' 25 points off the bench at Utah?
I can tell you my answer is actually the defensive effort against Victor Wembanyama, but that's not an option.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Grayson Allen's 42 and 10 threes last night. That was pretty absurd, and the way the crowd was into it kind of showed where this team is right now.
Yeah, I would agree with Luke. It was Grayson Allen as well, setting a franchise record for threes. Right on, Grayson.
Yeah, the reason I said Jalen Green is because I've been tooting the Jalen Green horn.
We all understand, Rick.
Also, I was there.
You don't have to toot the Jalen Green horn. We all think he's good. We just want to see him play more.
Yeah, I'm just saying I was there. That's the biggest thing.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't at the game last night. All right, I'll vote Grayson Allen, though, since you guys both went with that. And that.
So wait, are you saying Grayson Allen plays better when you're not there? That's what I just heard.
No, I think he had a pretty good game against New Orleans.
Did he have 42?
No, but he was like sick in the game that I went and saw him play. So he played well for a guy that was battling an illness.
Okay, that's fine.
It was the game last week against the Clippers where nobody on the Clippers played.
Well, they only play the Clippers every other night right now.
So 68% of the voters say Grayson Allen's 42 points and a team record 10 3-pointers. Jalen Green's 29 points in his Suns debut is in second, 22%. Devin Booker's near triple-double versus the Clippers is tied with Mark Williams' 25 points off the bench at Utah. Both of those are at 5%. All right, ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham announced that star safety Xavier Alford is out for the season. Alford has not appeared in a game for the Sun Devils since their Week 2 loss at Mississippi State. What could this season have been for ASU if it was able to stay healthy?
Oh, if they were all able to stay healthy?
Not like everyone, but like, you know.
Like reasonably healthy?
Reasonably, yes.
So I think reasonably healthy, they definitely beat Houston. I think they beat Houston like fairly badly, like probably by 14 plus points. I can't say they beat Utah because they got smoked by Utah.
Yeah.
The game's closer. But I think they beat Houston. Mississippi State game was so early in the year, and that was such a weird play at the end. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's the play Alford got hurt on. So I would say right now they'd be 7-2. And you might say, okay, that's not that big of a difference. Well, 7-2, and I think they'd probably go 10-2 and be back in the Big 12 championship. Just beating Houston would have done that.
You know, I cannot stand this, Rick. I mean, the speculation that goes into this right now. What could they have been? I don't think we're ever going to know what they could have been.
That's the worst part.
That's the problem. What they are right now, we do know. I don't want to project.
According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Dallas Mavericks are firing general manager Nico Harrison. Are you guys surprised it took them this long after that Luka Doncic trade last year?
I just First of all, the Suns play them tomorrow, so hopefully the Mavericks don't get the new GM jolt.
The new GM jolt.
Yeah.
That does not exist.
No, it does not.
I'm going to say that right now. That does not exist.
Probably doesn't exist. Not like the
Hey,
new
it's a
coach
new
jolt.
GM. Well, then again,
I gotta fire up.
He didn't bring you in, did he?
I'm going to play harder because of a new GM.
I don't understand Dallas because are you if you're firing him, you're saying it was all Nico's decision to move on from Luka. So if that's the case, then why did you sign off on it as an ownership group? If you wanted to move on from Luka as an ownership group, then why are you firing Nico? Like, I kind of agree with you, Rick. He should have been fired as the trade was announced last year or just not for 5 years. I don't know.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes, and it is the Dallas Mavericks ownership. I think this was the plan all along.
It feels like it.
I think they did not want, I did not want Luka Doncic being the face. Seriously. This is my own belief. You can laugh all you want, but I think because of how he goes out and competes and the money they were going to have to pay him, I think it was something personal with the ownership that took over and said, you know what, we got to get rid of this guy. And Nico, you're just the guy to do it.
And then we're going to fire you for doing it.
It's going to be really interesting to listen to Nico Harrison and what he says and what he doesn't say from this point forward about the Luka Doncic deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they may have sworn him to silence. They may have paid him for silence. I don't know. But I think it was ownership the whole time that took the metaphorical dagger and stuck it into Nico Harrison.
That's devious. If you're like, hey, Nico, why don't you go trade Luka? And then, hey, I can't believe you traded Luka. You're out. And you get rid of Luka and Nico at that point. If he wrote a book right now about it, I would read it, but he's got to hurry up and write it before the Lakers hire him, obviously.
I wonder which former player or current player's podcast he will go on. You know, if it'll be Gil's Arena or whatever Lou Williams is on, or All the Smoke, you know, to share all the tea, because you know that's what's coming. Yeah, Steve Nash and LeBron.
Yeah.
What I think happened is that ownership wanted to get rid of Luka, and they're like, go get a good return for him, and
that's
then
fair.
they didn't like what he ended up doing after a while, because he traded for Anthony Street Clothes Davis, and then now they fired him because they didn't like the return that he got for Luka. That is my theory.
That is a good, like, kind of middle of the road theory of, hey, why don't you go trade Luka? And then he trades him. You're like, did you get anything back for Luka? We didn't mean go just give him away. We meant trade him for something. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, donate to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford. When we come back, is there any chance Kyler Murray's a Cardinal next season, and how much could the quarterback market around the rest of the league impact that decision? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Goodwin gets it in. That'll take the final seconds off the clock. Suns win 121-98, the final score tonight, behind a career-high 42 points and a new franchise record 10 threes made by Grayson Allen. Suns win their third in a row and are over 500 for the first time this season at 6-5.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler has got Black Friday deals all month long? GM John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot, like on award-winning Ford Super Duty with all the torque and horsepower you will ever need. And now you can own it for 1.9% APR financing. And that's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, gas, hybrid hybrid, and electric models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all, and price to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. Just stop by in person, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Check them out in Chandler or online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. Well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
Picture it, your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Save big on eggs. Right now, 18-count cartons of large grade A Kroger brand eggs are on sale for just $1.99 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are two big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and with the pressure ratcheting it up on the Cardinals coaching staff, how will they look against the 49ers in a home game on Sunday? We'll discuss the state of our football team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to everybody listening in Glendale right now. Thanks to Glendale. We appreciate it.
Yeah, what's up, Glendale?
Well, if I got one of those emails where it's like, oh, next team odds for – I actually got one for baseball, too, where it's Zach Gallen. Rick, is his next team is supposed to be the Orioles. That was the
what?
I don't know why, but that was the team that they had listed as the favorite.
Okay.
I think
the Orioles won't spend that money.
No, I don't think so.
They'll just keep paying Chris Davis, which they're still doing.
That's good. He had a good year 9 years ago, didn't he?
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
you got to celebrate the victories.
That's got to be sweet right there.
Just getting paid 9 years after your last hit.
Yes. Checks in the mail.
I think I read this to you yesterday, but the list of Kyler Murray's next team, if he gets traded, the Raiders are favored, then the Jets, then the Saints, Browns, Dolphins, Steelers. Some of these, you get past that, just don't make any sense. But so you have that.
You have this cut from Adam Schefter talking about what this offseason could look like around the NFL.
This is a league that always has quarterback questions. This now, as much as ever, feels like an arms race with teams positioning themselves to make big moves for quarterbacks, whoever they are, whenever they are. We saw this week that anybody can be had. We saw that teams are willing to go nuts to get their guy. So why is it going to stop there? When it starts there, it's not going to stop. It's only going to increase. And there are some teams out there that have some major ammunition to go dangle to make things happen.
Wow.
Wow. That was intense, Adam.
Shefty, who are you talking about? I mean, honestly, I'm thinking of all the teams that are out there right now. The Arizona Cardinals, do you think he was talking about Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals as part of that equation?
Oh, definitely as part of
it.
It maybe even the main face of it, right? I mean, how many teams around the league are being rumored to shop a big-name quarterback this offseason? It's just the Cardinals. I don't think he was just talking about the Cardinals there, but they've got to be the face of what he was talking about. I'm sure he was thinking Cardinals when he was talking there, because Kyler Murray is the only major quarterback name that's really been already discussed as a guy who could be on the move this offseason.
Yes, I know. And you have to wonder what the market is going to be like for Kyler Murray that is out there. Because I think largely, Basinonians, that is going to have a huge impact on the odds of him coming back.
That's it.
The market, if the market is tepid, you could convince me that Kyler Murray is going to come back and be given the opportunity to compete for his starting job all over again. The more I say that, though, the more I just kind of reject myself in front of King and Country for even saying that. Because once deposed, always deposed. I think the conversation that they're going to have going forward, I think Kyler Murray is also most likely, this is just my guess, Basinonians, but I think he probably would want out of here as well.
Yeah, I got to feel like if they, maybe they're working together on this at this point. I'm just quickly looking through the league, trying to figure out which teams are definitely going to be in the market for a quarterback this offseason, Wolf. And there could be more, but I'm trying to not just take teams that aren't getting good quarterback play right now, because some of them, they have their guy. Like Tennessee, I'm guessing, isn't going to be looking for a quarterback. They just drafted Cam Ward. You know what I mean? But I think like the Jets, the Browns, maybe the Steelers, depending what Aaron Rodgers wants to do. Miami, depending on the Tua situation. The Raiders. There's not as many in the NFC. I would say drafted Shuck, but Kyler's clearly an upgrade there. I don't know. There's at least 6, 7 teams. There'll probably be a couple more that would at least be looking at Kyler Murray if he's available. Now, I'm sure not all of them would. Some of them could just draft a guy. But what might work in the Cardinals' favor here is there's not a clear-cut 1 or 2 or 3 in this draft. I'm sure there will be good quarterbacks that come out of this draft.
Yeah.
But it's not like you can identify them right now easily. Yeah. So if they wanted to trade him, the contract is brutal to try and trade, but I'm guessing they would at least get interest.
You know what's really interesting about this, too? It's got to be the right team. It's got to be with the right offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that narrows it, too.
It does. It narrows it down. It's got to be with a team. You see this all the time. There are always a couple of teams that will buck the trend in the National Football League. There's always a couple of teams that would do this. When teams in the NFL, when the pendulum was swinging all the way to the right, where suddenly teams in the NFL were all the spread, and here it is, up-tempo, and we're going to get on the ball, and we're going to snap it, and we're going to go, and we're going to throw it. That took over the NFL, man. It did. And yet, while that was taking over the NFL, there were teams that refused to engage. There always are a couple of teams that will refuse to do it. Now, all of a sudden, the pendulum is swinging back more towards the middle. And guess what? There are still a couple of teams that are way out here on the right where the pendulum was, that believe in the spread and want to see the spread come back and believe that that is the right offense to run. And those couple of teams in the league are the teams that will target Kyler Murray.
Like, what about a team like Carolina? I mean, are they almost done with Bryce Young? It seems like some weeks he's okay. Their record's not terrible. I don't know. I mean, I only say that just as an example because I just rattled off 6 or 7 teams that are probably going to need new quarterbacks this offseason, but there's always going to be a couple additional ones we're not thinking of that jump into the quarterback arms race, like Adam Schefter. Like the Rams might not have a quarterback next year if Matthew Stafford retires.
Yes, Bryce Young, interesting. He's got a quarterback rating of 79.7. 79.7. That is ugly.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
Not great.
And I wonder if, again, we were watching every game, how we would feel about that. That's number 31 in the National Football League right now, 79.7. So, could they possibly think, hey, we're going to move off of Bryce Young? Yeah, they could. But then again, Bryce Young also was a vertically challenged quarterback, was he not?
Then that might be whether that has anything to do with Bryce Young's struggles or not. It might be one of those things where, like, okay, if you're going to break up with your quarterback, you're going to bring in a guy that's 6'4" or something, just to drive the point home.
You're going to go just the opposite for the most part. That's enough of you.
Who's the tallest quarterback we can possibly find? I don't know. I think it's going to come down to just how do teams feel about Kyler Murray. I think that's the biggest thing. The contract is a real issue to try and trade. I mean, it's a different conversation if you say the Cardinals just cut him. Are teams going to line up for Kyler Murray? Absolutely. If you just cut him, 100%, there's going to be teams lining up for Kyler Murray. Look around the league. There are plenty of teams where he's a better quarterback than what they have. But if you're trying to trade him, that makes it a lot more difficult.
Here is, it's interesting to look at this. A couple of ticks down from Bryce Young is Trevor Lawrence. Think about this. Wow. Trevor Lawrence.
He's having that bad of a year?
79.3 quarterback rating. He's having that bad of a season. And, when you hear Adam Schefter say there might be some teams that would come off their – man, Trevor Lawrence is front and center in that regard. And yet, Basinonians, I will promise you, there are 3, maybe even 4 coordinators, offensive coordinators in the league that are like, I can fix this guy.
Yeah.
I can fix this guy. This guy's got everything he needs to be the next Sam Darnold, only he's a better athlete. I can fix this guy. I guarantee you.
Especially, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, these guys that are revival projects that are working. It makes it more likely when those guys look and they're like, I can fix this guy. And they're like, they fixed Daniel Jones. I can fix Trevor Lawrence.
Daniel Jones.
By the way, Wolf, I know you were there, but when we did our fantasy draft for the show, which 2 quarterbacks I took? Kyler Murray and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Now, I also grabbed Drake May towards the end, and that has saved my season.
Wow.
But it's been kind of a down year for the quarterbacks. You might
want to fire somebody in your scouting
department.
department.
We did. Four weeks in, I was a solid 0-4. Now I'm 5-5 coming back. I haven't played you yet, by the way. Now it's your turn. What is the rest of this Cardinals season about for you? Call 602-260-9870. We got a listeners-only meeting coming up next. Take it any direction you want. You can take it, still make the playoffs. You want to see development from some of the younger players. You want to see what Jacoby Brissett is. You're watching college quarterbacks. You want to see more from the coaching staff. Whatever the rest of the season's about for you, call in 602-260-9870 and watch whatever Dance Wolf is doing on YouTube right now. The listeners-only meeting next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the claws by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. Message and date rates may apply.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And U of A men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. The Window Depot, proudly manufacturing and assembling windows right here in Arizona. Get factory direct prices and big box selection at thewindowdepot.com.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now!
All right, 602-260-9870. It's time for a listeners only meeting on the Wolf and Luke Show on a Tuesday afternoon. We were going to do this yesterday, Wolf, but yesterday was so busy.
Yeah.
If we did it yesterday, it would have been more of a reaction to the Seahawks game, and you can go that way if you want, but I think where we're going with this now is more so what you're looking for the rest of this season. Do you still believe they can make a playoff push? Are there certain players you want to see more of? However you want to take this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope nobody gets their feelings hurt on this one, because this could get a little rocky, my brothers.
It's 3-6. That's what happens. Let's talk to Ty in Scottsdale. Ty, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. This season is about the Kyler Murray trade, and I'll tell you why. We're going to be watching Kobe Brissett, how they play him, because how they play him determines what quarterback they're going to go after in the Kyler Murray trade. You guys missed a big, big one, the obvious one in your last segment. I don't blame you. You're deep in the sports media machine. Sometimes when you're that deep, you can't see what's right in front of your face. But what's right in front of our faces is the perfect quarterback from our own hometown who is currently out injured with a foot injury in a system that they've proven time and time again you can plug in any quarterback and have success, and they will thusly be able to have success with Kyler Murray. That quarterback is Brock Purdy. That team is the San Francisco 49ers. Purdy's coming home on a dollar-for-dollar contract trade. Nobody's going to lose anything on the trade as far as dollars are concerned. But both teams stand to gain a lot, namely the Cardinals are going to get the pocket passer that we need, who's a little bit taller, and he's got the accuracy that we require, and he plays the game that our offense is predicated on. Let me hear your thoughts, guys.
Wow, that was a good call.
I mean,
I like that call.
I like that. The way he set the table as well was
especially
interesting.
Because the way he set it up with a local guy who's out with a foot injury, I thought he was going to say they're going to draft Sam Levitt.
Okay.
But instead, he was. It's so big. I don't know that we'd see those two teams pull it off. But if you ask the Niners and the Cardinals right now, if the Niners would just prefer Kyler and the Cardinals would just prefer Brock Purdy, I wonder what they would say.
You know what? Honestly, right now, I'm thinking of Kyle Shanahan, and I'm thinking of the offense that Kyle Shanahan runs, and I don't really think that would be a good fit.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say that Kyler Murray and Brock Purdy are very different quarterbacks?
Brock Purdy could be that type of quarterback would be a good fit here, though, for sure.
Yeah, but that's the offense he's coming from as well, is Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan, although the thought is very interesting, once again, I don't know if Kyle Shanahan is a guy that is ready to go more spread.
That is a very good call, though. And that's an interesting name to throw out there. There's more on this in a little bit. Let's talk to Joshua in Congress. Joshua, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Hey, a couple of days ago, I was just looking at ESPN and their stats for Jacoby over here, and I was baffled because what I was seeing, it was like he had 1,800 attempts, or over that, and he only had 25 interceptions. So I'm like wondering, where are these balls going to when it wasn't actually being intercepted? Now, we noticed that a lot of times that he's throwing this, they're catching it and stuff. So I'm just wondering, what is the possibility of unlocking him and also unlocking the wide receivers? Because it almost sounds like there's something about this wide receivers getting their break and be able to throw. And then it's just a perfect timing. When they break, the ball's on the air already, and it seems like we can't get that when a quarterback, that we have can't throw in the middle. So, yeah. And I'm also just kind of wondering in regards to whatever happened to the triple threat options it seems like ASU been having. Now, I'm not advocating for Sam Levitt because he's injured, but I'm just kind of wondering, looking back, like how Sam Levitt performs and how graceful he runs when the middle does open up. And, Wolf, you've been, kind of talking about that spread offense coming back. Tell me what you think.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Joshua. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's, listen, anything is possible. It really is, Joshua. Anything is possible. I just don't think that is going to happen. That's me, okay? But anything is possible.
These are good, entire segment ideas, though, to talk about. I'm just going to start writing these down. I just have the listeners produce the show because I want to get to more calls. But yeah, this is the first two calls have been really good. Let's talk to Eric in Phoenix. Eric, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. How's it?
Good. How you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
Free to move about the country.
What's going on, Eric?
Hey, listen, man. I've been a Cardinals season ticket holder. My family has since the day they got here, and been watching Kyler Murray since he came in. And we've got to move on from him. I think Brissett is the archetype of the kind of quarterback that we need, but he's not the guy that can do it. I've watched him as a backup, and he's capable as a backup, but we definitely need a guy that can stand tall in the pocket and sling it downfield. We've got the receivers. We'll get James Conner back. I think O-line's getting better. Yeah, man, I say you just kind of ride it out with Brissett, work on getting some of these younger guys, get Walter Nolan Jr. going, get some of the guys on defense experience. And I think it's definitely, a bright future if they can get the right quarterback. But, yeah, maybe it's a trade. Maybe it's a guy in the draft. I'm just not sure where you get that. It's easier said than done, right?
Yeah. It is. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, that's a good call, Eric. Once again, it's amazing. What is the rest of the season about? And we've gotten calls. It's about Kyler Murray.
Yeah, it's all about, and I guess Jacoby Brissett by proxy too, because you want to see how he plays the rest of the season.
I don't think there's any doubt Jacoby Brissett is going to be here as a quarterback next year.
But as the backup,
it depends as to whether or not he's going to be the starter.
Yeah. So if he goes out there and plays amazing in these next 8 games, then maybe you have a thought. I don't know. To me, if you really are moving on from Kyler, I'd love to draft a quarterback, but not have to start him in week 1 next year. Give him at least a couple weeks to kind of ramp up behind Jacoby, like the Patriots did with Drake May and also Jacoby. Let's fit one more in here. Let's talk to Tom in Phoenix. Tom, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Guys, I'm not going to be very positive. I've watched every single game of Kyler's career, and the ones that he won, I actually watched him twice on the DVR, and there is no possible way San Francisco.
Oh,
it's not even in a dose of reality. My opinion is we've got to basically start over because we don't have it right. And when I mean start over, everybody's got to be gone. General manager Monty, he's just not pulling the right strings. I mean, look at the.
No.
Tom, are you driving through the tunnel in downtown Phoenix?
What is going on?
What is going on? Tom started to make 3 different good points, and then I don't know where he is.
Yeah, once again, it's a very difficult proposition right now when you think about it, and we have no time because we're up against it.
We'll get back into it.
But we need to get back into
this. Yeah, because you threw out a name earlier. You wouldn't ask me what the rest of my season might be about. It might be watching Jacksonville and seeing if Trevor Lawrence continues to struggle. He's 6'6", and was the number 1 overall pick in 2021. What'd you say his quarterback rating is right now?
79.3.
It's that would be interesting.
I guarantee you there are offensive coordinators in the league that are like, I can rebuild him.
I will tell you this from an outside perspective. I believe there are offensive coordinators that can rebuild Trevor Lawrence. All right, thanks to all the calls. Sorry we could not get to everybody, but we'll do this obviously more throughout the rest of the season. When we come back, the Suns are winning games and beating the teams they should beat. So what does that say about the players and the coaching staff now early on this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
If you want a caffeinated drink, you either have the hot drinks, which are coffee and tea, or the cold drinks, which are like your Red Bull or soda. But if you don't like those kind of things, why aren't there savory caffeine drinks? Why can't I have caffeinated soup?
I don't know if it works like that.
Isn't this a tremendous idea? If you could just have a mug of chicken noodle soup, minestrone, something savory that you could sip and it would give you caffeine the same, but it would be like eating a meal as well.
Are you getting paid off by Big Soup?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That was good right there. All right, Base and Ernie, it's Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Let's talk a little Ford Maverick at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. You know what's so cool about the Maverick, Base and Ernie? It does what a truck needs to do, like hauling stuff or towing stuff, while also being the perfect size. That's what the Maverick is. It's perfect, Base and Ernie. It's easy to handle. And parking is never a problem, man. Sometimes with the big Ford F-150 that I have, it's kind of difficult to park that thing in a parking lot. Well, not with a Maverick. The Maverick has a kind of flair and style to it, and the modern truck owner, they love it. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies that are out there. Take a test drive at Tim Hovik Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the final Good Guys event of the year. The 28th Speedway Motors Southwest National. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Check out the Square Body Syndicate and GSI GM Truck Takeover. Don't miss the Good Guys 2025 BASF Top 12 Cars and Trucks of the Year. Meet the top builders in the country and so much more. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. Can the Suns keep it going in Dallas? We'll preview the Mavs matchup starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're going to have a segment at some point, Wolf, where we just throw out a bunch of names with the caveat, if the Cardinals move on from Kyler Murray, who are you trying to replace him with? Yeah. So it could be Brock Purdy, like our first caller last segment said, or it could be somebody like Trevor Lawrence if he was available, or if there's somebody you like in the draft. I don't know. We can certainly do that because there's time to talk about it. The Phoenix Suns, meanwhile, are just winning games. They've won 5 of their last 6. They've beaten teams they shouldn't beat, like San Antonio. They've beaten teams they should beat, like New Orleans last night, Wolf. And so, Now here we are, basically an eighth of the way into the season, and I got to say, I'm impressed. And I know it's a long season, and there's going to be ups and downs over the course of the season. I didn't expect the ups this early. I really didn't.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. It does make me want to up my 37-game win total coming into this season, but I'm not going to do it. I have to stand by it. It's what I said coming in. At some point in time, we may have to revisit our predictions, our guesses is what I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, as to how many games the Phoenix Suns were going to win. I just am enjoying watching them play so much right now. The competitiveness, once again, knowing, I'll use last night as a perfect example. Listen, there's not a lot of people that probably went into the Pelicans game from the Suns organization that felt threatened last night, especially playing at home.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a lot of people, players, coaches, people in the front office, fans, who went into the arena thinking, oh man, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough. And yet they went out and played like that's exactly how they felt going in.
Yeah.
That's why it's impressive to me.
I mean, they held New Orleans to 41 points in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
I understand New Orleans is not the most talented team and they're missing players. The whole they're missing players thing, though, it just feels like every team in the NBA, there's a pretty good chance they're going to be missing somebody when you play them, and you're going to be missing somebody. I mean, the Suns are playing without Jalen Green again. To your point, I would like to think that if you're the Phoenix Suns right now, you should go into every game feeling threatened because you don't know what your team is yet. But that's not the way it always works. Even if you're not that great of a team or an established team yet, sometimes you see a team like New Orleans, you're like, we'll just cruise. There was a path last night where they just kind of cruised and took their foot off the gas and maybe would have even still beaten New Orleans because the Pelicans are struggling right now. But they didn't. The Suns came out and played as if they were playing San Antonio, and they won going away.
I just, once again, missing players because they were missing players. Can I just say this right now? I don't know if the average fan out there will truly understand the impact that it has on a human being to say to yourself, I should beat these guys. We should beat these guys. Let's go out and we're going to beat these guys. And the complacency that comes over you as you're saying that. Again, use the example. It's like playing your little brother in the driveway one-on-one. You know you're going to beat him. You know you're going to. So what kind of intensity does that bring? It's special when you can know that you're going to win. You can know that you're going to play well. And then you do go play well, and you do win. It takes a special brain to do that.
I can't tell you how many.
I can't overstate that.
Coaches I've talked to over the years, even at the professional level, that are my favorite kind of player. This is what a lot of them have said a version of this to me. Is the guy that has the talent where it's like, yeah, this guy's a first-round pick. But he practices even as if he is in danger of getting cut.
There it is.
And there's not a lot of players like that. There are a few in each sport. There's a few, and they're not hard to identify because they're the best players in their sports.
And there's different degrees of that as well. Maybe he's not really thinking he's going to be cut, but maybe it's a situation where he's like, I got to prove myself. Just a first-round pick with a first-round talent who's like, I got to prove myself all the time. Every time I step onto the field, I have to prove myself. There are players that have that mentality that I love. I think Book has got a little bit of that to him.
That's who I think we're all thinking as you're talking right now is Devin Booker.
So you agree with that, yes.
Yeah. Here's Grayson Allen after the game yesterday comparing this year's team and the vibes and the chemistry already to last year's team.
Careful at comparing this team to last year because it's so different. And even like last year, we had a great start to the year, and our energy was great. Everyone was having fun playing. So around this time last year, things were going awesome, and vibes were great. it was a fun way to play basketball, and we were getting wins. So, but this group this year, the way we're playing and the way our defense is connected to our offense, and we're relying on each other, 5 guys offensively and defensively, and the activity is extremely high. The energy is extremely high on the court and on the bench. So when we have games like tonight, or some of the last 5 games where everything is connected on both ends of the floor, it's extremely fun. And it's a really fun way to play, and we have a high energy group too that, like, when things are going well, makes it a lot of fun, and when things are going bad, like, we have a lot of guys that are trying to get it to go the right way.
Man, I just once again, you think of anything that you're trying to do, you think of your work, Basinonians, whatever it might be, and people that doubt you, people that don't think you're going to be able to get the job done, wherever you are, wherever your hand works, whatever it is you find to do. Think about people who don't think you're good enough to get it done, and yet you go out and you do it, and you experience it yourself, and you develop yourself, and you can see that maybe there's something happening with your coworkers as well, where you're coming together and you're better than what most people thought you were going to be. And that is a satisfaction. There's a satiety level that comes with that. And they're no different in the NBA, the NFL, the NHL. No different because of that, because they're human beings. They're built that way. We've all experienced this. Over-delivering. What a wonderful thing that is. What a great concept that is. And that's what's going on right now. And these guys can feel it because it's a team coming together.
It's kind of why you get into sports in the first place, right? I mean, when you first start playing, nobody knows how good you are or aren't. So you're out there proving something anyway. And, and at the beginning, if you're good, you're over-delivering. And if you're not at the beginning, then that gives you even more motivation. So this is fun right now. We all want to see how this plays out over the course of the season for the Suns, because there are going to be ups and downs. But if you can sustain this level of competition, the defense has gotten better. If you can just sustain this level of beating the occasional team you're not expected to, beating most of the teams you are expected to, and then, honestly, if you're even just 50-50 in those middle ones, I mean, I'm with you. I think I said 34 games before the start of the season. Yeah. I'm expecting more than that now. It's not just the record. It's look how they're playing.
Yeah, I know. I'm not quite there yet, because I just need to see a larger sample size. Just more games. All right, Keep playing this way, and I'm totally looking at my 37 win total, scoffing.
There's another game tomorrow, so we can just do that. All right, when we come back, how exactly are the Arizona Cardinals supposed to fix their offensive line issues? You're going to hear what Jonathan Gannon said about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
How quickly every good vibe from Monday
Gone. Gone. By the time that game was 28-0 with about 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, it was all gone. That reserve bank had been tapped and had been exhausted. There was nothing left in that reserve tank for you to have any kind of optimism. Whatever it was that you got out of Monday night's game, it evaporated after about a quarter and a half of football. It was over.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm, For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.99% financing for 60 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 0.99% for 72 months on a new Tundra. Or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $14.31 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And U of A men's hoops looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against Northern Arizona. Tip-off for that one is at 7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with the pressure ratcheting up on the Cardinals coaching staff. How will they look against the 49ers in a home game on Sunday? We'll discuss the state of our football team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Final hour of the show.
on a Tuesday afternoon. Wolf and Luke here.
Wanna go for a ride?
Rick, I'm looking at the fantasy football results from this week. Did you lose Jamal?
Yeah, I forgot to move Brian Thomas Jr. out of my lineup. I moved him out of my lineup in one league and then this league. Yeah, I'll send that to you guys after the show.
No, I'm just. It was close too. Okay. Did he say anything, or did he just gave you the silent treatment on it?
I mean, he's just not here.
No, but I understand that. But I mean, yesterday, had he already won, or did it come down to Monday Night Football?
Well, I had Romeo Doubs,
okay.
So there was a chance, but the Packers can't score points.
I really could have used it. Jamal and I are fighting for one of these final playoff spots. The listeners are doing very good in our league. Wolf, you're still up there though at 7-2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man. Okay, good.
So, or I guess
when
7-3.
you say I'm still up there, what do you mean? Like
top 6 make the playoffs out of the 12, and you are pretty firmly in a playoff spot right now. With I'm gonna guess 4 weeks left in the regular season. I think is how it goes, and then you get to the playoffs.
Okay.
All right. This is Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, talking about the offensive line issues specifically.
It's probably a blend of everything, truthfully. One, they got us. Another one we handled pretty good. A couple different ones we handled pretty good. We're on the right people, but they won their one-on-ones. We didn't. I would say a couple other ones, we got to get the ball out of his hand, and there's different ways to do that. We got to get the ball out of his hand. But credit to them, they did a good job, and I thought we had a plan to, go in and try to negate 99 a little bit, and they had some compliments off of it. So, and then I would say that when that game fell out of balance early, when it's known pass, you're going to be swimming upstream versus a really good front.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. That is well said by JG. Because, again, when you get down the way the Arizona Cardinals got down, they knew exactly what you were going to do. You're going to throw the ball because you have to throw the ball at that point in time. 35-0 at one point in this game. 35-0. And it was 38-7 at the half. Yeah, you're a one-dimensional offense. You're basically a sitting duck at that point in time. So it makes it very difficult on your protection schemes. It makes it very difficult on your passing game for you to come back, especially when the other team is capable of getting to you.
Yeah, and that's definitely fair for that game. I mean, you're facing Seattle. You're in their stadium, and as has been talked about, you couldn't have started any worse because now that defensive line can just be like, all right, we'll just rush the passer on every play. But that doesn't account for the entire season. The offensive line has been an issue all season long. And I don't know how much you can really alter that mid-season, especially because for the most part, you have your same guys from last year. And for the most part, everybody's banged up this time of year, but your offensive line is still intact. You've had more than your fair share of injuries at running back and at the cornerback position and now on the defensive line. But your O-line's relatively healthy, and they're struggling.
They are struggling. How do you fix this thing? And who's responsible for fixing it? It's a situation where, again, you have to determine what is going to happen over the next 8 games of the season. It's the reason why I think it's very important that the Arizona Cardinals remain competitive. Because if they do remain competitive over the last 8 games, I think what they're going to do is you're going to bring Monty Ossenfort back. You're going to bring JG back. You're going to bring them back, provided they finish strong. If suddenly they go 1-7 the rest of the way, look, I honestly, I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. I don't think Monty Ossenfort has been bad. As a matter of fact, I don't, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a situation where you still have to wait for these draft picks to continue to develop.
I have a hard time pinning enough blame on Monty to even consider a change there, to be honest, because a lot of his draft picks have already been good. Some of them are just hurt.
Yes.
A good chunk of them are hurt. They're finding guys in the 4th round like Rabbit or the 5th round, and like Denzel Burke. I mean,
Dante Stills.
Yeah, they're finding guys late.
6th round.
Their first-round picks, Monty's first-round picks are Paris Johnson Jr. I think we're happy with the way he has played.
Yes.
I know there are people screaming, I wanted Will Anderson. That's fine, but Paris Johnson Jr. has been good. Marv, everybody would have taken him there at 4, and he's not bad, and you just got to kind of see where that goes. You certainly aren't firing your GM over taking Marvin Harrison Jr. with the 4th pick last year.
No.
Darius Robinson right now can't stay on the field. Walter Nolan looked great in his one game, his first game. I guess played another half, but Will Johnson was a good grab there. I mean, that wasn't necessarily a find, I think, but still, if you're going by draft, that's how I'm judging Monty, and I have no problem. The drafts haven't been perfect, but I don't have a problem with it.
Once again, too, I'm not looking at Trey Benson like he's a bust.
No, I just want to see him play.
Isaiah Adams like he's a bust. I'm not right now. There have been many offensive linemen that take a couple of years to really develop to the NFL game. Now again, you'd love to see Isaiah Adams go out and start the way that he did at the end of last season. The 5 games that he started and how well he played in those 5 games. And what happened this year, I don't know, but it goes back to the offensive line room all over again. What is going on in there? And again, you know me. I don't point to a coach and say, Justin Fry, what are you doing?
Yeah. No, I know. And I can hear the pushback on that right now of, well, why didn't Monty address the offensive line? And what I would say is the offensive line was decent last year. It is very similar to me, Wolf, to the Diamondbacks bullpen early this year when it was guys that have been good for you not getting the job done. And then obviously, AJ Puck gets hurt and Justin Martinez gets hurt and things fall apart and you have to bring in new guys and they weren't as good. But I mean, early in the season when the Diamondbacks bullpen was struggling, it was guys that have been good for you before.
Yes.
So why would you just up and get rid of them in the offseason?
Yes. I do believe, though, that honestly right now they need a war daddy, as JG would say. They need a war daddy on that offensive line. I think of Zach Martin and the Dallas Cowboys when they drafted Zach Martin. They brought him in. They wanted a war daddy. And they drafted a war daddy in spades with Zach Martin. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Retired just last year, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and that's where this gets complicated, right? Because for me, it's almost no-brainer. You're taking an offensive lineman with your first-round pick next year. I think that's clear, unless you need a quarterback.
Yeah.
Then what are you doing? Because you're probably not taking your quarterback of the future in the 2nd round. So that's where it gets complicated. Real quick before we hit the break, Wolf, if they tell you can go out there and they're going to get whoever they pick is going to be just a bona fide locked in for the next 10 years at that position, where on the offensive line are you taking somebody? Because you like Paris at left tackle, right?
Yes, I
do.
So
are you looking for a guard, right tackle, center? Like, what would you be?
There's a premium at tackles in the National Football League. There is. And it's no longer a situation where you can just get away with a great left tackle. You need a right tackle as well.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gives you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson stuff, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus presented by Sanderson Ford. All right, when we come back, why exactly do the Phoenix Suns look as good as they have so far? And, Wolf, I have a question for Kellen.
Okay.
That's going to stump him next.
Killer.
Kellen Olson's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sport.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
What?
Yes, he is in fact the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the Golden Paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside, I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our son's mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, I want to thank our listeners in Anthem right now. Thanks to everybody in Anthem, and thanks to everybody listening right now. And
Anthem.
Thanks to my microphone for working. It seems like it's working, right, Rick?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Kellen Olson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kellen? Oh, no. Is Kellen's microphone working?
Killer, are you there?
Hello.
What's
Hello.
going
Roger,
on?
Roger, 1, 2, 3,
All right.
4, 5, 6.
What's up?
7,
Yeah,
8,
we can
9.
hear you.
That's
Okay.
great, man.
All right, Kellen, the Suns, as you well know, have won 5 of 6. They are 6-5 now through their first 11 games. I'll just start with a simple one for you. Did you expect them to be where they are right now this quickly?
No, definitely not. Not through the injuries and just not through what they're trying to do right now, which is build up a new system, build up a new era of Suns basketball, and things like that are always going to take a lot of time. But what they have done is kind of takes you back to the opener of the preseason. I know preseason doesn't matter and everything, but it was immediately clear that they had clear transitions from training camp to what they tried to do on the basketball floor. Like everything was just about carrying over. That's the way Devin Booker said it. And if you look at these 11 games so far, you can get caught into it a bit. Like they're hitting a lot of threes. They've had some ugly losses where they're just down 15 or 20 in the first half of like all of those games. But all of this has required them to play a certain style, and everyone is very committed to it. Everyone is very bought in, and more, I think that most importantly of all, it is making a lot of guys play their best brand of basketball right now, because it's one thing to have everyone bought in. It's one thing to have everyone sort of, again, bought in on this style of play. But if you look at how well Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, Devin Booker, all these guys are playing, it's because this style suits them as well.
So, Killer, when you look at it from a statistical perspective, is there one stat that has got your attention? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, for sure. It's threes right now. I tweeted it earlier in the day. If you look at 16 threes made in a game right now, the Suns have done it the most out of any other team. They've done it in 9 of their 11 games. There's another team that's done it 8 times, and there's another team that's done it 7 times. And then that's it in terms of teams that have done it more than 5 times. So they're hitting a lot of threes right now. And again, you can do the whole shooting luck, small sample size thing. But they are playing in a system that generates a lot of open threes, that gets a lot of them up, and it is sustainable. I don't know if like the shooting to that degree and that volume is sustainable, like hitting 16 a game, that's not going to happen. But they're getting enough up and generating enough quality looks to where they are getting them up. And this is like the interesting point in the season, Wolf, because you mentioned like numbers, like which number sticks out to you. I talked to Jordan pregame, and he said like the 10-game point is when a lot of teams around the league will start to look at their first like reports of statistics and like really look into like the trends that are there. They feel like that's a decent enough sample size. So now that the rest of the league has those numbers on the Suns, how are they going to counter now what they see with this team? Are they going to force them off the line a lot more? But clearly what makes this team work is the fact that they can get up a lot of threes and make a lot of threes right now. Of course, the credit for that goes to Devin Booker, and it goes to the shooters as well.
Talking to Kellen Olson, Kellen, in light of Grayson Allen's performance last night, that wasn't his first good game of the season, but I mean, that was obviously a great game. How much would it impact them if he could have the sort of career year on offense that he's having early this year? It almost felt like he was kind of the forgotten Phoenix Sun coming into this season.
Yeah, the thing about Grayson is he was a high-level scorer and ball handler at Duke in college, and then he comes into the league, and it's like, okay, figuring out what exactly is he? Is he more of a shooter? Is he more of a scorer? He goes to Utah. He goes to Memphis. He's used more as a combo guard, and then he goes to Milwaukee, and it's like, okay, Giannis is going to dribble, go stand over there, and get ready to shoot 5, 6, 7, 8 threes a game. And that's what he did a lot of for the Suns as well. You'll remember earlier in his time here when there were injuries and then Brad was out and Kevin was out, and like him and Eric Gordon were doing a little bit more of the handling, a little bit more of putting pressure on the rim. But this year with Jalen out, he's been on the ball the most he has been in his son's career so far, and he's handling it very well. It will lead to some turnovers. He does have these moments when he gets caught with the ball in no man's land and gives it away, but his turnover numbers aren't even that bad in the first place. And the thing that he's doing a lot more of this year that I wrote about on the site last night is that he's getting up pull-up threes now. Like with this new system, with like getting up threes, they look at that as a good shot. Like if there's 17 seconds left on the shot clock and they're switching the ball screen and they're leaving Grayson Allen open from 3 from a couple feet out, he's just going to take that. And those are the shots that he's taking right now and taking them with confidence. And he did say last night, you can adapt to any role in the league as a shooter when you're that good as a shooter, but it just does help you to be on the ball more, to get a feel for the game a little bit more. And I think you're seeing a direct correlation right now. I think it's like 44% from 3 right now for him on 9 attempts per game, career highs all across the board and a lot of different numbers. He's having a fantastic year. He's always been a really good player, and I'm glad that he's getting this spotlight.
Killer, what are you seeing from the Phoenix Suns on the defensive end of the floor?
Well, that's where like the full circle happens, Wolf, right? Where if you're playing good offense and you're scoring the basketball, you allow your defense to get set. And when your defense is set, you're going to force more misses. And now you're playing off misses more, which allows your offense to be better. And then that circle kind of keeps on going. It's something that Book really comes back to a lot over the last 5 years, whether it's a win or a loss, where like that cycle, either flowing or not flowing, can really disrupt or engage your team in a certain way. And we've seen that be really effective for this team right now. I think what we're seeing on the defensive end, Wolf, even last night, like we're seeing 85-90% of their possessions are very good. There's just that last 10 to 15% where they're giving up a wide open shot and there's like a breakdown of miscommunication somewhere. And that's what you get from the first 10, 15 games of the year, 20 games of the year. I want to shout out Mark Williams on this end because he was a guy where the people who were really watching the Charlotte Hornets the last couple of years, which is not a lot of people, of course, were heavily critical of his play on the defensive end. He looks good. Like he looks like an average defensive player. And again, when this trade was made, we thought that he was a bad defender. He looks like an average center as a defender, and he's obviously very good offensively. So you add that up and you've got a guy that's a borderline top 10 center if he stays healthy. Of course, the back-to-back coming up, we'll see if he plays in both games or we're going to continue to go on this ride with him. But for now, he's staying healthy. And whenever he's healthy, that defense is going to be in a good spot right now because he's been one of the bright spots for them overall, but especially on that end.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, I fully acknowledge that I'm jumping way ahead of where we should be right now. But if this team could somehow make the playoffs this year, where would you rank that among Devin Booker's accomplishments in his career?
Well, he was the best player on a finals team. Mm-hmm. That's number one. Yep. That's tough to do. And the fact that he played that well in the finals, I really do think that, like, in terms of how we look back on those finals, it's pretty forgettable for a lot of people how Chris just fell apart after the second game and just no one was there to help Book except himself. He had the playoff run, I want to say the year after or 2 years after, where it started with the Clippers in round one, where like over like a 14-game stretch, he was like one of the best players we've ever seen ever in the postseason. Mm-hmm. Those two are pretty tough to beat. But this would be up there for sure because none of this works without him. Like if this, I think more to your question, Luke, if this holds and the Suns are a playoff team, he's going to be first team All-NBA. Yeah. And that's the level of player that he's always been. And we've always had this like blind faith in him. And I remember coming on your guys' show 5 games in and I was like, hey guys, this isn't what it's supposed to be at all. And it started with him and he's been much, much better since then and back to the standard that we've always held him to here because we've watched this guy for a decade. We know exactly what he is. And it's one of the best players in basketball.
You know, I know it's still early, Killer, but 6-5 on the season right now. I don't think I would have seen 6 wins in the first 11 games here. Who do you credit for that? Brian Gregory or Jordan Ott?
I think it's a joint effort here, Wolf, and that's always the important part, right? Is that when things are not going well, you have to put blame across the board, and when things are going well, you have to put them across the board. Jordan said it last night when he was asked about like how this roster fits together. He's like, well, I didn't build the roster, so you're gonna have to give credit to those guys. But in terms of the way that the roster fits together, that's one thing. But in terms of how it is deployed on the court, that's all odd. They both deserve a lot of credit. But Wolf, I think the interesting thing that's happening right now, I don't know if you guys have talked about the Nico Harrison news yet, but with the Suns at 6-5, what we were expecting the Western Conference to be a month ago, we would have thought like, okay, maybe they're like 10th, 11th in the conference. It's probably going to be pretty brutal this year. You look at the bottom half right now. Dallas is a mess. New Orleans is a mess. Sacramento is a mess. Utah is a mess. The Clippers are a mess right now. The Wolves are kind of okay. They're going through this point guard thing. The Warriors have just kind of been okay. Houston's been pretty good. San Antonio's been awesome. But there's a lot more variance right now in the West than I initially expected. Yeah. Again, it's that first wave of statistics. It's that first 10-game wave. Let's check in at game 20 and see where we're at. But to your guys' points, if they hold this level of basketball, we thought before maybe it just wasn't going to be good enough to get in the top 10 of the West anyway because of how good it is. But that might be changing. I have more on the site coming up on that today.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now, make sure I check that story out. Everybody should too, because you're right. The Western Conference so far does not look nearly as dominant top to bottom as we would expect. Kellen, great stuff, man. Thank you. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. That's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And when we come back, Wolf, would you really be willing to trade Catel Marte? And if so, what would you need back in a Catel Marte trade? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly at Marana Mornings. The Seahawks. This is a team that you nearly beat, a month ago at home? And they blew the doors off the Cardinals.
That was a reminder. Okay, nice win on Monday night. You want to be in the upper echelon of this division, this is what you're going to face. The separation between those two teams is vast and eye-opening and depressing if you're on the red side of things.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade. Yeah, we all know that. If you live here in Arizona, of course. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau as well. Now listen, these shades, they are commercial grade. They're industrial strength. Hundreds of colors and durable fabrics to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. You know what you need to do, brothers? You need to go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. It's our Black Friday sale. Recharge this season with a bundle of cozy, soothing comfort. Now only $17.99 for our C2 mattress and base, plus free premium delivery. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson, Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the year and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. The Suns are back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And U of A men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll give you our reactions to the Suns game last night against the Pelicans to get more insight from one of the Suns players. That's all happening on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thanks to Kellen Olson for joining us last segment. Thanks to Patrick Peterson, joined us in the 11 o'clock hour. Bob Nightingale joined us in the 10 o'clock hour, Wolf, to talk about that story that he wrote that said, there might be some motivation for the Diamondbacks to trade Catel Marte this offseason. We asked him when we had him on earlier, how likely is it that Catel would actually get traded? We asked him what would be a reasonable return for Catel. We also asked him, is that giving up too much offense? Because you got to remember, the Diamondbacks last year were getting it done with offense. And then they traded away Geno at the deadline. I think we all understood, even if we didn't like it, why they had to do that. And they traded away Josh Naylor, and I think everybody except me was, eventually on board with that. I'm still not. And so now if you give up...
Let it go.
I can't. But if you give up Catel Marte now, too, that is giving up a lot of offense in the last few months. Here's Bob Nightingale.
It's given a lot of offense, but they need pitching. They have so many pitchers on the injury list. That's why their payroll is going to go down. Just because those guys are paying him anyway, whether it's Burns at $35 million and those type of things, the co-closers, Martinez and AJ Puck. So no, they need pitching, so they get some nice control of the pitching, and he's got a favorable team contract, so I think get a lot for him. The problem, of course, is people say, "Wait a minute, now, why are you so itching to trade this guy? Can he fit into our team?" A little bit like a Jazz Chisholm with the Marlins, whose trade value is way down because of talent. But he went to New York, he was fine. And I think people say, okay, can he fit into our clubhouse? Do we have that kind of veteran leadership to say, you know what, you can't take days off here. You're not taking 2 days off after the All-Star break. That's inexcusable.
That's why I don't think it's going to be an issue whatsoever. I think Catel Marte is the type of guy that is going to be traded to a contender. A contender where a general manager can look at his baseball club and say, you know what, we get Catel Marte, that's going to put us over the top. We're close. I think, honestly, that's the reason why I don't think it's really going to matter, because that type of clubhouse probably has strong leadership right now.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And I think that's what they're going to gauge in regard to acquiring Catel Marte. We better have a strong clubhouse.
Yeah, that's a good point. Any team that's going to trade for him, if the Diamondbacks actually traded him, would be a team that's trying to win this year, trying to win the whole thing this year. Later in the conversation, he brought up, the Diamondbacks are kind of a younger team, and in terms of clubhouse leadership, they maybe don't have a lot of that right now. Within the context of, if you have something odd like this going on, where Catel's just like, yeah, I'm not playing after the All-Star break, or last year, 2 years ago now, in 2024, when that final week when they had to win games and he wanted a day off in there too, he brought up the Dodgers as a reference point, which I hate, but it's accurate, that would never fly with them, because you'd have to answer to Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and all these guys.
That's right.
But you're right. If they actually did trade him, those are the kinds of teams that would be trying to trade for him, are teams with a lot of established vets already anyway.
Yeah, no, there's no way in the world. And can I also say this? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? For us, this was a surprise. Catel Marte. Wow, Catel Marte. Boy, he really did this. He's not very popular in the clubhouse, honestly. Remember that? It was kind of a, wow, Catel Marte, really? You know who knew well before we ever knew? everybody else in the league.
Well, that's how it came out.
Players talk about this stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Players from inside the Arizona Diamondbacks talking to other players across the league. They knew this is Catel Marte. I'll guarantee you that.
The perception I've kind of gotten is that he's obviously a great player. This is just the perception I've gotten. It's not that he's a teammate that other teammates don't like, but he's almost like your friend in the friend group that you like to have around, but they're kind of quirky. You wouldn't necessarily call them if you were desperate for, they're not necessarily your most reliable friend, but you like having them around. Like when Catel Marte is playing, he's as reliable as it gets. And that's why, to me, if you really trade him, you better get a haul back, because I'm kind of tired of trading away all the biggest names in this town right now. And it seems to be kind of a thing that's going on. But at the same time, if you can't count on him to actually play in key moments, that's going to wear on teammates. I'll go back to what you and I were saying back in June, July, when the story broke. It doesn't really matter what you or I feel. It matters how his teammates feel.
Yes.
And the only reason this story ever came out is because some teammate or former teammate was like, hey, this is kind of getting old.
I remember us having that very conversation right there, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't about Catel Marte. It was about everybody else inside the clubhouse and how they really felt about Catel Marte. That was the story to me. Obviously it was a big deal, but again, I will continue to say this. This is a reputation that spreads across the league. And I think people know this also about Catel Marte. He's a great dude. He's a really good teammate. Honestly, I think they also know his personality and who he is. Okay, he may have an issue with taking days off. He may. But most people understand he's not going to be the type of guy that's going to come into your clubhouse and act like a jerk. Mm-hmm. He'll conform for the most part. You just might have to give him some days off.
He might be an MVP candidate, too. I mean, that's the other
by
part
the way, if you've got a strong leadership group inside that clubhouse, he'll fit right in and be fine.
There's probably a way you can manage the days off, too. I mean, he's not the only player in baseball who takes days off. I think where it got sideways last year is he was just saying, I'm taking this day off. You almost need to sit down with him before the season and be like, look, if you're going to take a few days off, not everybody's going to play 162 games anyway, but let's establish this now. So when we're guys are fighting for their jobs or to not get traded at the All-Star break, you're not just disappearing for a couple days, or you're not just disappearing during the last week of the season the year before when we're trying to make the playoffs. A couple other things that Bob Nightingale threw in there in his story, though, too. Very tradable contract, certainly. Teams would line up for Catel Marte. But he did say, and he noted this, if you don't move him by mid-April, then Catel has the 10-5 rights, which for people that aren't reading the MLB, CBA constantly, that basically means he can go full Bradley Beal on you.
Yes.
And just not accept a trade anywhere after mid-April, ever.
Yes.
So if you're ever going to move him, this would be when.
The 10-5 rights, you got to be in the league 10 years, of course, and then you've got to be with a team 5 years. And once you achieve that, that means you've got full niet.
Yeah.
You can nix any deal.
Doesn't mean you can't trade him, but it means he has to approve the trade.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Stuff from Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE. Text that to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus presented by Sanderson Ford. When we come back, how is Drew Petzing working to fix the Cardinals' offensive issues as they head into a matchup with San Francisco? We're going to react to what the Cardinals OC just said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known this worldwide, Basinonians. That's right. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and worldwide in endoscopic, minimally invasive spine surgery. That's right, spine surgeons from all over the world. They come right here. People getting treated from all over the world. They come right here to the Basin because of DISC. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Paul Calvese here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. What needs to be the focus for the Cardinals this weekend against the 49ers? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, final segment of the show today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday, and one of the benefits doing the midday show is a lot of audio comes up live during the show that we can play here first. Wolf?
Okay.
You packed up so quickly, you turned your mic off.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, interesting. I was chewing gum as well. I had to spit that out.
Right on the wall.
We go. Broadcasting.
Drew Petzing just spoke, and now you and I obviously haven't heard this because we've been doing this show, but he was asked how he evaluates the type of pressure Jacoby Brissett was under Sunday in Seattle against the Seahawks.
A couple different ways. Nature of the game, based on the score and number of possessions left, kind of how we had to play the game to try to get back into it. It's a great front. I think we knew that going into the game. We knew it was going to be a tough matchup. We knew it was going to be a dirty pocket. And to beat that team, you got to make some of those plays, whether it be blocking or making the throw or getting open, or calling the right play at the right time. I think it's all of those things go into evaluating that.
You know what's so amazing about that? A dirty pocket. I don't know if I've ever heard that.
I was thinking the same thing.
Of course, we always talk about a clean pocket. Mm-hmm. Guys got to have a clean pocket to be able to step. Well, what's the opposite of clean? Dirty. A dirty pocket.
Dirty pocket sounds like some sort of calzone you could order that has everything in it. Like it's like a calzone with pepperoni, but then sausage and like
that
meatloaf.
Sounds delicious.
Oh, you didn't let me finish.
Well, the meatloaf. You went into meatloaf. I mean, I love meatloaf, but like not in a calzone. I think that's going a bit far.
That's what makes it the dirty pocket. There's no rules.
You know what's weird about it, Basin Reeds? Have you ever, like jeans, have you ever gone ahead and stuck your hand into your jean pocket? And suddenly there's like hair stuff all over it. And I'm talking about from the jean itself, not obviously your hair.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden there's strings, and because you've washed it a few times, and then all of a sudden you have to rip it out of your pocket. A dirty pocket. That's what it is.
And that's what was plaguing the Cardinals on Sunday, the dirty pocket.
Yeah.
Here's more from Drew Petzing. I don't know if he can coin any other new phrases, but we'll try. He was asked about the offensive line and what he sees as the issue there, or issues, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think they're playing hard. I think we've played some really good fronts. I think the communication has been good. I think at times, you're losing one-on-ones in critical situations, which is hurting us. And certainly we need to evaluate how and why that's happening and try to clean that up. But I think those guys play extremely hard. I think they play well together. I think they're doing everything they can to win games.
Yeah, again, I'm sure he feels that way. I'm confused as to what the problem is with this offensive line. I just am. This is the same offensive line for the most part. What were they? Number 2 in rushing yards per play last year. Number 2. Mm-hmm. And I realize it's James Conner as well and Trey Benson. I realize you're missing your running backs, but to be honest with you, I haven't seen the same attack. I haven't seen the same physicality on the line of scrimmage that we've seen the last couple of years from this offensive line. And I think you've got to own it, you've got to admit it, you've got to tell the truth, and you got to wear it.
Especially because in terms of facing a tough defensive line, I mean, yeah, that's true on Sunday against Seattle.
Yeah.
But, there's a lot of teams coming up that they're going to play that have pretty good defensive lines. San Francisco is pretty good. Houston is really good. The Rams twice, they're really good. I mean, it's not like you've played all the tough defenses you're going to play. In fact, the harder ones are probably still ahead of you.
Yeah, and, even if you play a tough defensive line from time to time, you got to be physical. You have to come off the ball and do it.
You got to win. You got to win that
You got to win. You do. Sometimes you're going to win. You're not going to win all the time, but sometimes you're going to lose. It's the National Football League. You just can't say, well, this defensive line is just great, and because of that, we're not going to be able to run you got to do it. Go do your job. Hey, there were a lot of guys I played against, killed me. Killed me on the football field. Except sometimes I killed them on the football field. See how that works?
Shouldn't be 100-0.
Yes.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
It's Drew Petzing on why Trey McBride is suddenly the red zone and end zone threat that he certainly looked like he was always going to be, but he wasn't really until the last 4 weeks.
I think just how consistent he's been. I think it's something you see from him day in and day out in the way he plays the game, the way he practices. I think it's 11 or 12 games now with 5 straight catches. It's not a secret that we're going to try to get him the ball, and he's able to go out there and have an impact on the game, regardless of situation, first, second down, third down, in the red zone. Just plays the game at such a high level, attacks the football, does a great job of separating at the top of the routes, and just plays with great energy. So it's been fun to watch.
It is really cool, too, when you think about it. Trey McBride, of course, becoming one of the best tight ends in the National Football League. In his first 3 years, he had 6 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
This season, he's got 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, and honestly, that stat says almost all of it, but it doesn't say quite all of it. If Kyler Murray is ever the starting quarterback for the Cardinals again, this is the thing he has to take from what Jacoby Brissett has done. Trey McBride, 7 career touchdowns until 4 games ago, and he has 5 in the 4 games with Jacoby Brissett. It's not like Trey McBride suddenly can't run routes in the end zone. You obviously can go to. So he's got 5 touchdowns in the last 4 games from Jacoby Brissett. He nearly had 2 more. Didn't he have 2 called back? I think he's had 2 called back in that stretch. So he could have 7. It's not like a reach.
True.
Like, if they ran this play. Like, he's had 2 more touchdowns called back. And he had an 8th where he was being held in the end zone against the Colts.
True.
It's not inconceivable he could have 8 touchdowns in the last 4 games from Jacoby Brissett.
What else you got for me from Drew?
How about the topic of Marvin Harrison Jr. with 3 catches on 12 targets against Seattle?
I think they got some good players. There were some contested catches. He's made a number of those throughout the course of the season. There were a couple of those where they got their hand on the ball. I think of the one there on 4th and goal is an unbelievable play to get back involved and get a hand on the football. And when you make those, you come out of the game saying you had 7 or 8 for a big game. And I thought those guys competed really well and made some plays on the back end.
Yeah, they did. Pritchett.
That was
the most incredible play, I think. I don't know if I've ever seen a DB make a better play than what he did.
Seahawks aside, that play was absurd. And it's not like some amazing catch or pick 6 or anything, but if you just go back and just watch the play, you shouldn't be able to just reach up and just flip the ball away at that point. You're defying gravity twice on that play.
Incredible play.
More from Drew Petzing on what he saw specifically on the second strip sack.
Amari stepped up. Obviously, they ran a little pick game inside, and I think Amari kind of lost his footing. And sometimes that little difference is the difference between getting the ball out in 3rd down and what ended up happening, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that whole first half was unfortunate.
Yeah, that was incredible. We all understand. We don't want to go through the Tyrese Knight affair as it's being known, ladies and gentlemen, in the Wolfley compound. The Tyrese Knight affair. You got to be kidding me. This guy, not even the starter, by the way.
No.
Not even the starter. Came in and did something that I've never seen. He was one half of the equation, stripping and getting the strip sack, of course. But then all of a sudden, there it is. DeMarcus Lawrence picking it up and running back for a touchdown. Not since the merger.
Since pre-merger, even. I told you this the other day. I don't remember which show it was that I was watching on Sunday morning, but they brought up Tyrese Knight, and they were like, keep an eye out specifically for him. He's in for Ernest Jones the fourth.
You told me this yesterday, and I didn't believe you at first.
It wasn't a Cardinals or a Seahawks pregame show. It was just a national show, and it was a fantasy football expert who stepped in. He's like, just keep an eye on Tyrese Knight, and look what he does. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think we're seeing Devin Booker become that leader that people questioned.
That's a great point.
If he could be that guy. Because your leader has to go full-blown laying out for a loose ball in a close game. That's what you have to do. You want to lead by example. And what I think we are seeing, and I think a lot of people question this, me too, as to whether Devin Booker could be the true leader of this basketball team. What I'm seeing, the way he's playing right now, I'm seeing an unselfish player that's not just trying to take all the shots. He's getting everybody else involved. He's getting his, but he's also leading with his play on the court.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person, or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Grayson Allen scored a career-high 42 points and made a team record 10 three-pointers as the Phoenix Suns blew out the New Orleans Pelicans 121-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. The Suns improved to 6-5 on the season and have now won 5 of their last 6 games. Phoenix is back at it tomorrow night at Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. And Arizona men's basketball looks to improve to 3-0 on the season tonight in Tucson against NAU. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get in on the action at Casino Arizona this November with Tailgate Touchdown for weekly drawings and a chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing over there?
I think I parked in the right spot today. I think I parked in the right spot.
Do you think Jonathan Gannon did? Or do you think Jonathan Gannon got in his car and he's like, why in the bleep was John Gambadoro asking me about where I parked my car today?
Somebody that I know, a friend of mine, said, I thought you were going to go like, because they're going to take the parking spot away from you and fire you. Like, can I have the parking spot or something like that? When you started to go down that angle.
Really? What of your friends thought you were going to...
Like, you started to go do you have a parking spot at the facility?
What a...
Yes, well, they should take it away from you. They thought I was going that way.
They thought you were going that way. Maybe Jonathan Gannon thought you were going that way, too. So maybe next time don't lead with the whole parking spot situation because you might think you were trying to take it from him. Well, good. I'm glad you're in the right spot today. I'm glad you're in the right frame of mind you're of sound mind and body because we got a lot of work to get to today. Got a busy show. Mike Hazen's going to join us live from the general manager meetings for Major League Baseball. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about his team.
And a very first on the Burns and Gambo show, a first time ever. Back-to-back Suns guests will be the same exact player. Exactly. We had him on last week. We're going to have him on this week. I asked for him today. When I spoke with Cole over at the Suns. We've never done that before. Usually we split up and have different players every week. But we decided to just, do something we've never done before.
Yeah.
Grayson Allen again.
Top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Back out to Allen. He's going to tee up another one, and that's good. 10th three of the night for Grayson Allen. He's got his own new career high. 38 points, 2 off his career best in that category. Feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high. 42 on the night. Most threes in a single game in Suns history with 10. Most threes in his career with 10. Most points in his career with 42. What a performance from Grayson Allen.
Seems like a good reason to have Grayson Allen again.
I think so.
Even though we just had him on last week. Yeah, I think we can have Grayson on today at 5:15 or 5:30. Sure, why not?
What a terrific performance by him. Just an absolute thriller of a game. So happy for him. Sets a franchise record with 10 3-pointers. Sets a career high with 42 points. He set his career high with the Utah Jazz when he was a rookie with 40. He got to 42. He got 2 free throws, and then he had the Euro step, basket, and he didn't set the career high with the 3. He set it with a layup, but we'll take it. And then Jordan Ott was like, okay, enough. I know on the broadcast, was like, keep him in, let him get 50.
Yeah,
There's still 8 minutes left.
I knew they were going to keep him in that game.
Yeah, at that point, it was like, let him come out. You could just tell how much this team likes each other, how excited those guys were for him. He was just so happy. He was like giggling the whole time. John Voight, a bright side of the sun, said like almost all of those 3-pointers were wide open.
Yeah.
like 62% of his 3-pointers were wide open. I kept thinking that as I'm watching the game. I know he hit like 5 of them over Alvarez, but man, he seemed like he was wide open on so many of those.
Yeah, he did. I saw the Voida tweet as well, and he did. He had so much space, and part of it, and he said this after the game, is because in this offense, it's requiring him to do more ball handling than maybe in the past, where he was more of a catch and shoot guy.
Yeah,
he can look for his own shot. He can not create his own shots. I wouldn't call him a shot creator, but because the ball's in his hand, he can dictate him shooting more, and he is shooting a lot more. As you mentioned, he was super happy after the game. Here was him talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely playing my best right now, and it's a lot of fun. I feel like I've gotten better each year, and saying that I'm 30 feels kind of weird to say, but yeah, I mean, I feel like I've just kept getting better and better, and I think finding a home here the last 2 seasons and finding a spot in the system and being extremely comfortable and how I play off a book has helped me a lot these last 2 years, and getting even better and being trusted to do a little bit more with the ball. All those things have contributed, but it's you put a lot of work in the off season, but the opportunity isn't always there, and so I'm first and foremost just extremely grateful for the opportunity to go out there and do and show what I've worked on.
Always love Grayson Allen. Such a good guy to have on your team. He is 3rd in the NBA in 3-point attempts. Steph Curry's number 1, Donovan Mitchell number 2, Grayson Allen is number 3. Royce O'Neal is number 13, and Royce O'Neal's having a good year too. But not only that, I mean, he's hitting at a high percentage. He's hitting at 44.7%, which is terrific. That game was sensational to watch him do. At the end of the third quarter, he hit number 8, and then he hit number 9. 9. He hit number 9 with 7.1 seconds left in the quarter. And then they kept him out for the fourth quarter, and he rolled with the backups. And then he got number 10, and everybody was excited, and they started to chant his name, Grayson Allen. And you could just see how happy he was for a guy like that, for a role player, to have his name called like that. And the fans were chanting and screaming and
MVP.
yelling.
He said that was the best
MVP.
part. He said they were chanting MVP. He goes, that was the best part of the night, was that they were chanting MVP as part of my name. You mentioned the numbers, and not to get too number-centric, but, I mean, it is remarkable when you look at his career numbers. It's so far, and I know we're only 11 games in, but so far 11 games in, he's averaging the most minutes he ever has in his career. Okay, there's that. He's averaging... And I mean, by far, the most shots per game he's ever taken in his life. He's taken about 13 and a half shots per game on average, which, I mean, he's never had a season where he's averaged double-digit field goal attempts in his career.
Fascinating,
right? So
right?
he's at 13 and a half now.
Almost double what he was last year. That's crazy.
His three-point attempts, his career average, three-point attempts per game. 5.2. This year, 9.4.
Yeah.
I
know what that is?
Just like shoot it. And that's Jordan not saying shoot it. More.
That's also not having Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal here.
There's no question.
That's two.
There's no question.
Two ball dominant guys are gone.
No question.
Two ball dominant guys are gone. Guys that played in the mid range, and that's opened up more shots for Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and Colin Gillespie. It's just, again, I know I'm going to get the KD guys. I am a huge addition by subtraction guy. Huge addition by subtraction guy. Getting rid of Durant and Beal was the best thing the Phoenix Suns could have done. And one of the reasons why is what you're seeing right now and what Grayson Allen is doing. The proof is in the pudding.
Because I think when you've got, just forget about the psyche of Kevin Durant and in the locker room and things like that. We're going to talk about that a little later. But let's just talk about when you're sharing a floor with one of the greatest offensive basketball players in the history of the NBA. I can understand why there might be an inclination to pass up a decent shot to try to get him one, right?
Yes.
To passing up, hey, I had a decent shot, but, man, it's Kevin Durant over there. He's he's maybe the best offensive player in the history of the NBA. I'm going to pass up this decent look to see if we can get a one for him, right? Like what? 80% of Kevin Durant is better than 100% of Grayson Allen or whatever number you want to use. And I think with him not being on the floor, it does exactly that. It's like Jordan Ott, and everybody was saying it after the game, I want you to take more three-pointers. Royce O'Neal, I want you to take more three-pointers. I want us to keep our foot on the gas when it comes to that. And so the light is green. The light is the brightest green it could be for Grayson Allen to go even higher than 9.5 three-point shot attempts per game.
Now, part of this, too, is Jalen Green is not playing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But when you lost Durant and Beal, when you moved on from Durant and Beal, you freed up 33 shots per game. 33 shots per game those two guys took. Now, that's 33 shots that have to go somewhere else, okay? Jalen Green's not taking 33 shots a game, but okay, if Jalen Green takes 12 or 13 or 14, it does open it up for other players to be more involved in the offense. Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie. It's just a better fit for the way that the Phoenix Suns want to play basketball. And they want to shoot the three more, and they've got good three-point shooters, but they weren't successful with it last year because of how ball dominant the other guys on their roster
29
were.
assists on 39 made field goals.
Right.
We both. So I mean, we keep talking about how much fun this team is to watch. It is a very visually appealing style of basketball, isn't it? I mean, it really is. Just the ball movement and the crisp passing and everybody getting involved in the movement and just everybody getting involved. It's very winning is appealing too.
Yes.
And had they won enough games with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, okay, you would have taken it however you did, but they didn't. And so now in the interim, you're looking for appealing basketball that's easy to watch. And oh, by the way, they've won 5 of their last 6 games. And oh, by the way, they're above 500 for the first time since February of last season.
Rah-rah.
When they were 26-12 25 after beating. Are you going to say that after every win? Are you going to say rah-rah? Is that what you're going to do? I just asking for a friend.
Know,
Is that how it's gonna...
I know. Listen.
You're going to do that too. You're going to say, I know it's too early to talk about the bet.
It is.
But I'm going to talk about the bet. I know I shouldn't do this.
I know.
But
When they lose,
screw it. I'm going to do it anyway.
When they lose 5 in a row, I'm sure you're going to be like, all right.
I'm going to say, I'm not talking about the bet. Okay. I'm not going to talk about the bet until March, probably. February, maybe.
Bring another bottle of that wine, please. It tasted really good.
You don't drink wine. You don't drink.
I'll have a glass of wine occasionally.
It's going to be the cheapest lunch I've ever bought in my life when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. After I remind you of the Football Family and Flavor giveaway for your chance to win a prize package worth over $1,600, including 2 Cardinal Club seats at the December 7th game against the Rams, 2 pregame passes for the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion, free parking, and Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win. Is last season done and dusted for the Suns? Because Devin Booker has moved on. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Dunn had it, lost it, got it back. And now dribbles into the corner, feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket, Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high, 42 on the night. Suns up 103-76 with 10 minutes to go.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had 2 things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in-store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts, and of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you, because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com, or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Grayson Allen's career-high 42 engulfs the Pelicans, and the Suns got their 5th win in their last 6. The Diamondbacks reportedly have motivation to trade Catel Marte this winter, and the Suns' offense will be pushed to its limits after another Jalen Green injury. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, welcoming everybody in on this Tuesday. Those listening from El Mirage, or those watching out in El Mirage, Arizona on the YouTube channel. We appreciate you joining us. Devin Booker, after last night's win, in which they beat a really shorthanded New Orleans Pelicans team, and let's call it like it is. That's kind of what you're supposed to do to a team that's that shorthanded, right? Like, yes, I mean, there was something very satisfying about watching them just destroy them and not have to worry about letting them back in it, not worry about, hey, you had to put your starters back in there with 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. No, you blew them out. That's what you're supposed to do against a team that is that bad. On why the team is having more fun this year.
You guys seem to be having a lot more fun out there this year than you did last year.
Yeah.
Why is it? Why is all that the mix of the team, the coach? What's the whole difference?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences. Different players, different coaching staff. It's a whole new vibe. So, we've watched last season. It was tough on the whole city. But we feel rejuvenated.
That's a great line. It was tough on the whole city.
We've washed last season. It was tough on the whole city, but we feel rejuvenated.
I feel like I closed my eyes only for a moment, and the moment's gone. Last season, dust in the wind. All last season is dust in the wind.
I was wondering what song you were going to quote on that.
All my dreams passed before my eyes with curiosity.
On me and all, I'm going to deliver this with dramatic, so I knew you were quoting something.
I'm in dust in the wind. That's what it seems like. But that was a great line. Like the whole city, not just me, like the whole city. Like it was insufferable. Is that a good word that season? Insufferable?
Oh, yeah. It's a fantastic word. It's a very appropriate word.
I've said this, and I have no problem saying I hated last year's team. I hated watching the games. I hated going to the games.
I know.
I hated talking about the teams. And I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, and you've said that many, many times, and I think everyone else is kind of, not that they're starting to catch on to it. I think what we need to do now, without knowing how this is going to end and understanding, again, kind of what I said a second ago, let's try to put this in a little bit of perspective. As fun as last night was, that was a really bad basketball team and a really depleted basketball team.
They were up by 32.
And they blew them out, which is, again, what they're supposed to do. Let's see how this goes when the competition gets a little tougher. Let's see how. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm building to a point here.
You're trying to be realistic.
I'm trying to say.
You're trying to say.
Let's
tap the brakes.
Not even tap the brakes. Just like let's all understand kind of where we are right now in this moment. But with that being said, we all so far owe a big debt of gratitude to Brian Gregory, Jordan Ott,
Matt Ishbia, Josh Bartlestein,
for putting together a basketball team that, at first, let's be honest, when there's 1-4 on the season and they're getting their teeth kicked in, it's like, okay, I don't really see much of a difference here. We're starting to see it. We're starting to experience it. It's not going to be like this every night. It's not going to be like this every game. But I think all of those guys deserve a big, big round of applause for so far delivering on exactly what they said they were going to deliver.
Hardworking team.
It works. It works. It's fun to watch. It's easy on the eyes, and we enjoy it very much.
A lot of people didn't trust Ishbia when he came out and said, we're going to do it my way now, and they didn't trust him. And when he hired a first-time GM and a first-time coach and all of those things, a lot of people, just felt like, I can't trust him. But we said, listen, give these guys a chance. Like, give them a chance. Like, give this organization a chance. And what they vowed was not that they're going to compete for a championship, and they're not going to talk about, everybody would like to change rosters with us. And, Matt is new at this, and he made some mistakes, and he learned from those mistakes. And what they vowed to do was put together a really hardworking team that the fans would be proud of. And what we're seeing 11 games is a really hardworking team that the fans can be proud of. Nothing more, nothing less. Yes. It's very simple. If you simplify it, when you watch the Phoenix Suns play, they play extremely hard. They do everything you want them to do, and it's a team you can be proud of. It's not the best team in the league. They're not winning a championship. They're not going deep in the playoffs, but it's a start of something. And again, washing last season's disaster away is part of that.
Grayson Allen was very hesitant when he met with the media last night.
Oh, yes.
To compare the vibes of last year's team to this year's team. Like, Devin Booker has gone full sails into the storm, right? Like he said last year was miserable, one of the worst experiences of his life, the worst experience of his basketball career here with the Suns. He had those comments with us on Media Day, and we get it. Grayson was a lot more careful about how we described last year.
I want to be careful at comparing this team to last year because it's so different. And even like last year, we had a great start to the year, and our energy was great. Everyone was having fun playing. So around this time last year, like, things were going awesome and vibes were great. It was a fun way to play basketball, and we were getting wins. But this group this year, the way we're playing and the way our defense is connected to our offense, and we're relying on each other, 5 guys offensively and defensively, and the activity is extremely high. The energy is extremely high on the court and on the bench. So when we have games like tonight or, some of the last 5 games where everything is connected on both ends of the floor, it's extremely fun. And it's a really fun way to play. And we have a high-energy group, too, that, like, when things are going well, makes it a lot of fun. And when things are going bad, like, we have a lot of guys that are trying to get it to go the right way.
You're furiously scribbling notes over there.
Because the thing that's, when things go bad, that last part, when things go bad, we have a lot of guys that will figure out how to get it turned around and go the right way. I think that's what he said. Last year, they didn't have that.
No.
When things went bad, they went south. They quit. They stopped playing. They sulked. They whined. They complained. They stopped.
Yeah.
The biggest comment he said, and I heard that earlier, and I wanted to write some things down. When things go bad, and I know you can't play that one comment because you have to play the whole thing over again, but I was fascinated by that. When things go bad, we have something about the right guys to turn it around or change it around. He said that. We all know. We all know this. Anybody that's covered that team, they did not have that last year. When things went bad, they got worse. They got worse. And that's not happening right now.
Yeah. Something else from last night, and I read this in Kellen's story, and I wanted to play this because I thought this was really interesting, taking it back to Devin Booker for a second, who was great again last night. He's playing really, really well right now. He got completely overshadowed by Grayson Allen, and he didn't care for a second. He was more than happy to let Grayson Allen have kind of his MVP chant moment last night. But I read this in Kellen's story, and I thought this was worth playing here because Devin Booker rejects the idea that he has become more of a leader with this group with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal gone.
Wow.
Here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still the same person. It's just, the good teams I've been on, you realize there's never just one leader. There's never just one person that's the most vocal. It changes night to night. You do it as a collective group, and you want to make sure everybody's on the same page. And, it starts following, coach's word, and that's what we're all doing. Everybody's bought in, and, it's not always going to be pretty throughout the year, but, I've been saying even in our losses, we come in and, we still get better.
Quote, I'm still the same person. The good teams I've been on, you realize it's never just one leader. It's never just one person that's the most vocal. It changes night to night.
You ever been around people that bring you down, like in your life? Just certain people you're just better off without?
Yes.
Like there's sometimes in life you're just better off with that. It can't be family members. There's sometimes you're just better off without certain people because they just bring you down. They drag you down. That was Devin Booker last year. He was surrounded by a few people that brought him down. The coach included, by the way. The coach included. And when you're around that and you're constantly being beat on and being brought down, it is hard to rise above that. It's not easy. You may think it's easy, but it's not. So sometimes you're better off without those people. And you can get back to being who you are. So I think in many ways, Book says, I'm the same person. Yeah, the same person you were 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years, but you're not the same person from last year and the year before, because that Devin Booker was being brought down by a lot of negative forces around him. There's no doubt in my mind he was. So, yeah, Devin Booker's the same person that he was 3 years ago, but not the same person that he was last year.
He's just saying I'm not exerting more leadership this year. That's the part about it that I took great interest in. I'm the same person. I'm not trying to be more of a leader with this team. You know, I'm doing what I've always been doing, which, you know, again, when he's playing this well and they're winning basketball games, I know it's going to be hard for a lot of people to accept that.
I think he's showing more leadership.
He doesn't look at it that way. He doesn't feel like he is at all. He's like, I'm just being the same guy. Same guy. When we come back, is Jonathan Gannon on it, off it, being bumped, being moved up, down on the hot seat lists? We'll try to get a firm read on it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the claws by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. Message and date apply.
50 years in business by Christian Brothers. 50 years in business. My wife's friend last night said, hey, we need a new water heater. So my wife told them about Christian Brothers. They called today to get that all taken care of. A brand new water heater. Their water heater went. Somebody quoted them like $3,500. And so they were, you know, so my wife said, listen, I get you a much better price. Just call Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers does it all. And right now, for 50 years, here's what they're going to give you. A $50 plumbing inspection. It includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. A water heater flush to preserve your water heater. Yeah, if you don't flush out your water heater once a year, your water heater is going to go a lot quicker. There's a lot of hard water sediments at the bottom of the tank. That erodes the tank. So you get the water heater flush to get rid of those. They're going to do that. That's included for $50. They're going to do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage. And they're going to give you a peace of mind report. So you're going to get that as well. That's for $50. $50 doesn't go a long way in today's day and age. You can barely buy lunch for 2 people or for 3 people for $50. But you can get your complete plumbing unit inspected and get your water heater flushed for $50 right now with Christian Brothers. All you have to do is give them a call and say, hey, I want to get that $50 plumbing inspection and my water heater flushed. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Grayson Allen was the Suns' hero last night in a dominant win over the Pelicans. A career-high 42 points and a Suns record 10 three-pointers made. Allen will be joining Burns and Gambo sometime today in the 5 p.m. hour. We're working on the specific logistics on that, but sometime in the 5 p.m. hour today, be sure to listen for that exclusive conversation. In other NBA news, the Dallas Mavericks announced that they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks, who the Suns will play in Dallas on Wednesday, are off to a 3-8 start to their season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off from Tucson is at 7. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambiance in the valley. You've got 4 Arizona locations to choose from. Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey, it's Wolf. How do the Arizona Cardinals fix their offensive line issues? We'll ask former NFL offensive lineman Max Starks tomorrow. We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Tuesday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The Cardinals back on the practice field tomorrow to get ready for the San Francisco 49ers. Before we talk about this hot seat coaching list, we've got 3 different sports websites, 3 different opinions, and one of them, Jonathan Gannon, is not on at all when it comes to ranking the hot seats, which was kind of interesting. But none of them, at least best I could tell real quick from looking at them, have who might be the newest name on the hot seat ranking. You see that Matt LaFleur is catching some heat? Matt LaFleur is catching a little bit of
field goal blocked last night.
Well, he's an offensive guru, and his offense has been stuck in the mud for the last 3 weeks. And there's a new president of the Green Bay Packers, and those guys are going in the final year of their deal.
Well, the fans own the team.
Well, that's right. So it's up to the fans.
Fans own the team. Let's take a fan vote.
There has been some speculation that, they went from first to third in the NFC North like that, right?
I, for one, am absolutely devastated at this turnaround for the Green Bay Packers.
I bet you are. Yep. You were in a movie last night, so you didn't get to see the embarrassment last night that was their offense.
Missed nothing.
But there are some who think that LaFleur's name, if they're not careful, could pop up on a hot seat list here or there.
Especially after that loss. That was a terrible game. There was no offense in that game at all.
It's 3 straight
There was no
games.
offense.
3 straight games.
By the way, did you get enough points to beat fired Sean?
I didn't beat you?
No, I'm not running the team anymore. I am not running the team.
Look at that.
I made no decisions.
Just in the nick of time for me to beat him, he divorces himself from responsibility of his team.
Fired/rehired Sean was in charge.
Yes, I beat you /fired/hired Sean. Yes, I beat him last night. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. It was not because it was a 10-7 game. But yes, I beat him.
Yeah, I hired the worst general manager possible. He put together a crappy team.
So the 3 list comes from the mmqb.com, foxsports.com, and Fansided. On Fansided and on Fox, Jonathan Gannon's name is listed as one of the top 4 coaches on the hot seat in the NFL. Shockingly, on the Monday Morning Quarterbacks website, they list. I clicked on the link. I'm like, oh yeah, surely Jonathan Gannon.
Of course.
Like I just fully expecting his name to be there. When it wasn't, I had to scroll back 3 times just to make sure I didn't miss it. Did they mention
Then you messaged
him?
the writer, and you're like, did you miss it?
I'm like,
did he get back to you yet?
No, I didn't. That's a you thing. That's something you would do. I wouldn't. On Fox Sports,
number 2,
they listed, Mike McDaniel 1, Jonathan Gannon 2, Kevin Stefanski 3, Zach Taylor 4. But
okay, so Jonathan Gannon number 2, and here's what they say on Fox Sports. His situation is certainly complicated by the Cardinals' quarterback mess. They're financially committed to the deteriorating Murray at least through the end of next season, though they clearly want to move on. It's hard to tell whether that helps or hurt him. It's a built-in excuse for his poor record, 15-28, 3-6 this year. But the Cardinals also might want to start fresh next season with new young quarterback and a more offensive-minded head coach. So they brought that up, okay? Gannon's a defensive guy.
Yeah.
And they brought up, like, if you are going to start over with a new quarterback, would you want to have more of an offensive guru for that guy? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, because that was we've had that conversation so many times about the offensive guy versus the defensive guy. And honestly, got to the point when they hired Gannon, I was just more in the line of just hire the right guy. I don't care where he's offensive or defense. Just hire the right guy.
They also added this. The fact that his defense is consistently ranked in the bottom 10 of the league since he arrived certainly hasn't helped his case to stay.
No, it has, and that's a great point. Like, if you're gonna have a defensive-minded head coach who at least comes from that background, you kind of need your defense to be elite.
Kind of like that Seattle guy.
Yeah, and I think we all thought this year's defense was gonna make that jump to elite. And while it's been good, it has not been elite. It certainly wasn't very good.
Well, they used every one of their 17 draft picks on defense.
Yeah,
and they signed a bunch of free agents.
Every dollar in free agency they had as well. Fansided had him 4th on their list, behind Sean McDermott of the Bills. Interesting. Kevin Stefanski of the Browns and Zach Taylor of the Cincinnati Bengals. Interesting that Taylor keeps popping up given the Joe Burrow injury, but they've got him 4th, and they mention a lot of the same things, the close victories or the close losses, then getting destroyed by the Seahawks on Sunday. They mentioned the Amari DiMercato sideline incident, but only briefly. They didn't spend a lot of time on that. Writing, unless Gannon somehow turns things around down the stretch in arguably the toughest division in football, then this team might turn the page at head coach and quarterback this offseason.
Yeah.
And then you go to the one that I found on the MMQB. He wasn't listed. He wasn't there. Raheem Morris of the Falcons, Zach Taylor of the Bengals, Kevin Stefanski of the Browns, Mike McDaniel of the Dolphins.
Okay.
Not one mention of Jonathan Gannon at all.
Is that Connor Orr?
It was, no, this one was Matt Verdarm.
Okay.
Was the one who wrote this. He's one of the writers over there. Yeah.
And Matt did not put him in there.
Matt did not put him in there.
Now, listen, this is his 3rd year. You can make an argument that, that Murray's been one of the reasons they've been held back. And you could say, okay, we're going to bring in a new quarterback. Let's give him an opportunity with a new quarterback. And that would buy him another year as the coach. Everybody's got to be connected, from Michael Bidwell, Amani Ossenfort to Jonathan Gannon, to kind of say, okay, what do we do to right this ship here? Now you've got to determine, and I think, sometimes I feel this, and this is, you know me, sometimes I feel like you've seen enough of a guy. What do you need, an extra game or two to decide? I don't know that I don't know on this one that this is so easy. I don't know that this is so black and white. I think there's a lot of gray area here. If you determine that a lot of it is the quarterback and you just want to start over with a new quarterback, you may want to give these guys a chance. But you could also look at the defense and, figure out this defense should be top 10 and it's not. How come? But I do think that the rest of the games will actually determine what course they decide to go.
100%.
I don't know that 100%. It's like right now you've kind of made that determination.
No, I think, and I think that's, I hadn't really thought of it that way, but I think that's a really good way of putting it. Like, I think we have seen enough of Kyler Murray to know how we feel about Kyler Murray. Like we know. I think, I'm speaking for most Cardinal fans when I say we have a real good feel of what he is and what he's not and what we want him to be. I don't know if we're there with Jonathan Gannon. I don't know if I can sit here and say I've seen enough of Jonathan Gannon as a head coach to know whether he's good at it or not, or whether he can do it or not. I know the last 3 years haven't been great. I know last year was disappointing. I know this year is massively disappointing. But there are at least some circumstances that go into that, namely the quarterback position. I think exactly what you think about this when it comes to the rest of the season. it is going to, whether he's back or not, is going to be very largely dependent on the sheer number of games they win the rest of the year. I really do think it doesn't come down to effort and playing hard and keeping it close and being competitive. I think it's going to come down to how many games they win and whether Michael Bidwell and the organization can sell the fan base on, hey, look, it was a rough start, but look at how we finished. We closed the year with a 6-2 record, with a 5-3 record. Look at what we were doing in those last 8 games. Look at how we turned things around. It was too late for us to make the playoffs, but look at how we played in the roughly half of the football season to give us hope that we kind of figured it out.
I'm going to piggyback on that.
Okay.
I think it might take 1 or 2 wins against more dominant teams also.
Fine. Okay.
Go beat the Rams.
Go beat the Rams.
Go beat the Bucks.
Yep.
Go beat a couple of the good teams you have. You have a tough schedule the rest of the way. They don't have to play Seattle again. Thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness.
Thank God.
But I do think it might take a couple of, shocking wins.
Signature wins.
Yeah, signature wins.
Kind of like that one they had against the Eagles in Gannon's first year, where it was like, oh, okay, I see ya. You know, a good record and a signature
win or two.
To make you feel like you're actually headed in the right direction with this.
We've had a lot of new coaches in this town over the last few years. We really have. Frank Vogel was a new coach, didn't work. Mike Budenholz's a new coach, didn't work. Jordan Knott's a new coach, so far so good, but very small sample size. Kenny Dillingham's a new coach, it's worked. Tommy Lloyd's a new coach, it's worked. You go look at all the new coaches that you've had in baseball, football, basketball, not in baseball. A lot of them have not worked out. And, Gannon, I think we still have to determine what's going to happen in the next few weeks here.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text the word donate to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, that's donate to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, and it's presented by Sanderson Ford. Are the Diamondbacks open for business when it comes to Catel Marte, and could he be headed to the Big Apple? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I hope this doesn't come off as disrespectful to Jalen Green. I think the Suns are going to be just fine without him. I know it sounds counterintuitive because everybody saw the best of Jalen Green and his opening night.
Yes.
I'm just saying in the last 5 games, the Suns have won 4 of 5 games. And I say that because when he got injured, the team did not pout or whine like a lot of sports fans in the Valley were doing in real time. They actually played harder. When he went down.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. Our son's high school baseball and schedule and school and everything, it's full. It's full. He's always busy. So we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with Pro Smile. Pro Smile is oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at Pro Smile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, making them really comfortable. And they've got the best surgeons on site. And don't let cost hold you back either. Pro Smile makes most insurance plans. They carry most insurance plans. And they offer great finance options as well. You can even ask Pro Smile about their wisdom teeth package deal. So make sure that you make your appointment today before spots fill up, with locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE. Or you could text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me in the waiting room. And no, I told my kid that there's no chance that he is going to be able to put those wisdom teeth under his pillow and get $10 for each one. It's not going to happen.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had 2 things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust. that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get the grandmas on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA MCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with today's social media poll question of the day. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
Dramatic pause there. What's up?
Well, before we start this poll question, Gambo had it a few days ago, but the Phoenix Suns have just released their statement. Phoenix guard Jalen Green has been diagnosed with a right hamstring strain. He will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, which means happy holidays.
Yeah, which means happy holidays.
6 weeks right around Christmas.
Right around Christmas.
That is exactly what I reported the other day from what I was told. 4 to 6 weeks. He'll be out.
He'll be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
Which means he's out 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, no, but I mean, he could be out longer than that.
Oh, could be out longer, yeah.
It's like we're not even going to look at him and see how he's doing
this
for another 4 to 6 weeks.
This is not a timetable to return.
Exactly. That I think is the distinction here is reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks suggests longer than 4 to 6 weeks to me?
Could be, yeah. We could reevaluate him in 4 or 5 and then, get him back on the court in 7 to 10 days. We don't know, but we do know he's going to be out for that time. Like, he is not going to play any basketball games for the Phoenix Suns for the next, 4 to 6 weeks.
They're going to take their sweet time with this one, as they should. After what we saw the other night against L.A., they need to take their sweet time with this one.
There is a 33% chance that you will re-aggravate a hamstring injury in the NBA, according to the NBA stats.
Yeah, he's already done it. So the chance of doing it again.
Chance.
Yeah.
Poll question.
Okay.
Still has to do with the Phoenix Suns, which is which Western Conference team's start to the season has surprised you the most? Is it the Phoenix Suns?
6-5.
6-5 there. The Clippers.
3-7.
The Mavericks.
3-8, and they just fired Nico today.
Yeah, which Shams tweeted out before the meeting happened. So
okay.
Brutal way to find out you're being fired before that meeting. Or the Memphis Grizzlies.
4-7 on the season.
Which Western team starters surprised you the most?
Clippers.
Babs. I'm not going Suns. I can't go Suns. I can't go Suns because this is what I expected.
This is what you expected, yeah.
I can't say, the Suns have been the biggest surprise. No, I expected that they would play better than they did last year.
Yeah.
They're one game over 500. They're like, this is what I thought that they would bring to the table.
And even though they're better than I expected they would be, I think the Clippers being 3-7 and just looking like they're a god-awful mess. I know everybody's hurt, but I think that's the biggest surprise. What's the audience say?
The audience, 66% going with the Phoenix Suns as the biggest surprise. 19% going with the Mavericks. 12% going with the Clippers. And lowly 3% going with the Grizzlies.
All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where that's at on social media. We're going to have Mike Hazen on the show coming up at 4:15. He's in Vegas. The general manager meeting's underway. They're a prelude to the winter meetings. A lot of times, the seeds of trades are planted at the general manager meetings. It's where you first start to have conversations and ideas and things like that. And while certainly trading a guy like Jake McCarthy, trading a guy like Alec Thomas, even Mike Hazen, who has suggested, could they trade a Jordan Lawler? Could they trade a Ryan Waldschmidt out of their system? Could they trade a Tommy Troy out of their system, send their top prospects? There is also the Catel Marte thing. And there was another story about it today on AZ Central that sort of suggested that Catel Marte, if there's not a lot of interest in the Diamondbacks prospects, if teams aren't prospect hunting right now, that the best way for the Diamondbacks to kill 3 birds with one stone, 4 birds with one stone, might be to trade Catel Marte. And lo and behold, somebody has suggested the New York Mets as a possible landing spot.
Yeah, they bring up the Mets, and they've got a deal that would, and I'll just tell you what the deal was. The Mets trade idea lands Catel Marte in blockbuster deal. And that deal would include the third baseman, Brett Batty, who's he's a pretty young player. If I remember, I think he's like 24 or 25 years old. So I think that that he'd be a young third baseman that you would have in your system. It would give them a starting pitcher in Jonah Tong, who's just 22 years old. So it would give them a starting pitcher who.
And by the way, it's Beatty. I'm sorry, it's Beatty. It's Beatty. It's not Batty. It's Beatty.
Yeah, Beatty. And it would give them a bullpen guy in Huasca Brazoban. So it would give them a starting pitcher, a young starting pitcher, an old relief pitcher, and a young third baseman in Brent Beatty. So that, and then they say it could be prospects too. So it could be a deal, where you get 3 or 4 players for one. So Beatty, Brazoban's an older guy. I don't know how old he is, but he's been in the league for a while. He's an older, and then Tong is a young starting pitcher. And then you get a prospect or two. So 3 or 4 guys for one.
Brazoban's 35 years old. He's 35. He was 5-2 last year, 3.57 ERA. He had a couple saves, 67 innings. He had a decent year last year. Not a great year, but he had a decent year last year as one of their setup guys for him. It's if it's going to be that, it's going to be something like that, where you're looking for, if you're Mike Hazen, you're looking for 3 Major League Baseball players for Catel Marte, okay? And not all of them are going to be great. Yeah, but it's you're looking to fill holes. You're certainly looking for a starting pitcher. You're certainly looking for bullpen help. And then, position-wise, do you feel safe at third with Blaze Alexander? Could you call up Tommy Troy to be your second baseman? Could you move Jordan Lawler over to be your second baseman? You've got options there to fill second base if you wanted to. But it's just the idea of, okay, I've got a limited payroll. I'm not going to go free agent shopping. I don't have the money to do it. I'm putting Jordan Lawler out on the market. I'm putting Tommy Troy out on the market. I'm putting Ryan Waldschmidt on the market, and I'm not getting a lot of traction. I'm putting Jake McCarthy and Alec Thomas out there.
No value.
And there's just my phone's not ringing for those guys. But I want to be competitive next year, and I have lots of holes to fill. Trading Catel Marte might be the most. Forget about what happened last year in the clubhouse and the All-Star break and all. And I'm not saying that doesn't play a factor here. I'm saying Mike Hazen might be looking at this as just I've got this chip, and if I'm going to cash it in because I want 3 Major League players, that's my best way to do it.
And the time is now.
And the time is now.
Because he's under control.
Yep.
And he's young. And he's coming off of a great season.
It's not a 10-5 situation, so he can't say no. He can't reject it. That'll kick in here in a few months. It might be his only path to getting 3 Major League Baseball players with the assets that he's got. Now, like you asked yesterday, does it make you worse of a baseball team if you don't have Catel Marte on it? Or you're robbing Peter to pay
the better
Paul,
player, like between Beatty, Brazoban, and Tong, the better player is Marte. What you would be hoping for is you would be hoping that Tong ends up becoming, an elite starting pitcher. I mean, he's only 22 years old, so you'd have to hope that he's a guy that ends up. They pitched for the Mets in 5 games last year, went 2-3 with an ERA of 7. So he got wrecked by the Cubs in 1 game, but there was a really good start against San Diego, 5 innings, only 1 run. He got wrecked by Texas. He only lasted 2/3 of an inning. And it was a good start against Miami where he gave up 1 run on 6 hits in 5 innings. So kind of a mixed bag, but overall an ERA of over 7. But again, a very young pitcher.
Yeah, and I'm not even specifically going to focus too much on this deal. It's just the concept of a deal like this, I think, is kind of what to get.
3 players for 1. Sure.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the amazing thing about what the Suns are doing is that the return they got in the KD trade barely played. That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And as I get older and I near, my retirement, one of the things that I look at is, okay, you work hard, you invest, you save all this money, you get there. Okay, now how do you use it? How do you use it? How much can you take out per year? How much do you want to use per year? What do you want to do with your life? And me, I don't golf. I don't have a lot of. I'd love to travel. I like to see the world. I like to do those things. So with me, working with my financial advisor, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we're putting that plan together on how to utilize, my pension and my Social Security and my investments and, come up with the right amount of money to be able to fit my lifestyle for what I want to do for the rest of my life. So it's important to have a financial advisor that's not only going to help you during your years of investing, but that also wants to be with you when you're not working anymore, not investing anymore, and help you have the right plan to make your money last. So that's why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, because that's what he does. And there's 5 locations in the Valley, and he would love to meet with you right now and give you a free review, just a free review. Call 602-877-PLAN and tell him, hey, I heard Gambo talk about the great things you've done for him. I'd like you to work with me. 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roasts are on sale for only $5.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long, during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Grayson Allen was the Suns' hero last night in a dominant win over the Pelicans. A career-high 42 points and a Suns record 10 three-pointers made. Allen will be joining Burns and Gambo sometime today in the 5 p.m. hour. We're still ironing out those specific logistics, but sometime 5 p.m. hour today. Listen for that exclusive conversation right here on Arizona Sports. Other news related to the Suns, Phoenix announced that guard Jalen Green was diagnosed with a right hamstring strain on Saturday night and that he will be re-evaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. That re-evaluation could come right around Christmas at the latest. Other NBA news, the Dallas Mavericks announced they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks, who the Suns will play in Dallas on Wednesday, are off to a 3-8 start to their season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight. It'll be at McHale Center in Tucson. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's pretty good. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. Can the Suns keep it going in Dallas? We'll preview the Mavs matchup starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Go with the little Hart and Barracuda.
Tip jar for Campo.
Terrific group. Hart, Nancy, and Ann Wilson.
Yes.
Such good music.
Yes.
I'm going to see Pat Benatar and Bryan Adams Saturday.
Oh, is that this weekend?
That's this weekend.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Pat Benatar and Bryan Adams, my buddy Joe Bacala. Bacala saw them last night in Florida and said that Bryan Adams sounds exactly the same.
Really?
Exactly the same.
Okay.
Looks good, sounds good.
I always worry about those older
He's
artists
not
a
that
little
old,
bit.
though. You know, Bryan Adams is not that old.
How old is he?
I'm going to look it up, but he's not like 70 years old.
Well, but
he is 66 years old.
He's not 70 years old. He's 66 years old.
He just turned 66 last week.
It's not like he's 70. He's 66. Oh, I totally see the difference.
It's not like he's 75.
Look at you changing
Like,
the
okay,
goalpost now.
like I go see
pretty
America,
old.
those guys are all like close to 80.
I just say when you
Or Blue Oyster Cult, those guys are really old.
older. Sometimes you can't quite hit the notes the way you used to.
He sent me videos, man. He hit the note. They say, like everything about Bryan Adams is he sounds the same.
Good.
He sounds the same.
Let me know how he sounds. Let me know how he sounds. It's not like he's 70, 66.
He's not in his 70s. He was 65 last week. Now he's 66.
So you heard the official update there, which is exactly what you had reported about a week ago. Jalen Green, not a week ago, but Friday night when he hurt the hamstring. Jalen Green has been diagnosed with a right hamstring strain. He will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, and which is again exactly what you had expected. And I want to thank Kellen for pointing this out in his game story, because I think it was him who pointed this out. Maybe it was somebody else.
Okay. I know you liked it. I liked it because it's interesting to think that the three main pieces you received in the Kevin Durant trade, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Kaman Malawach, and we've barely seen them. Yeah.
We've barely seen them.
I know.
You know what I know. And I know you're
I love this. No, I love where you're going here.
Because it's like if you're going for like, okay, well, here come the reinforcements. Here come, like we were just talking about Catel Marte and trading him in the last segment, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to do it because you want 3 players for 1. That's in essence what the Suns did with Kevin Durant, right? They were going for 3 players for 1, and 2 of them were going to contribute right away. Dylan Brooks has played half the season. Jalen Green, it was in Kellen's story. I remember him writing this now. Jalen Green has played 5 quarters of basketball for the Suns.
Right.
Dylan Brooks has played in 5 games. Kaman Malawach is
like 3 games of mop-up duty.
Total garbage minutes at the end of these games as a rookie. It's not like they're doing this with a major contribution from the return in the Kevin Durant trade. That, to me, is something that is noteworthy here.
I cannot overstate this enough, because I truly believe this, and you know this. It's, yes, you can't discount what they got in the trade for Kevin Durant, but you have to realize that just by moving off of Durant and Beal was going to make your team better, regardless of who you brought in. To me, this is my opinion. Regardless of what you brought in, and clearly the guys that they brought in haven't played a whole lot or had a whole lot of impact. So my belief was that you would be a better basketball, and it sounds crazy, but again, it goes back to my addition by subtraction. It didn't work. Durant and Beal, and it did not work. And the Suns were going to be better the second those guys were off the team. The second they were off the team, they were going to be better, regardless of who they brought in. Now, the guys you brought in, you are counting on to be a big part of your team and help you get to where you want to go. But I think from a perspective of, are they better now? Yeah, they're better because those guys aren't here. That doesn't mean that Kevin Durant's not a great player. It doesn't mean that. People take it that way. But you know what I'm saying. It doesn't mean Kevin Durant's. It just means that the Suns are better without him. They just are.
Yeah, and that is a takeaway from it. Is that your addition by subtraction. I'm also focused on the addition by addition part, and I'm wondering when those guys come back. And I know we're going to have to wait a while for Jalen Green, which is why I led with the news about the 4 to 6 week thing. Is that I think addition by subtraction will only take you so far as the schedule gets a little tougher. All right, and as you start not playing the Pelicans of the world, or even the Clippers with no Kawhi Leonard, right? Like it's the Utah Jazz, who they lost one but then beat the second time. I think as the schedule gets tougher, addition by subtraction is only going to get you so much. You need addition by addition. You know,
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I understand.
And I hope that by the time Jalen Green does come back, you know, because it's going to be a while. And I hope that Dylan Brooks can stay around for a while. And I certainly do hope that Kaman Malawach, and this will be just fascinating to watch how they balance this. Okay, really fascinating to watch how they balance this. How they balance winning and succeeding versus developing him. Because developing him is still a very important part of this season and needs to be treated very importantly. You know what I mean?
I think by Christmas, you'll start to see Malawach take the Oso minutes. And maybe even take some in Nick's minutes.
Okay.
They are going to play him this year. He is going to have a role on this team. You saw him last night. You know, his ability to block shots is tremendous. He's a tremendous shot blocker. Please stop dribbling the ball and trying to shoot threes, though. I don't want to see that. But, yeah, I think that, again, You take some games off the schedule. You don't put 82 games on a rookie that's 19 years old. You spend an extra month and a half, 2 months, continue to work with him, practice, develop him, and then you put him out there in a role in which he gets, 12, 15 minutes a game. I think that will come, and I think it'll come sometime next month. You'll start to see him get more minutes.
I'm not trying to not appreciate what they've done so far. It's been great. It really has. It's been great. It's been way more than most of us who had such low expectations could have asked for. It really has. But I think that for this thing to be everything it can be, you've got to get contributions from those three guys. And this is only I'm worried this is only going to take you so far, especially when the schedule starts to get kind of tough. So you waited out with Jalen Green. Obviously, like we said, it's going to be a while around the holidays, maybe longer, depending on what the reevaluation says and their own cautiousness. Dylan Brooks, has only played about half of their games. But I think the fact that they've done this well without any real value of what they've gotten back from KD is a testament to the subtraction part of the equation.
It matters.
Now, I just want to see some of the addition part of the equation.
Sure, they go hand in hand.
I want to see some of the addition, too. It can't just be all subtraction. There's got to be some addition.
I believe you. I totally agree with you. There's an addition part, there's a subtraction part. The only way you were going to get better was by subtraction. You had to subtract those guys to start getting better. Now, you're a better team without them, but to get to where you may want to go, those guys got to play well because they can take you to another level.
At some point, we have to stop obsessing about not having Kevin Durant anymore and building on what we do have.
Sure. And say, I didn't even bring up Durant. I just said you're better off without those guys.
Well, yeah, you did bring him up.
Okay.
I mean, yes, you did.
Yeah, but I think,
we're just
Mike Budenholzer, you're better off without him.
Yeah, okay, but at some point it's going to be about making good with what you've got as opposed to what you don't have anymore. Okay, they're done. And we'll get a big, healthy Kevin Durant reminder. What is it?
November.
A week from...
When he drops 45 on the Suns. Probably, so
2
what?
weeks from
yesterday.
I
don't care.
And maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Right. That will be a most anticipated matchup. What is it, the Monday of Thanksgiving week? I believe it's the Monday of Thanksgiving week.
Oh, yeah.
When Houston's here. I think that's the day.
Is that it's a Monday?
It's a Monday. Yeah, I believe it's a Monday of Thanksgiving.
I'm going to go to that game.
That will be
I'm going to go to that game.
Most anticipated event.
Get him, Dylan Brooks!
Coming up in the 4:30 hour. Oh, God. He's gonna,
get him, Dylan!
Dylan's going to just sick him like a dog.
Get him, Dylan,
man.
get him!
Coming up in the 4:30 hour, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals against the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. The team needs you now more than ever. So be ready to call in and win. Listen in the 7:45 a.m. segment, 11:30 in the morning, or at 4:30 p.m. for your chance to win today through Thursday. Is the Cardinals' offensive line regressing? Oh, it kind of depends on who you ask. It's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Goodwin gets it in. That'll take the final seconds off the clock. Suns win 121-98, the final score tonight, behind a career-high 42 points and a new franchise record 10 threes made by Grayson Allen. Suns win their third in a row and are over 500 for the first time this season at 6-5.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, speaking of fresh, Gambo's got a fresh haircut from V's Barbershop. I've got one coming up this weekend. As a matter of fact, V's never fails to deliver. They never fail to deliver on the great haircut. They never fail to deliver on the great experience. If, I didn't have this scraggly old beard right now, which I love, I'd be in there getting a hot lather shave, because if you've never had one of those at V's, it's just a fantastic experience. V's is so good at what they do that when I've got family that comes in from out of town, they want to go to V's. We went there for the wedding a couple of years ago, and every time they come back, they want to go there. The haircuts are great. The barbers are great. The old-fashioned, old-time experience with the old-fashioned antique barbershop chairs are great. It's all unlike anything you're going to get. Everybody has tried to duplicate it. There's so many little pop-up barbershops. V's does it original. V's does it right. The next time you need to get a haircut or a hot lather shave, or you just want to chill out for a little bit, go to vbarbershop.com and book your next haircut at V's Barbershop.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and with the pressure ratcheting it up on the Cardinals coaching staff, how will they look against the 49ers in a home game on Sunday? We'll discuss the state of our football team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out the fine community of Santan Valley for listening to us on this Tuesday afternoon. Appreciate that. Home of our own Tyler Drake. He lives out there in the Santan Valley.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
yeah.
Good to know.
Good to know that about him.
Santan Valley.
Probably making that commute right now from Cardinals headquarters all the way out to Santan Valley because he was there to capture Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator of the Cardinals.
Say what?
When the question was asked about his,
what you talking about,
his
Willis?
offensive line struggling and whether they've regressed from a year ago.
I wouldn't say that. I think they're playing hard. I think we've played some really good fronts. I think the communication has been good. I think at times, you're losing one-on-ones in critical situations, which is hurting us. And certainly we need to evaluate how and why that's happening and try to clean that up. But I think those guys play extremely hard. I think they play well together. I think they're doing everything they can to win games.
Okay. The numbers don't really back that up, do they?
No.
Bernsey? The numbers don't really back that up.
No, again, it's pro football focused. Take it for what it's worth. Sometimes, love-hate relationship with them and all that. In 2025, according to the way Pro Football Focus ranks offensive lines, in 2025 pass blocking, the Cardinals have the 25th best line. Last year, they had the 4th best.
So they went from 4th to 20. That's a huge jump down.
This year in run blocking, they're 27th. Last year, they were 14th. So they've gone from 4th and 14th in pass and run blocking to 25th and 27th. Again,
now no James Conner, no Trey Benson, so their running back room has not been great, but that's still the offensive line.
It's the offensive line.
The offensive line, when James Conner was here for 2 games, when Trey Benson was here, it wasn't great. Like, it just wasn't great. So you look at that offensive line and you say, okay, what kind of changes can you make? You know, right tackle could be an issue. You've got Paris Johnson. You feel good about him. How do you feel about Froholt at center? I don't mind him. I think he's pretty good. I think there's a lot of people that thought that this offensive line would just be better. Most mock drafts right now, and I'll admit it, I hate that we've got to talk about mock drafts in November for the Arizona Cardinals, but most of them have them taking an offensive lineman. The ones that I look at, offensive lineman. The need seems to be great for offensive line. Will Hernandez, we thought would come back and help a whole lot. Obviously, there was an initial burst with him. It was a little bit better, but I think overall it still is an issue that they need to address.
It's funny, and it's easy to hindsight this and Monday morning quarterback this thing, but you just look at Seattle from last week. They spent their first-round draft pick on Gray Zabel, that guard, and he's been unbelievable. He's been transformational to that offensive line. They had a good offensive line to begin with, but you know what I mean? Like, that one player sometimes can make that transformation. It's frustrating because it is, by and large, mostly the same offensive line from a year ago in terms of personnel. And it's not like they all got older, but it's not like they all got old. You know, it's not like it's not like they're Bryan Adams, you know. It's not like they got old.
I actually played some of the songs for my wife. She goes, I don't really like it. You're going anyway.
Are you shocked?
Pat Benatar.
Yeah, you shocked she didn't
Maybe
like
with
it.
your best shot. Hell is for children. You like Pat Benatar.
I mean, then you look at the offense. You wonder about the offensive line coach. You wonder,
Yeah, you've been mentioning the Adams thing all year long.
Well,
you have been mentioning Clayton Adams going to Dallas and the improvements in Dallas. I get it. I think a lot of people thought that the offensive line was going to be a big, reason for the Cardinals if they were going to have success. It was going to be a big reason for them, and it was going to be that. But, there's been struggles with the offensive line all year. I still think Paris Johnson is great, but I think that they're going to have to redo a lot of this offensive line in the offseason.
You mentioned you don't want to talk about the draft, and quite frankly, neither do I, but we also have a job to do. And so I think if we're going to talk about the draft for a moment, we talk about it in terms of course, not knowing what they're going to do at quarterback and not knowing exactly how that's going to work itself out and whether they're going to need to expend their capital on a QB in round 1 or moving up to get a quarterback in round 1. Certainly, we know that's a possibility. Absent of that, it'd be really, really, really difficult to see them not taking an offensive lineman in this draft, not taking a right tackle to complement their left tackle, and then hoping you can build from and really, in retrospect, you really do wonder. And this is also Monday morning quarterbacking a little bit here. The allocation of all of your resources in the offseason to the defense, all of your free agent dollars, all of your draft picks, you spent 1 6th rounder and you signed Jacoby Brissett. Now, Brissett's obviously been big, needed to be big, but I do wonder in retrospect, Gambo, if that was a mistake in not beefing up your offensive line and not. I know everybody focused on the wide receiver position. Some people were focused on the running back position. Man, if you could have your magic lamp and go back and do it all over again, I wonder if they spend some of the dollars that they spent on the defense on bolstering their offensive line, on bringing in another guard, on bringing in another tackle,
It's fair to ask.
Did they make a mistake? And that's not a Justin Fry thing. That's not a Clayton Adams thing. That's not a Drew Petzing thing. That's a Monty Ossenfort thing. That's where I should have spent some money.
It's incredible because we got to the end of last year and we were just like, God, they got to really redo this defense. We were talking about who led the team in sacks last year. I think it was Zaven Collins with 5?
Yeah.
And then we were talking about Dennis Gardeck. They had nobody. They had no difference makers on that defense. So they went out there and they added Tomlinson. Okay, it's good. You added Sweat. You spent the money there. But then you went out and you said, okay, let's really beef up the defense with the draft. And they did it. The Birch kid, and then Denzel Burke and then Cody Simon. And they just went on and on and on. And they just added to their defense. Wow, okay. They stacked up the defense. if you go back the year before when they had all those draft picks, I think they kind of split it pretty much between offense and defense. This year they went really heavy for defense. It's the way the board fell from what Monty had said. It's just the way the board fell. You always want to take the best player on your board, and they kind of went with that philosophy, and that's why they ended up with all those defensive players.
Yeah, and it's not in the draft. I get, and I understand the draft board and staying true to your board. I really do understand it. I'm talking more about the free agent dollars. I think I'm talking about the big swings. Not Josh Sweat. He's been good. You know what I mean? But the Dalvin Tomlinson, there have been some of your signings that have not been as impactful as others. But I do wonder about having a guy like Jordan Birch, and would you have been better taking an offensive lineman there to help out? Somebody young to kind of build around to give you some options there. Drew Petzing also today was asked about the pressure Jacoby Brissett was under that whole game against Seattle.
A couple different ways. Nature of the game, based on the scoring number of possessions left, kind of how we had to play the game to try to get back into it. It's a great front. I think we knew that going into the game. We knew it was going to be a tough matchup. We knew it was going to be a dirty pocket. And to beat that team, you got to make some of those plays, whether it be blocking or making the throw or getting open, or calling the right play at the right time. I think it's all of those things go into evaluating that.
Speaking of Tyler Drake and Santan Valley there, he put out on Twitter the Jacoby Brissett has been pressured at least 23 times in all but one of his 4 starts with the Cardinals so far this year. 23 against Seattle, 26 against Green Bay, 23 against Indianapolis, only 14 times against the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, I will say this. He does hold the ball longer than a lot of other quarterbacks trying to make a play, because he's pretty good at reading defenses and he goes through progressions. And he also he's a big guy and he takes a long time to get rid of the ball.
Yeah.
So he takes a long time to get rid of it, and he does hold on to it a little bit longer. All of that's not on the offensive line. Now, I don't think the offensive line has been good, but not all of that is on the offensive line.
No, and not all of this is on the offensive line. When we come back, the Phoenix Suns keep winning at home. How are they doing it? What do the numbers say about the success the Suns have had so far? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Boo, boo, we hate Jared.
So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
It's a better way of banking, and it's at Global Credit Union, a way that saves you money with an organization that is committed to you keeping your money in your pocket for the things that you want out of life. That's what Global Credit Union is all about. It's a better way of banking when it comes to your checking accounts, your savings accounts, your loans, whatever the case may be. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They are really devoted and committed to it at Global Credit Union. Also, you'll get a better interest rate than you can at a bank, and because of that, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. But it's better banking even beyond that. 10 branches throughout the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app, access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. The list just goes on and on and on about why you should be doing your banking with Global Credit Union. I'm a member. I love it. Explore the benefits of becoming a member yourself at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
I'm Mitch Vorel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Last night's hero, Grayson Allen, was dominant in a Suns win over the Pelicans. He had a career-high 42 points and a Suns record 10 three-pointers made. Allen is going to be joining Burns and Gambo sometime today in the 5 p.m. hour. We're still ironing out the logistics, but we can guarantee that Grayson Allen is going to be back on the show with Burns and Gambo sometime today in the 5 p.m. hour, so be around for that. Other news related to the Suns, Phoenix announced today that guard Jalen Green was diagnosed with a right hamstring strain on Saturday night and that he will be re-evaluated in 4 to 6 weeks' time. The latest that re-evaluation could come around is about Christmas time. Other NBA news. The Dallas Mavericks announced that they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks, who the Suns will play in Dallas on Wednesday, are off to a 3-8 start to the season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight down at McHale Center. Tip-off from Tucson is at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Suns keep things rolling as they get their first look at Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks? We'll preview Suns Mavs tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Here we go. Let's hear what the crowd has to say as Grayson Allen will get a rest. Most threes in a single game in Suns history with 10. Most threes in his career with 10. Most points in his career with 42. What a performance from Grayson Allen.
He took 17 shots.
That's 40, I know. And look at the minutes,
28
right?
minutes.
In 28 minutes,
yeah,
it was like 40 minutes or anything.
You play 30 minutes. I mean, when you're, 10 of 15 from 3, I guess it makes things real easy like that. Grayson Allen, you just heard Mitch mention it in what's trending now a second ago. We'll hear from Grayson Allen somewhere in the 5 o'clock hour. Kind of a repeat offender. We actually had him on last week.
I said, why not just get him again?
Just get him again, as long as he doesn't mind, and he doesn't seem to mind. So we'll talk to Grayson Allen about his big night. The threes, if you're talking about the Phoenix Suns and this Very pleasant surprise we've all had so far. I mean, it's surprising to some of us more than others, obviously, given the dynamic on our show. But certainly there's a lot of, without making this like too number heavy, at the same time, there are some things through these first 11 games that they've done, and they've done very, very well. Number one, they've played very well at home. They're 5-1 so far at Mortgage Matchup Center. And that, you talk about a surefire way to get the local fans to believe in you sooner.
Yes.
Do it in front of them.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like there is something, as crazy as it sounds, you would think with today's technology and you're watching every game, streaming every game, listening to every game, being good at home is one of the easiest, simplest things you can do to convince people that you're real, because you're experiencing it with your own eyes.
You're spending
right?
a lot of money to go to these games, and you don't want to be leaving at the end of the third quarter because your team's down by 25. The Cardinals had a problem with this for a while, and you remember they just couldn't win home games. And Buda Baker, I'm sick and tired of losing at home, and it got bad. And you feel like you spend a lot of money. You want to see a good effort. You want to see a good product on the court. You're like these tickets are not cheap to go to a game now. So, yes, you want to play well, and you want to have that home court advantage. You want teams to come in here and know that it's going to be very difficult to come in here and take a game from you. They've done that. 5-1 at home this season. Very good start. You got to like the way they're playing, and the fans are loving it.
19 of 43 from the three-point line last night.
You know what? I always say it's the great equalizer. Because when you're playing inferior opponents, it is a way to kind of stay with them and come back from a big deficit. New Orleans wasn't an inferior opponent. New Orleans was a team that you were supposed to beat, and they were without a lot of key guys. But they're still, this is who they are. Their identity is being formed right before our eyes. All right, their identity is the three-point shot.
Yes.
It's a big part of who they are and what they do. Ball movement and three-point shooting. Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen are off to great seasons. They are both playing exceptionally well, and the three-point shot is a major, major weapon for them.
I saw Kellen out in the newsroom a second ago. He tweeted out this morning, the Phoenix Suns have the most games in the NBA this year of 16 or more made three-pointers. Nobody has more than they do. They've got 9 games so far where they've made 16 or more three-pointers. They've played 11 games. So only in 2 of their games have they made fewer than 16,
I haven't looked at it. Book's not shooting poorly from 3, but he's not shooting a lot from 3. Remember last year it was you got to get Book to shoot more threes. Well, why? Why does Book have to shoot more threes? He wasn't a great three-point shooter. Now his percentage this year, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty good. But last year, I think there was a point in the season where he just said, "Screw it, I'm not going to take as many threes as you guys want because it's really not my game." But you're letting Allen do it, you let Gillespie do it, you're letting Royce O'Neal do it, and Devin Booker doesn't have to shoot 10 threes a game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He's averaging 5.7 three-point attempts per game. That is, last year it was 7.3. The year before that it was 6.1, 6.0.
And last year was a lot higher than 7.3 through the first half of the season.
Yeah, he hasn't had this few three-point attempts per game since the year they went to the NBA Finals.
Don't need him.
Yeah,
don't need him to do it.
He wasn't taking as many, but we saw it with Grayson Allen, and we talked about this earlier. He's double the number of three-point attempts he's had in his career per game. Royce O'Neal, those numbers have gone way up. Colin Gillespie, it's it's the only thing he's out there to do, and it's not the only thing he's out there to do, but he jacks him up with the best of them, right? And what I like about it is that under Budenholzer, under Vogel, it was guys, you got to shoot more threes, and they just weren't doing it. Then last year, it was we got to shoot more threes, and they were doing it, but it just looked forced and awkward. And this year, it just, oh, God, yeah. Oh, God,
we got to get Nurkic to shoot the 3.
God, remember that? Yeah, this year, it feels very natural. It feels very in the flow. And I think, because here's another number, the Suns are 6th in the NBA in assists per game. And last night they had 29 assists on 37 made baskets, and that is you talk about doing well at home, but playing an appealing style of basketball to the eye and to the senses. An offense that moves the ball around like that to create open shots and ball movement and things like that. People love that style of basketball. Devin Booker spoke about how much he loves playing that style of basketball. I think that is what he's really wanted these last couple of years.
What I've seen, and again, this is a smaller sample size. So, last year they tried to get that point guard. They got Tyus Jones. It really didn't work. What they're relying on right now is, one, Colin Gillespie is a really smart basketball player, and he's a true point guard. And you got to give him enough minutes in the game to really affect the game and take the pressure off of everybody else from handling the ball. But then you're also seeing Grayson Allen handle the ball a lot. So what I think you're seeing this year more than anything is I think you're seeing their higher IQ basketball guys. You run the offense through them. Now, look, let's call it like it is. Like, this is not a knock on Kevin Durant as a player, but a lot of times when you tried to run that offense through him, he held onto the ball too long and he turned it over a lot. Heck, he turned it over a lot. Yeah. So it's like, I think if you get away from that, and you're saying, okay, I'm going to trust Grayson Allen. I'm going to trust Royce O'Neal. I'm going to trust Colin Gillespie. I'm going to trust all these guys to make the right play. It just comes down to basketball IQ. You've got enough guys on the court that are smart basketball players that can make the right play without having to have the traditional true point guard.
Here's Devin Booker after the game on how this is his favorite style of basketball to play.
For a few years now, we've talked to you about your ideal style of play offensively. Is this it?
Yeah.
What factors make it that?
It's just spacing, it's constant movement. There's different doses, different points of attack. It's hard to, defend the controlled chaos or, what looks like freelance out there. But, we're taught in, certain spots of the floor, the type of spacing you're supposed to have, the cutting and sliding, big set and unbelievable screen. So, we're locked into the details right now.
Now, we said this before. Let's say it again. And let's just be honest with ourselves and honest with everybody out there listening. Had they won a bunch of basketball games and a bunch of playoff games with an ISO-heavy style of basketball with Kevin Durant, we would have had no complaints, right? We might not have aesthetically enjoyed the basketball as much, but they would have won, and we would have been cool with them winning if Kevin Durant, if the ball was sticking in his hands and he was just being the guy. But they didn't. They didn't win enough games for that style of basketball to be that appealing. And I don't know how many games this team is going to end up winning, but it's just obvious that if you're going to talk about 500 basketball, I'd rather watch 500 basketball like this than with the ball just getting stuck with Kevin Durant in the mid to low post and him trying to figure out what he's going to do with it. This is just much more entertaining to watch.
There wasn't a lot of movement because I think everybody was just like, oh, Kevin Durant's going to shoot. So I've got two options. One, I'm either going to crash the boards, now depending where you are, or I'm going to get back on defense. So you weren't seeing that because you weren't expecting a whole lot of passing. You weren't expecting a whole lot of that. There were times because Kevin Durant would get the ball and he'd hold it and hold it and hold. All of a sudden, 7-8 seconds we get off the shot clock. You're like, okay, we're not going to have the ball movement, so he's going to shoot it, and he's either going to score or we got to grab an offensive rebound. And if he misses, we got to get back on defense.
They want him to take more three-pointers. They've asked, Jordan Ott said last night, they're taking a bunch. I want more out of those guys. We'll see if they deliver.
That's their identity.
Yeah.
I think that's there's a lot of things that identify the Phoenix Suns, but one of them is the amount of three-point shots they take.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the rumors about a trade for his star player has resurfaced. We'll talk with all of that with Mike Hazen, the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. If you want a caffeinated drink, you either have the hot drinks, which are coffee and tea, or the cold drinks, which are like your Red Bull or soda. But if you don't like those kind of things, why aren't there savory caffeine drinks? Why can't I have caffeinated soup?
I don't know if it works like that.
Isn't this a tremendous idea? If you could just have a mug of like chicken noodle soup, minestrone, something savory that you could sip and it would give you caffeine the same, but it would be like eating a meal as well.
Are you getting paid off by Big Soup?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a brand new car or truck from Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. I am extremely proud to partner with the 25th annual Operation Santa Claus. I've been involved for all 25 years. You make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or any monetary donation, and you could win your choice of a brand new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or brand new Lincoln Corsair luxury SUV. Somebody wins every single year. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, ABC 15, or select U-Haul locations. All donations benefit local charities, and somebody will win their choice from Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln of a brand new F-150 Super Crew truck or Lincoln Corsair. The more items you bring, the more chances that you have to win. To find out more, go online to givetotheclaws.com. That's givetotheclaws.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. Can the Suns keep it going in Dallas? We'll preview the Mavs matchup starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's a treat for us, especially given the time of year that it is with the Hot Stove League getting ready to gear up. We normally chat with Torey Lovello every week during the season. We rarely get an opportunity to talk with the general manager of the Diamondbacks, Mike Hazen, on our show, so it is a pleasure for us to welcome in the GM of the Diamondbacks as he's either there in Vegas or on his way to Vegas for the general manager meetings in Major League Baseball. Mike, welcome back to the show, man. We appreciate your time today. How you doing?
What's up, guys? I am definitely in Las Vegas.
Oh, do you smell like a casino?
Yeah. Do you drive or fly?
I smell like days-old cigarette smoking, yeah.
Oh, my God. I hate that smell. I hate that. Do you drive there or fly there?
No, we fly. We fly.
You fly.
Thankfully, we made it. Bunch of flights were canceled. Hopefully, we'll get home.
Okay.
Because if I get stuck here for too long, bad things will happen.
Yes, yeah, amen to that, brother. There's a shelf life for Vegas, that's for sure.
All right, so you've been there for a few hours. You got a big deal locked up right now you can tell us about?
No. No deals yet. You know, this time of year, these meetings, these are sort of where the formation of a lot of deals kind of can come together. In terms of, I mean, we're still talking very theoretically in ways. We're still fielding questions on, I know what you guys are going to ask me about over the last couple of days. I know on
others.
Yeah, well, I couldn't really avoid it.
What are we going to ask you about? What do you think we're going to ask you about?
I think you're going to ask me where I'm going to trade.
I mean, you're not going to tell us who you're going to trade. I'm not going to ask you about free agents because you're not allowed to comment on certain free agents, right? So I don't know if I agree with you there. So do you think that's what
am I here as the Las Vegas Tourism Board representative?
No. Okay, so I'm going to ask. So here's my first question. So I do have my first question is this. You've got $65 million on the sideline to start the season. $65 million. Burns and Gurriel, and you know how many guys are out right now. How does that affect your planning through free agency via trades and signing guys?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think the way I look at it theoretically is yes. I think it's a tale of two seasons that we have to plan for. So it's where are we going to start out, and then how are we going to bring those guys onto the roster as we go through the season? And obviously, we're in a good position to compete. We will be welcoming them back as we move through the season. It will be a boon to what we're trying to do. So how do we get to that point is what I'm focused on right now, which is putting and having the most competitive club we can to start the season, knowing that, yes, that money is definitely handcuffing a little bit what we can do from a flexibility standpoint until it moves onto the roster and we're starting to use it. I think that how we approach, I still think going into the trade deadline season, the way I look at it is we're still going to need more than just those guys. Like the way I look at it is if you told me that we were going to put Burns on the roster right now, we still need starting pitching. So I'm going with that mindset that we still need to add to our starting pitching, whether it impacts us in April or it's going to impact us in July. And knowing that when Burns comes back, it's just going to be a huge bonus for us. And then the bullpen, same thing. Like anyone can add to bullpen at the trade deadline. We've done it every single year. We've been competitive. I'm anticipating that's the same, that Puck and Martinez are going to be adds into that bullpen, but we need to build the bullpen for the first 3 months anyway. So a long-winded way of answering that, I do look at it like, how do we get to June and July in a good spot? And that's what my focus is going into this offseason.
Mike Hazen is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Okay, I'll ask you the question that you know is coming, and that's the one about Catel Marte and what's gone down the last couple of days. Is it at these meetings where you would get those questions, where you would get those requests? Are you getting those requests and those questions when it comes to Catel Marte and his availability?
Yeah. Yes, it's actually started a while ago, honestly. And it's what happens, right? I mean, everyone checks in on all and your better players. I mean, they're coming after your better players. Anyone that's competing or trying to compete is always coming after your better players. He is one of our best players. We have some of the top position players in all of baseball on our roster, and we need those players to be good next year. I have to still do my job. And unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say. And, part of that is not just shutting everything down at the door. There's times where I've shut everything down at the door, but there's other times where I can't. I'm not in the position to do that. And I think, you guys started off with this, like the amount of pitching that we need to add to this roster, we need to be open-minded to how all that could come together. I do think as I look back on last year, and this is the pitching was one of the main areas for why we didn't make the playoffs at the end of the day, why we ended up selling at the deadline. The defense was a major piece of that too, so put that aside because we're going to try to fix that as well. But I do think, when I look at what our offense has done over the last couple of years, but we haven't made the playoffs, it's been the pitching has been the reason we haven't made it. And I need to do a better job at fixing that and ensuring that that's a strength going into next year.
All right, two-part question here. One, what I've said is that you're not actively shopping Catel Marte, but that, you guys have a lot of holes and it'd be wise to listen. So I want to know if that is correct or incorrect. And then number two, the fact that he's so close to being a 10-5 player, does that put any pressure on you to maybe have to trade him?
No. The second question, the answer to that is no. I think the way our team is constructed right now, like I said, I have to be open-minded and listen to what possibilities could be out there to put the team in a better spot for us as it relates to pitching. But as far as that second part of it, no, that's not putting any more pressure on. Having one of the best position players in all of baseball on your team is not a pressure position in my mind. So I am very happy with the group that we have and the players that we have, and we've worked hard to put those guys on our team and make sure that we have them here. And we're going to try to put the team and build the team around them that's going to be the best version of itself come April, with the buildup hopefully coming into June and July.
And the first part was that what I've said is that you're not actively calling and shopping him, but that if somebody does call, you'd be willing to listen. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yes, that's correct.
Is the cost of pitching, whether it's prospects or money or major league trades, has it ever been more than it is right now, in your opinion?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
It's the most expensive commodity on any market. Amateur, minor league, prospect, trades. Like it's the starting pitching is, and you see it. You saw it in the World Series again and again and again. You know, Yasevich versus Yamamoto. Like, you just see how the games get dominated in the postseason. And it was for us in a lot of cases with Gallen, Merrill, and Fott in 23. Like, you see how starting pitching takes over the game when it's that good. And I think that's what drives it. And you need it over 162 days to be the best team you can be. You know, we've all watched hundreds of baseball games. When you're out of it in the second and third inning, the game feels like it's just lost on you. Whereas when you have starting pitching, even if you're not swinging the bats great, you always feel like you have a chance to win the game. And I think that's something that we need to do a better job of.
Yeah, I know you can't comment on players, but I will ask you just position-wise, because I did say that I expect you guys to at least kick the tires on former D-back Paul Goldschmidt. But I'll ask you about first base and third base. And when I look at Pavin Smith and Blaze Alexander and Jordan Lawler, I'll ask you about those guys, because I could ask you about your own players. So Blaze, Jordan, and Pavin, do you see any of those guys full-time players at a position, part-time players at a position, or not at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see them. I see some of them having the ability. Whether all of them are, that's probably a stretch. Do I see some of them having the ability to be everyday players? I do. Do I think some of them may need protection on the platoon side of things? I do. Now, how that all comes together while still trying to satisfy and solve the pitching is going to be more of the priority. I feel like we have more options internally, position player-wise, to solve some of our issues that we may have defensively and offensively. I don't think we've gone through an offseason yet where we haven't added some level of offense to the team. So I don't think we're not going to just ignore that completely. Maybe some of that comes via trade that I'm not aware of yet, that we haven't really had a lot of discussions on. But I see a lot of those good young position players serving a number of positions, their versatility, their ability, how they perform in the lineup. My gut tells me we may see a little less power on the team next year. I think we may see a little more contact, a little more athleticism, a little more, like I said before, a lot of those guys prioritizing defense in some cases. I could see that being a little bit of a systematic change that you may see year over year from the 24 and the 25 team.
You guys did extend a qualifying offer to Zach Gallen, so I will ask you about Zach, because you did extend that qualifying offer. Is that going to be too pricey for you guys, or is that something that you will at least look at on a long-term contract?
Yeah, I'm not able to. I can confirm that we offered him a qualifying offer. I'm not able to comment on anything outside of that. He's a free agent.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, Mike, we appreciate it as always. Try not to come home smelling like a casino, okay?
Yeah, please. Your kids won't like that, Mike.
Good talking to you.
Your kids will appreciate it.
Guys.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike Hazen, general manager of the Diamondbacks, joining us from the general manager meetings, confirming absolutely he is going to listen on offers to Catel Marte if he gets them.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Not actively shopping.
And we're going to have to react to that at some point later today, because there was – boy, he left a lot of wiggle room in terms of how they were going to do things this offseason. So we'll kind of tell you when that's going to happen, because we got a lot to react to. In the meantime, Lauren is next. She's got the 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the cause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and data rates may apply.
Love talking to you about the Lund Mortgage team. It's a company that I've used for, well over 25 years here in the Valley, and they do a great job locally helping people with all of their mortgage needs, refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Yes, the Lund Mortgage team is my choice when it comes to all of my mortgage needs, and they can help you too. They do a fantastic job because they really take a lot of pride in getting you the lowest rates and the best fees, but also making sure that you have the right mortgage. There's a lot of people out there that work with companies that, for them, it's all about the volume, right? It's all about volume, just trying to get in and out of phone calls and just sell you mortgages that really aren't what you need. The Lund Mortgage team takes the time to understand what your needs are, so that way you end up with the right mortgage. Give them a call for all your mortgage needs, whether it's a refinance, a new home, getting pre-approved for a mortgage, 623-889-0130. They're helping a lot of people get pre-approved right now for free. You can go online at lundmortgage.com or call them at 623-889-0130.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning, and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get the grandmas on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in-store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns announced today that guard Jalen Green was diagnosed with a right hamstring strain on Saturday night and that he will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks' time. That reevaluation would come right around Christmas at the latest. Other NBA news, the Dallas Mavericks announced that they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks, who the Suns will play in Dallas on Wednesday, are off to a 3-8 start to the season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight. It'll be down in Tucson at McHale Center. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, our bad. We went a little long with Mike Hazen. We had a lot to talk to him about, so we're a touch late getting into the 4 o'clock reset, but we are here now, and Lauren is here with today's top stories of the day. Take it away.
All right, guys. Well, let's start with Grayson Allen because he had a historic night against the Pelicans last night. 42 points, a Phoenix Suns record, 10 three-pointers made. Here's Jordan Ott post-game discussing Grayson Allen's night.
Yeah, he makes it look pretty easy. I mean, when you have that kind of range where he was shooting it from, yeah, career night, obviously. Great night, very efficient night. Yeah, awesome.
And tune in the 5 o'clock hour to hear you guys talk to Grayson Allen again.
It's funny looking at the graphic that Gambo and I both had in our emails to each other. Most threes made in a game. Grayson Allen's now atop that list. Looking at the guys who have had 9 three-pointers.
Yeah, a lot of guys had 9.
Okay, Grayson Allen's done it 3 times. Landry Shamet, Cam Johnson, Aaron Baines did it. I remember that night.
Cam
Johnson? The one that stands out to me, though,
Landry Shamet.
Quentin Richardson.
Q!
That was 2004.
Yeah, Q could shoot.
Okay,
man.
but that was before this. That was before all of this. That was before the crazy inception of the three-point shot as every team going bonkers with it. That was 21 years ago when he had 9 in a game.
Look it up. How many did? I mean, he was a good three-point shooter.
I'm not saying he wasn't. You're missing the point.
You're saying it was before.
The point is before
he was shooting 45 a game.
Exactly.
Yes.
He was way ahead of his time when he did it. He was a fantastic three-point shooter.
I have to go by memory. Didn't Grayson Allen hit like 8.5 in a game?
8.5?
8 in a half.
How do you hit
half a three?
8. Sorry, I speak very fast and the words go together. 8. Didn't he have like 8 and then he couldn't get the.
He's had 9 like 3 times.
He even talked about it post game. He's like, I know I'm haunted at 9.
Yeah, and he broke through finally last night with 10.
Probably going on our show last week. Put it over the.
No doubt.
That's gotta be it.
Gotta be
all about you.
I'm sure when he calls in
the
5 o'clock hour, Gambo will take full credit for
kind of credit for something.
Yeah, well, I guarantee that. Yeah, and the Phoenix Suns announced today that Jalen Green's been diagnosed with a right hamstring strain. He will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, which puts that right around Christmas. And the Dallas Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison has been fired. The decision was made after a meeting this morning between Harrison and team governor Patrick Dumont.
They're terrible. They're all talking about trading Anthony Davis now, starting over with Cooper Flagg. Jay Kidd's okay. Nothing's going to happen to him. Our guy Jay Triano is the assistant coach over there, number 1 assistant. But Nico went all out trading Luka and didn't get enough for him.
Anthony Davis has played in 14 games since the trade. Kyrie Irving
he got hurt right away.
Yeah, of course. And he forced his way back early to try to take some of the pressure off of Nico.
Yeah.
Re-injured himself again, missed the next 6 weeks. It's a disaster. It's just an absolute disaster for that organization, which has not been made better by the presence of Cooper Flagg. I know he had his career high last night. Came like the youngest player since LeBron to score 25 or more in a game, which is great. But that has not saved anything in Dallas so far.
And the Suns play them in the next couple days.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night in
Dallas.
Night,
Yeah.
yes. Tomorrow night.
Yep. And in NFL news, Drew Petzing spoke to the media today about comparing this year's offensive line to last year's offensive line.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think they're playing hard. I think we've played some really good fronts. I think the communication has been good. I think at times, you're losing one-on-ones in critical situations, which is hurting us. And certainly we need to evaluate how and why that's happening and try to clean that up. But I think those guys play extremely hard. I think they play well together. I think they're doing everything they can to win games.
I'm sure they're doing everything they can to win games, but it's not good enough, and it's certainly not as good as it was last year. And I think that is obvious to even the most casual observer of Cardinals football.
It's very tough because the Seattle game was a bloodbath. They were never in it. They got blown out. They were down 35-0. All the other games were close games, so, you could have went either way. They should have won some of them. So, this is the first time you're, really, soured on them a little bit. But it's only one game where they have been blown out. And I think I was expecting this one with all the injuries they had. This San Francisco game, for them, they're not making the playoffs, they're 3, but this is important to get right and show that Seattle game was a little bit of an outlier.
And an absolute barn burner took place on Monday Night Football. The Eagles beat the Packers 10-7. Woo.
Set football back 60 years.
Josh Jacobs said that when they called out the play on that 4th and 1, that the Eagles defense basically said, he's going to run. He's going to run it to this spot right here. And Josh Jacobs said, I knew they were expecting me to run to that spot, but what was I supposed to do? I mean, that's what the play. They
not
knew
run to that spot.
They knew exactly what the play call was, and we ran it like it was called, and we got stuffed. That was a terrible game, and now there's some talk that Matt LaFleur, if he doesn't get this offense turned around in a hurry, Jordan Love hasn't been good. The offense hasn't been good.
So who's the best team in the NFC?
The best team in the NFC.
Who's the best team? Rams?
The Eagles, the Seahawks, the Lions. Those are probably your 3 leading contenders.
I would not want to play Seattle in a playoff game.
No.
I would not want to play that defense in a playoff game.
No, sir.
No, not at all. And Joe Burrow spoke to the media yesterday from his first practice, and they asked him, how you feeling, Joe?
Felt good. It was good to be back out there. Good to be around the guys, toss it around a little bit.
That Thanksgiving timeline is looking more and more real as Joe Burrow has been amping up his practices even just since yesterday.
It's interesting in all these coaching hot seat stories that we've been talking about today, some that do or do not have Jonathan Gannon on, they all have Zach Taylor on them, which is interesting because Joe Burrow seems to me the ultimate, hey, let's give this guy one more chance because he missed his quarterback for most of the year. But I don't know.
There are 3 games on Thanksgiving. The Bengals at the Ravens, the Chiefs at the Cowboys, and the Packers at the Lions. That's the best one, right? Packers-Lions?
Packers-Lions is the best one.
Yeah, that's the best one.
And that'll be the first one, I think. Usually the Lions play in the morning.
In the morning,
typically. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's the first one.
Is that the first one?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Thanksgiving tradition lives on.
There you go. And Jaguars star cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter underwent season-ending knee surgery. He will be out for at least 6 months.
I don't want to listen. The kid is uber talented. I thought that was such a risky pick. I mean, I did. Fair. I thought it was a risky pick. And I'm not saying he's a super talented kid, but is he a wide receiver? Is he a cornerback? What is he? I don't know. Seemed to move up and get him seemed like a little bit of a reach to me.
And to your point yesterday, Gambo, Bill Belichick was asked today during his presser about the Giants head coach opening.
Yep.
And he said, quote, getting ready for Wake Forest. That's all I've got this
That's
week.
what he said?
Okay,
Classic.
I was literally going to say we're on to Wake Forest, and I didn't even know they were playing Wake Forest. I was going to say, we're on to Wake Forest. We're on to Wake Forest. Yeah, okay. I did. I meant to send you a link to a story. I saw his name came up for that job.
I mean, he was the defensive coordinator for Bill Parcells when they won 2 Super Bowls.
Such a mistake. Oh, my God.
86 and, I think, 86 and 90, I think it was, the 2 Super Bowls.
Retire. It's okay.
Yes. Live your dream life with your underage girlfriend.
That's right.
What's the age difference on that?
A disgusting number.
A disgusting number.
A disgusting number.
Enough that there could be multiple.
No.
Yeah.
No. And in college basketball tonight, 7 p.m. tonight, U of A takes on NAU at the McHale Center. And I have to say, it's a great night for college basketball. So if you don't know what to watch, tune into college basketball. Bunch of ranked matchups.
When we do what's on tonight, you can tell us all about it. How about that?
I'll do that. And then a little note here for Gambo, former All-Star guard Michael Ray Richardson died today. He was 70 years old.
Okay, all right, I'm going to say for a second. I remember we had Kevin Durant on, and I mentioned Bernard King too. Michael Ray Richardson was the first basketball player who I was the biggest fan of. Sugar. Michael Ray Richardson played for the Knicks, had some problems, then went to the Nets, had an injury, was the comeback player of the year. I loved watching Michael Ray Richardson play. Him and, that's when Paul Westphal, I remember Paul Westphal with the Knicks and Louis Orr with the Knicks and Marvin Webster with the Knicks and just so many, memory. Ernie Grunfeld, the Bernie and Ernie show with Bernard King. But Michael Ray Richardson was the first player who I was truly a fan of in the league.
May he rest in peace.
Yes, he was the first player I was a fan of.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns 5-1 at home, 6-5 on the season. Devin Booker and Mark Williams. Can they keep this up? And if you don't know what we're talking about, we'll tell you what this is next on Burns and Gambo.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin. Yes, he is, in fact, the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. They have the best deals. They also have the best service drive in the Valley, the one that stays open late Monday through Friday, the one that if you drop your car off by 8 p.m., it's done and ready for you by the next morning. You'll never know it's gone. The service that you need to get done gets done. Basically, while you're sleeping, you wake up and life goes on. You're not sitting around waiting for your car. They also have the best tire deal in town. Buy 2 tires, get the other 2 for just $2. That's and all the great November deals that are going on at Liberty GMC on Sierras and Yukons and Canyons. It's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Arizona sports fans, Just Pickle Courts is here to play. From backyard retreats to large resort-quality builds, we handle it all from design to install. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play. Pop, pop, pop every day.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and with the pressure ratcheting it up on the Cardinals coaching staff, how will they look against the 49ers in a home game on Sunday? We'll discuss the state of our football team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Tuesday to everybody listening. A happy Tuesday to those out in Anthem. We're hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Tuesday afternoon. Hello, Anthem. We appreciate you. And you listening or watching on the YouTube stream right now, yeah, you could subscribe to us on our own YouTube channel and watch our show every single day if you want. We're going to react to what Mike Hazen had to say coming up in the next segment, because he certainly had a lot to say about the Catel Marte situation that I think you need to hear again, and we need to react to a little bit. So that's coming up at 4:30.
Good job tracking him down.
Yeah, that was
good job tracking him down.
We appreciate you guys getting him, because that was a really good time to have him on.
Pizza Friday.
We're just happy he wasn't stuck in any sort of Vegas casino.
Yes.
We're at pickleball.
Good job. We're at pickleball.
Oh, we can't do it Friday.
Yeah, we're at pickleball
next week. Next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Devin, okay, I love this. I love this. I can't wait to talk about this.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay.
And a tip of the cap to Kellen Olson for putting this in his story today. Not his game story, but he wrote a story, Kellen did, our Suns guru, about how the Suns offense is going to survive without Jalen Green. How are they going to do without Jalen Green? And I thought this was really, really good in terms of Devin Booker and Mark Williams and how they're going to work together to make this good. Here you go. You ready for this?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. When Devin Booker is on the floor, the Suns are outscoring opponents by 4.2 points per 100. They're getting outscored by 16 points. Okay, so they're better with Devin Booker on than they are with off.
By 16 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm following you here.
Williams' numbers has the largest gap in the league.
I know.
When he's on versus when he's off.
Okay, I like this.
They're at a 14.3 net rating on the floor, a minus 16 when he sits.
That's a 20 differential?
Yeah, 20.
Oh, man.
Gap is large. No other player has a larger gap than
in the league?
When I'm in the whole league.
In the whole league?
Than when I'm on versus when I'm off. Okay.
Hot damn.
Now here's the kicker. Okay. And Kellen said, I mean this as no disservice or no disrespect to Mark Williams at all. He's off to a great start. But of the 230 minutes that Mark Williams has played, 221 of them have been with Devin Booker.
Okay.
Which to me, it's a
secret sauce?
The takeaway is Devin Booker and Mark Williams on the floor together have been money.
You know why this is great? Because it's not an analytic stat that I don't understand. When Mark Williams and Devin Booker play together on the floor, freaking great.
They're great.
I don't have to break down their DVOA or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a stat that I have no idea about and half the audience doesn't know. Yep. Mark Williams, when he plays, is like a plus 20. His differential when he's on the court compared to off the court. Devin Booker's is so and so. When the two together, they're lights out. I love that. That's Kellen Olson?
That's Kellen who came up with it. We'll
That's a hell of a job, Kellen.
Tomorrow for it's
a hell of a job.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of that. Like I'm a big fan of numbers like that, because it does show you. Like look, I cannot rave enough about Mark Williams and what he's meant to this team. I cannot, because when I watch that big guy, I I used to say, oh, he's a top 15 center in the league. No, he's a top 10 center in the league. Okay, I've changed. I completely changed. When they got him, all the talk was if he's healthy, he's a top 15 center in the league. He's a middle-of-the-pack guy. Well, we said that about Tyus Jones last year. He's a middle-of-the-pack point guard. He's not the worst, but he gives you a middle-of-the-pack guy. Mark Williams, I don't know how he's not a top 10 center in the league with the way he plays. I've never seen a big guy on the Suns run the floor the way he does. With authority. Beats this guy down every single time. Mm-hmm. I was watching Zubac the other day. It's like, I don't want to run with this guy. This freaking guy, every time, he's always running and running and running. Stop running. Mm-hmm. You know, big guys don't want to run like that. Mark Williams is always running. That trade, they gave up a pair of first-round picks to get him. And at that time, you're like, okay, he's been off it, but he's also 23 years old. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, he was also, like, super young. So, you know, one of those picks this year was, and I'll give credit to Luke Duffy. I was reading one of his columns on Valley of the Suns, and he was saying one of those picks was the 29th pick this year was Liam McNeely. He's playing less than 12 minutes a night for the Hornets. Now, we don't know about the 2029 first-round pick that they gave up and whether that's going to come back or not, but right now, like 2 first-round picks, if they're later first-round picks for Mark Williams, seems like a freaking steal.
It does.
How good this guy has been.
Now, we all know why, okay? And we all know why he's not consistently thought of as one of the top 10 centers in the NBA, and we all know why the Suns were able to get him for what they gave up. Yep. And I don't want to say 2 first-round picks is nothing, because it's not nothing. It's something. It's the health. It's his ability to stay on the floor, and certainly we can't decide after 11 games that that's fixed and that's solved and everything's okay. And now you can, you said that you've been saying for weeks the target number for him is about 60 games. Yes. You certainly cannot make the conclusion after 11 games that that is no longer an issue for Mark Williams and everything's going to be fine. What I do think will be interesting, and he didn't play a ton of minutes last night because he didn't have to. They've got a back-to-back coming
up Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, Dallas on Wednesday, at home against Indiana on Thursday. Allocation of minutes, how they use him. Do they sit him in one of those games?
I would.
Which one do they sit him in? You know, and that
I would.
And I think Kellen asked Jordan Ott about that last night. Ott was very non-committal in terms about how that was going to go. But I would imagine he's sitting for one of those games.
I would play the long game here. I would play the long game. And I'm trying to keep him healthy for the full season. And I don't want to push him into back-to-back. I don't want to push him into back-to-back right now. Maybe later on in the season, okay. But right now, I don't think I do it. I got Nick Richards. I got Oso. I could play Malawatch a little bit there. It's not like I traded Nick Richards and I don't have any options. They kept Nick Richards. I could get by one game right there on a back-to-back without him. Yeah. I'm not sure how you feel, but I would not play him.
I would sit him. I also would sit him. I just hope we get to the point where we don't have to have this conversation about Mark Williams. You know?
Yeah.
Like, maybe we don't ever get. The only other thing I want to say about this Devin Booker, Mark Williams thing is, and I'm not saying I've completely committed myself to this concept or this idea.
Okay.
But for the longest time, we've been talking about this team as if it's going to be Devin Booker, Jalen Green centric, like those two are going to be the ones who drive it. I wonder if 3 months from now, 2 months from now, we won't be talking about them like that. We'll be talking about it as the Devin Booker, Mark Williams team and not the Devin Booker, Jalen Green team.
Interesting.
Just because of, you know, rather than two guys who kind of play the same position, build your attack around two guys who are obviously entirely different and who can play off of each other. Yeah, just a thought, because those numbers, they cannot be ignored.
No.
Mark Williams has been dominant when he's been on the floor, and most of the time he's on the floor with Devin Booker.
I can't believe, like, you know, I always say this. Until you actually see a guy play for you and you watch him day in, day out, you don't really have a true appreciation for how good he is. God, he's so good.
Coming up in the 4:30 segment, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jags. The team needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. Listen at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 in the morning, and 4:30 for your chance to win today through Thursday. We'll play you what Mike Hazen had to say about Catel Marte. You're not going to want to miss it next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Dunn had it, lost it, got it back. And now dribbles into the corner, feeds Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket, Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high, 42 on the night. Suns up 103-76 with 10 minutes to go.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for the attorneys at Berg Simpson, where I've said many, many times it's not a mistake I would ever repeat. And the mistake was not calling Berg Simpson when we got into an accident many years ago because we needed somebody on our side. We needed the best on our side. We didn't have anybody on our side. And even though the accident wasn't our fault, boy, we were everything was just a fight. Everything was an uphill battle when it came to getting what we thought we deserved and what we thought we needed. Certainly, if you've been involved in an accident, I would highly recommend calling Berg Simpson. And definitely, if you've been involved in an accident involving a truck, they are different. There were over 150,000 of them last year, and they can, just because of the size, right, they can be really, really devastating. Berg Simpson has real commercial vehicle crash experience against some of the biggest insurance companies out there that take care of the insurance for these trucking companies. They are tough to deal with, and Berg Simpson has the experience. So if you're ever in need, call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best, family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 62620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's game time at Casino Arizona with Tailgate Touchdown. Win cash, prizes, or drive off in a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado. Join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday in November for your chance to win prizes and earn entries into the grand prize drawing. Then, on November 26th, 8 lucky winners will have a shot at up to $10,000 or the ultimate tailgating machine, a 2026 Silverado. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Why Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit whyrefi.com. Not available in all states.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Grayson Allen was the Suns' hero last night in a dominant win over the Pelicans. A career-high 42 points and a Suns record 10 three-pointers made. And we've got our logistics ironed out, I promise. Allen will be joining Burns and Gambo not just in the 5 p.m. hour, but at 5 p.m. So again, Grayson Allen at 5 p.m. today, 30 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. Be here to talk with Allen after his record-setting night. Other news related to the Suns. They announced today that guard Jalen Green was diagnosed with a right hamstring strain on Saturday night and that he will be re-evaluated in 4 to 6 weeks' time. The latest that re-evaluation would come would be right around Christmas. Other news in the NBA. The Dallas Mavericks announced that they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks, who the Suns will play in Dallas on Wednesday, are off to a 3-8 start to the season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight. Tip-off from McHale Center in Tucson is at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the number 1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Brissett takes the snap. Play fake. Looks over the middle. Throws wide open. Harrison caught for a touchdown. Throws right in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Gambo, caller number, please.
In honor of Grayson Allen, caller number 10.
Caller number 10.
For the 10 three-pointers he dropped yesterday on the Pelicans.
602-260-9870.
Number 10.
Number 10. We'll get 2 tickets for either the Cardinals versus the Niners this weekend or the Cardinals versus the Jags the weekend after. Once again, caller number 10 at 602-260-9870. Your next opportunity to win will come tomorrow morning at 7:45 on the Bickley and Murata show. Mike Hazen with us just about an hour ago.
You're not actively calling and shopping him, but that if somebody does call, you'd be willing to listen. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yes, that's correct.
That is Mike Hazen, the general manager of the Diamondbacks. He was on with us at 3:45. Confirming that absolutely we're going to listen when it comes to Catel Marte. He's in Vegas right now for the general manager meetings.
That's what we reported yesterday.
Yeah, but
they're gonna listen to calls and not actively calling teams. But if teams want to call on Catel, they will encounter and speak with them.
But beyond that simple, verifiable fact, boy, he had a lot of interesting things to say about.
Let's go over them. Lead the way.
Why trading Catel Marte and these discussions. Mike Hazen says yes, these discussions have started well before these meetings.
Yeah, yes, it's actually started a while ago, honestly, and it's what happens, right? I mean, everyone checks in on all and your better players. I mean, they're coming after your better players. Anyone that's competing or trying to compete is always coming after your better players. He is one of our best players. We have some of the top position players in all of baseball on our roster, and we need those players to be good next year. I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
I have to listen. Here's more on that.
Part of that is not just shutting everything down at the door. There's times where I've shut everything down at the door, but there's other times where I can't. I'm not in a position to do that. And I think, you guys started off with this, like the amount of pitching that we need to add to this roster, we need to be open-minded to how all that could come together. I do think as I look back on last year, and this is the pitching was one of the main areas for why we didn't make the playoffs at the end of the day, why we ended up selling at the deadline. The defense was a major piece of that too, so put that aside because we're going to try to fix that as well. But I do think when I look at what our offense has done over the last couple of years, but we haven't made the playoffs, it's been the pitching has been the reason we haven't made it. And I need to do a better job at fixing that and ensuring that that's a strength going into next year.
That's the part that stood out to me the most.
The pitching, we have to get it. Right now, no Corbin Burns. Zach Gallen's gone. Merrill Kelly's gone. I'll continue to say it's more likely they bring back Kelly than Gallen, but there's a chance they don't bring back either one, so we'll see. You've got Ryan Nelson, who I like. You've got Brandon Pfaadt, who I just don't know. Brandon Pfaadt's becoming a little Kyler Murray-like to me. I just don't know what you have in this guy. There's a lot of talent there, but just hasn't put it all together. Eduardo Rodriguez, I could take him or leave him. He's okay as a fourth or a fifth guy. They need pitching. They need starting pitching.
Yep.
Front-level starting pitching if they want to compete next year. You'll get Corbin Burns back. You'll get A.J. Puck back. You'll get Justin Martinez back. You'll get Lourdes Gurriel back. But they will start the season with $65 million sidelined for the first half of the season.
He said, look, we have some of the top position players in baseball. Everyone's going to check in on our best players. That's how it works. And he said, some I shut down at the door. I can't shut them all down at the door. And when he said that, I interpreted that as, hey, when they call about Corbin Carroll, that one's really easy to say no to.
Yeah, he's untouchable.
It's really easy to say, I'm not giving you Corbin Carroll. I interpreted you can't say no to everybody who comes at the door knocking for your best players very much as I can say no to Corbin Carroll. I'm not going to say no if you're asking about Catel Marte, and specifically the line he said about having to be open-minded about how to acquire starting pitching in this league. I have to be open-minded about it because last year our pitching wasn't good enough. For the last 2 years, we've had one of the best offenses in baseball, and we've gotten nowhere with it. We have not qualified for the postseason the last 2 years, despite having one of the best offenses in baseball. So while having Catel Marte is great because he contributes to that, and not that he's blaming Catel for that. I don't want to put those words into Mike's mouth, but he's saying
the pitching.
Having the best offense has not been the path for us to get where we want to go. I interpreted all of that very much as and this is just me, call us about Catel. We'll listen. We'll pick up the phone.
Like Blondie said, call me.
Call me. We'll talk. I'm not.
What do you say? You Savage versus Yamamoto.
No. Yeah.
He goes, look at the play. You Savage versus Yamamoto. We don't have that.
We don't have that.
I need that.
I think that was look. You're not going to get the starting pitching you need by trading Jake McCarthy or by trading Alan Thomas.
No, very low value.
You're probably not going to get it by trading Jordan Lawler or Tommy Troy or Ryan Waldschmidt. If you really want to get the kind of starting pitching that you feel like flips the equation a little bit, Catel Marte, you have to be open-minded to it. And I think he's very open-minded to it. That's the impression I got from that conversation.
Fascinating, and I want to bring this up. We asked them about the deadline on the 10-5.
I got it right here.
Okay.
No. The second question, the answer to that is no. I think the way our team is constructed right now, like I said, I have to be open-minded and listen to what possibilities could be out there to put the team in a better spot for us as it relates to pitching. But as far as that second part of it, no, that's not putting any more pressure on. Having one of the best position players in all of baseball on your team is not a pressure position in my mind.
In a few months here, I forgot the exact date, but he will become a 10-5 guy.
It's at the beginning of the season. I think it's at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, which is, I think, 10 years of service time, 5 with the same team.
Yes, that's it, yeah.
He'll have that. He'll have hit those two, and then he would have a full no-trade clause. He'd be able to say, I'm not going to get traded here. I'm not going to get traded there, so you'd lose some leverage on where you could trade him. So I asked him if that is something that is pushing you to trade for him, and he said, no, it's not.
No, and I think, based off of our conversation that we had with him, I think what's pushing him to trade Catel Marte is the realization that might be my only legitimate way of adding pitching.
Yeah.
That might be, and this is,
it probably is.
I know people are going to want to make this about what went down last year at the All-Star break and want to make this about the special treatment. And I'm not dumb. I'm not going to deny that and how that special treatment went down might be playing some part of this. But I also think it's a much more basic truth of what players do we have that we love? What players do we have that are untouchable? And among the ones that are touchable, who's going to bring us the most in return? And I think given the contract of Catel Marte, the age of Catel Marte, the offense that he provides, and the fact that he's not Corbin Carroll, and maybe you want to put Perdomo on that list, maybe you don't, but I think he's very touchable. I think he's very, we'll talk about him because that's
plus he's
maybe
headache.
Your only avenue. That has something to do with it.
He is a headache.
I just don't think that has everything to do with it.
No, you'll deal with the headache because he's such a good player, but he is a headache.
Yeah.
I think that Corbin Carroll is untouchable. I think Ryan Nelson is untouchable. And I think Perdomo is just about there untouchable. Everybody else, if somebody calls, you have to listen.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after Burns and Gambo, Kellen and Mitch talking about Grayson Allen's MVP night and Mike Hazen's comments regarding Catel Marte. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Big picture. What does the loss of the Seahawks mean for the Arizona Cardinals? And by the way, congratulations to Brett Larson. He won the tickets.
There you go, Brett.
That's next
Number
on the Burns
10.
and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, I got on board with the Jordan Ott hiring over the offseason. You kind of do some, ask around the league. And and you kind of see what his resume was. And this guy was going to get a job anyway at some point. Maybe it's a year earlier, but it's not just because he went to Michigan State. We talked to him at a media day, talked to how some of the players are responding to him. But then you see what this team is doing. And, you got to give Devin Booker a ton of credit. But it's really hard to look at this and not think Jordan Ott is the architect behind it.
Yeah, and all I kept thinking about is, this without Jalen Green.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Skin cancer is the most common cancer in the U.S., with over 5 million cases diagnosed every year. And those who spend time outdoors are especially at risk. Whether you're hiking, golfing, or playing pickleball, Arizona's sun can do serious damage. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center reminds you, wear sunscreen, cover up, and protect your skin. 1 in 5 people will develop skin cancer before age 70. Don't be the one. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Again, a reminder for you, Grayson Allen, for the second time in our last 3 shows, will be joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We'll be extra grateful to him when he calls in. We don't mean to hassle him, but we kind of have to have him on after what happened last night.
When he retires, there's a co-hosting spot open for him.
The Burns and Grayson Show.
The Burns and Allen Show.
That's got a ring to it.
It kind of does. He'll join us at 5 o'clock today. They're in Dallas, right? They're after they land and all that stuff.
Yes.
So Grayson Allen will join us at 5 o'clock.
Like the Graying Grays show, because he's graying too. And you're graying.
That feels unnecessary.
It does. Yeah, I think the Grayson and Burns show, we'll see. We'll talk to him about it maybe a little bit later. In the meantime, we have a poll question that commands our attention right now. What do we got? What are we asking?
The poll question today is, which Western Conference team's start to the season has surprised you the most? Is it the Suns?
No.
The Clippers?
Yes.
The Mavericks?
Yes.
The Grizzlies?
Mavs.
Mavs haven't surprised me at all because it's built around Anthony Davis, who's never healthy, and Kyrie Irving, who's still hurt.
I can't say Suns. It's kind of what I expected. They play hard. They win some games. They'll be around 500. So this is not a surprise to me that the way the Suns are playing.
I mean, the Suns would have been second on my list. The Clippers they're 3-7. And I know Kawhi Leonard's missed a lot of games. And what a shock! Yeah, Bradley Beal's going to miss a few games.
Bradley Beal's going to miss some time, and also Evan Siddery had this note: the Clippers have the NBA's worst defense this season when Bradley Beal is on the court.
I saw your response to that.
What was my response?
What was your response? You tweeted it out.
I just said you don't say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't say.
That's what I'm
They've got the worst
of, Gambo.
defense in the entire league when Bradley Beal is on the court. In the whole league, the worst defense when he's on the court.
I didn't think the Clippers were going to be good because of Bradley Beal, but I didn't think they were going to be 3-7 either. So for me, they're the biggest surprise.
0.0% chance that he was going to be back.
Also,
people knocked me for that take. A lot of people knocked me for that take.
Burnsy, to your point a little bit earlier, Anthony Davis and Derek Lively are both questionable for Dallas tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns. So their health's still up in the air there. 65% of our audience going with the Phoenix Suns, 19% going with the Mavericks, 14% going with the Clippers, and 3% going with the Grizzlies.
That tells me, one, that we got a lot of Suns fans listening to the show, which we kind of figured. And number 2, that expectations were relatively low for the Phoenix Suns this year, and that they have exceeded said expectations for many of the people who are listening. I think that's a reasonable statement.
That's a good thing.
They have exceeded, and that is a really good thing. That's a really good thing, because as we turn our attention to the Arizona Cardinals, as we kind of pick through what's left of the leftovers of the Seattle game before we look ahead to San Francisco, it's trying to figure out what it all means, and we had a conversation yesterday. Okay, big picture, what does it mean that they lost to Seattle the way they did? I thought Teo Mackey over at AZ Central really, really summed it up well today. It was either today or yesterday when he wrote this story. He's like, it's not that we thought Jacoby Brissett was the answer, and we knew he wasn't.
Nope.
We knew Jacoby Brissett wasn't.
At best, stopgap for a year.
Best, yeah.
At best.
He was never going to be the long-term answer. He was going to be there to show you whether Kyler Murray was the answer, and I feel like he's kind of done that. But coming out of the Dallas game, Teo made the point that it was Brissett's stabilizing presence that made it easier to have confidence in just about everything else the Cardinals were doing. Whether it was Drew Petzing as offensive coordinator, whether it was Marvin Harrison Jr. at receiver.
Michael Wilson, Zay Jones.
Michael
their ability
Wilson,
to
Zay
be
Jones.
a part of the offense.
Even the defense to a certain extent. Like, as you saw them play more like the team we thought they could be at the beginning of the season, again, it wasn't about Jacoby Brissett being the answer. It was about Jacoby Brissett kind of raising the level of everybody else's play to make you feel like, okay, Monty's building a good team. Jonathan Gannon's coaching a good team. They're close. They're right there. All they need was a change at quarterback to really give them the best chances of being as good as they can possibly be.
Right.
Seattle blew that all to hell.
Yeah.
They just blew that. I mean, to the point where we're right back wondering everything we were wondering about this organization before they beat Dallas. Has Monty drafted a good enough roster? Has he made the right choices in free agency? Is Jonathan Gannon on the hot seat? Is Marvin Harrison Jr. this? Is the defense that? We're right back to where we were before Seattle, and that's troubling because I kind of felt like we were headed in the right direction. Maybe we weren't going to get anywhere worthwhile in terms of wins and losses in the playoffs, but at least we could believe in the plan. Now suddenly the plan feels like it's hard to believe in. After what happened.
It's crazy because, like you had said last week, if they had just won the freaking Titans game, they would have been 500 going into that Seattle game. And, okay, you lose that game.
You could have afforded to lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, just like...
To a certain extent, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But still, like it's some of those losses were just brutal losses, and they played close, and they played hard, and they just didn't win because they haven't figured out how to win those games. And but it is what it is, and nobody's making excuses here. You're judged on wins and losses. You're expected to win football games. Nobody's paying you to be close. Nobody's playing you to play a lot of close games, and nobody's going home and, hey, we played them close. Hey, congratulations, we almost won. Like, you got to win football games. I get it. You get it. They get it, too. They know. A couple weeks ago, I asked Jonathan Gannon if he was coaching for his job. I asked him if he was. And I think it's fair now for anybody to ask that question. Is he coaching for his job? There's, still at this point, 8 games left in the season. We'll have to see what they do. I do think that will ultimately determine, whether he comes back or not. I'd like to see them have some success so he does come back. I don't dislike him, but he is 0-6 against Seattle, and he is 3-12 against the NFC West, and the numbers are starting to add up and stack up, and they're not great. Like, they're not good.
For as much as you can say this when a playoff berth isn't on the line, I think this is one of the most important games Jonathan Gannon has ever coached in his Cardinals career on Sunday.
The San Francisco game?
Absolutely. Again, keeping it in the context of you're not coaching for a playoff spot. You're not trying to get into the postseason. It's not big like that. But seeing your team respond against a division rival at home after that, I think makes this one of the biggest games Jonathan Gannon has coached.
Plus, they haven't won
with the Cardinals.
Plus, they haven't beat a team with a winning record since
in a year, in a full calendar year.
A year.
They have not beaten a team with a winning record who had a winning record at the time they played them.
In like the last 17 games they played.
It's been over 365 days. Yeah, I think again. If this, like last year's Carolina game that they lost that eliminated them, okay, obviously that one was bigger. There have been others that are bigger as it relates to qualifying for the postseason. You take that out of the equation, this is one of the biggest he's ever coached in.
I like where you're going, and because I think there's 2 ways to say this is a must-win. They have to win this game. Like you have to win this game to keep your playoff hopes alive. That's not this.
Nope.
You have to win this game because you need to prove to people that you're still the right guy for this job. That's why you have to win this game.
That's it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, he is the man of the hour. Grayson Allen is going to join us again next on the Burns and Gambo show.
This Friday, the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. This winter, stay warm and safe. Our complete heating tune-up is just $159.95. And if you have gas, we'll install a carbon monoxide detector for free. Carbon monoxide is the invisible killer, sending thousands to the ER and killing hundreds in the U.S. every year. Get peak efficiency, avoid surprise breakdowns, and protect your family. Make the precision decision today and call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in-store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns announced that guard Jalen Green was diagnosed with a right hamstring strain on Saturday night and that he will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. That reevaluation, at the latest, could come right around Christmas time. As far as the injury report for tomorrow's game against the Dallas Mavericks, Anthony Davis and Derek Lively, the second of the Mavs, are both questionable after missing their Monday night game against the Bucks. In other Mavericks news, they announced today that they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavs, who, as I mentioned, will play the Suns in Dallas tomorrow night, are off to a 3-8 start to the season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight. Gambo's pumping his fist. He's ready to watch some U of A hoops down at McHale Center, Tucson. Tip-off is at 7. Hopefully that's not too late for you, Gambo. I'm just teasing. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
We've done this segment for many years. I don't think we've ever done it like this. After joining us just a few days ago, joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show, Grayson Allen from the Phoenix Suns. Grayson, thank you for your patience with us and for agreeing to do this again after you were just on with us a few days ago, man. We really, really appreciate it, and congratulations on an incredible night last night.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Wait, how'd you like my MVP chants I was just doing in the background? Come on, it's pretty cool.
That was good. It wasn't as good as the Suns crowd last night, but I'll take it.
It's the best I got. I mean, I'm in a little studio here by myself, man. I can't replicate what they were doing, Grayson, but that was just an incredible performance.
By yourself?
I was chanting MVP by myself.
Apparently, I'm not here, Grayson, so don't mind me.
You weren't chanting. I was.
You two just talk. I'll sit over here and eat my yogurt.
Just explain to me as best you can the feeling you had as you're going through that game. You break a franchise record for three-pointers. You set a career high with points. What was the moment like for you? What was it like?
It was a really fun night. It was really cool to the way the crowd responded, and it felt like every three I was about to shoot in the second half, they were anticipating the ball going up and in, and all of my teammates celebrating every shot that was going in. It was a really fun night. I haven't had not many regular season games live up to that kind of hype like that.
You really do love being a Phoenix Sun, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I think one of the biggest reasons is I just feel like my first year here, I just was accepted and had a ton of support from the fans immediately. So it's a lot of fun to go out there and play in front of fans that love the game of basketball, but also appreciate what I do. And outside of that, I love the city of Phoenix, and I love the organization that I'm a part of too. So I really couldn't ask for much more.
Grayson Allen is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, coming off of his career high last night in the Suns franchise record, 10 made three-pointers. You joked about it afterwards, and I'm just curious, looking back on it now, 3 different times you had 9. Last night you finally broke through with 10. As you're playing the game, how much of your mental power are you devoting to the fact that I've had 9 3 times, I really want to get that last one to make it 10?
Well, I got up to 9 pretty quickly, and I think we had a timeout before I knew, after I got the 9th. So someone had mentioned it then, kind of confirmed that I had 9, and I didn't know for sure, but I kind of had a feeling. So then after that, I knew, because I had tied it those few times before, I was like, this has got to be the night where I go get 10. So I know everyone tries to say, like, you don't think about that kind of stuff, but after tying it 3 times in the back of my mind, I was definitely like, I got to go get this 10th one.
So after you get it, all right, you're on the court a little bit longer, and I know I was watching the game at home. I wasn't in the arena. The announcers were talking about leaving you out there for a push for 50. What did that thought ever cross your mind? Like, hey, I know we're blowing these guys out, coach. Leave me out here and let me get just a couple more cracks at it to see if I can get the big 5-0 out here. Did that thought ever cross your mind?
No, I don't think so. For me, and I kind of felt like I knew Coach Ott was on the same page, but I don't think he would have wanted to do that, and I definitely am not the type to ask for that. And I think, like, in that scenario, you just play the game out like you normally would. Like, I think it was 8 minutes left in the game that I came out, 7 or 8 minutes. So I think in a normal game, if we're up 25-30, that would have been about the same time. So we don't need to try to chase, and then that messes up the game. Like, and then all the guys that are in there on the court are just looking to get me more points. I think at that point, you just got to play the game and play it the right way.
You said something fascinating after the game. You talked about the start last year. It was similar. You got off to a good start. But you said when things go bad, this year's team has the right guys to turn it around. And I think last year when things went bad, you didn't have the right guys to turn it around. When things went south, they really went south. You guys would get down and you'd be a lot of sulking and whining, and just like the team just never really responded. This year's team, I loved that comment. When things go bad, we have the right guys to turn it around. What is the difference with that to you?
Well, I think that it's embedded in this team's identity, and the only way that we're going to be successful and going to win games is if we, like, fight, compete, we're on the same page, and we're connected on both ends of the floor, and our defense connects into our offense. And all those traits are the only way we're going to be successful, and all those traits are also great traits to have when you're trying to fight to come back into a game or in a rough stretch. So making those things part of this group and this team's identity just kind of naturally leads into a team that isn't going to go away when we're down in a game. If we have a rough stretch or a couple bad games, I don't think it's going to kill our spirit. I think we're going to come out with the same competitiveness.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I think that's what we're seeing. That's why everybody loves this team right now. But I think it's without knocking, players or even the coach or anything. Last year's team didn't have that fight and to compete, an ability to compete and have that identity, did it?
It's so different. But I think if you just, like, going back to what I just said on this year's team, like, the group that we have now, we have to have that to win games. Like, that has to be part of our identity. The group we had the last 2 years, with how much talent we had, how much firepower we had offensively, that didn't have to be part of our identity to win games. Like, we can start off the season 8-1 or 9-1, whatever we did last year, and win games with the identity that we had because of the firepower and talent that was there. And things didn't work out for a lot of different reasons, but I think with the group that we have this year and with all the new guys that have come in, the rookies, the trades that we made, like, everyone is kind of building towards that same identity of, like, we have to be a group that goes out there and fights together to win games, or else we're not going to be successful on the court.
Grayson Allen is our guest here, joining us live from Dallas. Suns taking on the Mavericks tomorrow for the first night of a back-to-back. Devin had said after the game about how this is his favorite style of basketball, to play with the movement and the constant motion and things like that. Is this, 29 assists on 39 made shots last night? Is this the type of style you like to play as well? It helps you get 10 3-pointers, but is this wide-open style very appealing to you as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't nothing stagnant offensively. We're in constant motion, constant movement. And there's structure to it, and then there's also just a bit of free-flowing, making reads. But something I was speaking on after the game is there's a lot of trust in the style of offense that we play, that we're going to generate looks for each other within our offense, like with the movement, the cutting, the driving, kicking, passing the ball. Like, we're going to generate looks for each other if we just trust that ball movement. And that's a really cool thing for a group that's pretty new and being together and doesn't have a lot of games together, is that like when Book initiates a possession, like, he knows he doesn't have to force it. Like, the ball swings, cuts, moves, gets swung back to him, and now he's playing off of a closeout instead of playing against a loaded defense. And that makes his life easier, and it just makes us better as a team.
I was talking with John Bloom, I think, this morning or after the game, because everybody says, they look at you and you're a three-point shooter, and they're like, he's not the most athletic guy. Damn, you were like the McDonald's slam dunk champion in 2014. So, people say, yeah, you were. Like, and I'm looking at this list of guys, Justice Winslow and Carl Anthony, Kelly Oubre, Stanley Johnson from the U of A. There are a lot of good guys out there, and you won the McDonald's All-American Dunk Contest. So people think of you just as a three-point shooter. And I'm not saying that Euro step to kind of break your career record was the most athletic move out there, but you do have a lot of athleticism, and I see it when you drive to the basket.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's still a big part of my game, and maybe because it's just secondary to the shooting, but I mean, I did have a 40-inch vert at the combine, and I know I'm 30, but I still got a 40-inch vert. I can still get up there.
You old man, you.
So.
Go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just playing off of closeouts and off of like those quick swings has just become my bread and butter as an NBA player, and it's partly because I can shoot the ball and it forces a hard closeout, and then I can drive and finish with some athleticism in the paint as well.
Now, I heard Tim Kempton say on the broadcast after the game, he was saying like when he was a McDonald's All-American, he got like free McDonald's for a year for him and his friends. Did you get that too?
No, I did not. I missed out on that.
Damn, they didn't offer that to you. Well, he's very old. He's a lot older than you are, but you didn't get that when you were in They must have realized that some of those guys were eating way too much food, so they took that away.
That sounds more like NIL. I'm sure they took that away. We couldn't get anything for free in college.
No doubt. Well, Grayson, again, congratulations, man. That was an absolute blast to watch. We appreciate, again, you just joined us last week. We appreciate you kind of double dipping with us.
Come back next week if you want.
It's open invitation. Whenever you want to come on the show, Grayson.
We got a job for you, too, when the career's over. If you want to do sports radio, we'll fit you in here somewhere.
If I get 11 threes in one of these games coming up, I'll get back on the show.
Sounds good. You got Sounds like a plan. Appreciate it, Grayson. Congratulations again. That's Grayson Allen.
Thanks, Grayson.
Joining us from Dallas as the Suns taking on the Mavericks tomorrow. That was a lot of fun. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll react a little bit to what we had, our conversation with Grayson, and thinking back to how he got here in the first place. It's kind of funny now. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Goodwin gets it in. That'll take the final seconds off the clock. Suns win 121-98, the final score tonight, behind a career-high 42 points and a new franchise record 10 threes made by Grayson Allen. Suns win their third in a row and are over 500 for the first time this season at 6-5.
We've got a fresh Suns W and more reaction to it coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. And I'll tell everybody that's struggling with their eyesight, as you hit about 40, your eyesight starts to go. It doesn't get better. It gets worse for most people. Not much you can do about it, except go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. You can wear glasses or contacts, but the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns, he offers great options for vision correction. The Evo ICL, the clear lens exchange, LASIK surgery. He's the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. Over 60,000 LASIK surgeries performed, including my eyes. Why would you go anywhere else? You've got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And Dr. Schwartz has incredible financing options, so you can pay it off over time. 2 years interest-free. Makes a lot of people like, okay, I can do that. 24 months. You make a small payment each month for 24 months. You're done. You've got your new eyesight. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com. Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at progressive.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Suns keep things rolling as they get their first look at Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks? We'll preview Suns Mavs tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Again, our thanks to Grayson Allen for joining us for the second time in the last 3 shows. Also, our thanks to everybody out there listening in Tolleson. Happy Tuesday to you in Tolleson.
P.
There you go.
MVP.
Turn on that microphone there.
Yeah, why not? Give him some chance. Show him a little love.
Absolutely.
You're trying your hardest there by yourself in a small studio.
I'm in here by myself.
I'm by myself, like chanting MVP.
That's okay.
There's a lot of people on.
You're in here by yourself, Cambo. Don't worry about it.
There's a lot of people watching on YouTube right now talking about Grayson Allen. I love Grayson Allen. That he's on my team. A lot of people chiming in about Grayson Allen.
Well, that's funny. It's funny that people are chiming in about that on YouTube because it's not this time a year ago, because this time a year ago it doesn't really count. But like towards the middle of last year, towards the end of last year, there were. Looking back at that DeAndre Ayton trade that got Grayson Allen here in the first place, you know, like when Toumani Camara gets the big contract extension in the offseason, and I admit I did the same thing in the moment. I thought to myself, man, isn't it funny that when it's all said and done, the best player in that deal might have been the second rounder who just got $80-something million from the Portland Trailblazers.
Right.
And we never really talked about it on the air. I don't remember why. I think it happened on a football Sunday and it just kind of got buried or whatever. It wasn't that big of a deal. And watching the game last night, it's just yet another reminder about how cyclical these things are. I'm not saying like a year from now we're going to go, you know what, on second thought, Yusuf Nurkic was the best player in that deal. Or, no, you know what, it is DeAndre Ayton after all. But after last night and with the season that he's having, Grayson Allen is kind of making a case to go, no, you know what? I was the best player involved in that trade. I was the best asset to move in that trade. You know, because it at first we look at it, we thought it was Nurkic. And then for a while, we thought it was Grayson Allen. We've never really thought it was DeAndre Ayton, right? At no point did we ever think it was Ayton. Then I think after the regression that Grayson Allen showed last year, and he did, I think we were thinking it was Kamara. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Now we're back to
it's almost
Grayson
like
Allen. Maybe actually he's the one who was the best player in
Nick
that deal.
Ahmed was the best player in that Diamondbacks Braves trade?
Yeah.
Like, really? Nick Ahmed? I get it. It was, the big players were Damian. It was a 3-team trade. Dame went to the Bucks, Nurkic went to the Suns, and DeAndre went to the Blazers. Now, I'm reading a story by Donnie Drew on about it on SI, and he said Arizona Sports Insider John Gambadoro called the move last week. Let me address some of the Ayton rumors. The Suns have not been willing to move DA all summer. They think he fits well, and there are no offers. If Nurkic was on the table, I'd be surprised if the Suns didn't look into it because the argument can be made that is an upgrade for Phoenix. At the time, that's what we thought. We thought more about the center spot. Like, okay, they're going to get rid of Ayton and they're going to bring in Nurkic, and they feel like Nurkic is going to be a little bit better. Naz Little, Keon Johnson, Grayson Allen, they were a little bit of an afterthought to Yusuf Nurkic. They were, because the big deal was you're trading your center for another center. Nobody thought about Tamani Kamara. And Grayson Allen was a nice player. It was like, okay, you got Grayson Allen.
Yeah, but remember that first year, too. That first year, Grayson Allen, if memory serves, his first year as a Sun, he was leading the league in three-point percentage for almost the entire season.
But it was a lot better than he shot the year before.
But I understand it was about securing the center and it was about getting off of DeAndre Ayton. But quickly after about a month, I think we were like, oh, man, this Grayson Allen, this is great. This is fantastic.
But they traded for a guy that was averaging 10 points a game.
Yeah.
And now he's averaging almost 19. Big difference.
Well, yeah, I know. But I still maintain in that first year that Grayson Allen was more valuable than that.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Even though he only averaged 10 points per game, that Grayson Allen, that first year after that deal, we were looking at Grayson Allen and going, wow, he might be the best thing about that trade the Phoenix Suns made.
My mistake. When they traded for him, they traded for a guy that was averaging 10 points a game.
Yeah.
When they got him, that first year, he averaged 13.5.
Yeah.
So he did go up quite a bit in that. And when they got him, he shot 39.9% from three-point range. In Milwaukee, the Suns got him. He shot 46.1.
I think last year, last year was forgetful for a million different reasons. And Grayson, in our conversation with him just a second
Suns played
ago,
last year?
They did. It was a painful exercise. 82 games of near sheer misery.
I can't remember any of it.
He was in our conversation with him a moment ago. It was really obvious he was trying very hard not to say anything overtly negative about last year, right? Like he was trying hard.
Yeah.
And we're going to probably revisit a little of what he said tomorrow about comparing last year to this year, especially when it comes to a team's ability to kind of fight its way out of a hole or battle and not quit, not give up. But last year, I think Grayson Allen's value took a hit. I think Grayson Allen, we kind of went into this year, not that Grayson Allen was a forgotten man, but Grayson Allen, I think a lot of Suns fans looked at him, if I'm just being honest about it, a lot of Suns fans looked at him and went, wow, that's a lot of money for Grayson Allen.
He was hurt a lot last year.
And that too, but that big contract he signed. I know a lot of the Suns fans in my friend group would look at that contract and go, man, that's a lot of money they signed Grayson Allen to. No one's really saying that this year.
No
one's really. That's really not part of the conversation anymore. He's had a bounce back from the year he had last year.
Yeah, you brought it up earlier, and it's fascinating to look at it. And I wish we had more time with him, but there was just so much stuff to just have fun with. But the fact that he's doubled the amount of shots, from last year to this year, like you've become a focal point of the offense, like one of the major weapons on this offense. It's not Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal there. It's you. You've become like you were bringing it up. You brought it up. He shot the ball last year. He shot the ball 7.6 times per game. This year is at 13.6. It's It's not quite 50%, but it feels like it. It's close enough. His three-point shooting last year, he took 5.5. Now he's at 9.5. Like it's up, that's up 40%. Like it's you're a focal point of this offense.
Yeah, and like you said, it helps that there's no Jalen Green, right? That obviously helps him kind of take advantage of there's a void and you need to fill it a little bit. But boy, has he filled it so well. And again, props to him on the night that he had last night. That was incredible to watch. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text the word donate to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, that's donate to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, and it's presented by Sanderson Ford. Kyler Murray, if the Cardinals are going to move off of their quarterback, how does the rest of the NFL and the executives in the NFL view him right now in this moment of time? Some interesting comments you'll want to hear next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Oh, that's the best.
Yes, he is, in fact, the Arizona sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning, and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our #1 priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona has the highest UV index in the country, putting you at greater risk for melanoma. That's why choosing the right care matters. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center is dedicated to the prevention and treatment of melanoma and all skin cancers. You'll get access to advanced clinical trials, cutting-edge therapies, and a team of cancer experts, all with convenient locations throughout the valley. Don't wait. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced that guard Jalen Green was diagnosed with a right hamstring strain on Saturday night and that he will be re-evaluated in 4 to 6 weeks' time. That re-evaluation, at the latest, could come right around Christmas. As far as the injury report for tomorrow's game against the Dallas Mavericks, Anthony Davis and Derek Lively II are both questionable after they both missed Monday's game against the Bucks. In other Mavericks news, they announced today that they have parted ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks, who, as I mentioned, the Suns will play in Dallas on Wednesday, that's tomorrow, are off to a 3-8 start to their season. Owner Patrick Dumont, in an open letter to the fans, said that the decision to part with Harrison was critical to moving the franchise forward in a positive direction. And the number 5 Arizona Wildcats have an in-state battle with Northern Arizona tonight down in Tucson at McHale Center. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Wolf. How do the Arizona Cardinals fix their offensive line issues? We'll ask former NFL offensive lineman Max Starks tomorrow. We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It doesn't have anything to do with what we're about to talk about for the next few minutes, but I did just get a chuckle because the official National League Manager of the Year ballot was revealed. Pat Murphy of the Brewers won it.
Oh, right, Murph.
In a runaway, it looks like. Yeah, Terry Francona finished second. Rob Thompson finished third. Troy Lovello got a third-place vote. His only vote, but Troy Lovello got a third-place vote.
Third-place vote?
Yeah, so he finished 1, 2,
Really?
3, 4, 5, 6th. He finished tied for 6th, yes, in the National League Manager of the Year. One person out there voted him.
Thanks, Gil. I'm kidding. I don't know if it's him.
We're not sure who it was, but
who did he say?
Steve Gilbert.
Oh,
is
okay.
Who I assume that he meant. I don't think he's allowed because he works for MLB.com. I don't think he's allowed to. Oh, is Mitch going to find out for me? He's going to look at the ballot and see who voted for Troy Lovello.
Can you find out who voted?
Yeah, sometimes they publish it.
Okay, local guy, yes or no?
I'm going to guess yes, a local guy. Who was it, Mitch?
I'm going to guess no.
So he is part of the Arizona chapter, so correct, it is a local guy. Jack Magruder.
Oh, okay, Jack. Black Jack.
Oh, okay, he voted Tory third.
Yeah, he voted Tory third. Yeah, he's a local guy.
Would you say
absolutely.
he left the local chapter?
No, he's part of the Arizona chapter,
Oh, okay,
so he's
yeah.
a local vote.
Okay,
Part of the-
local
yeah,
vote. Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So he is.
Right,
His
there you go.
affiliation is at large.
Yeah,
though.
Jack Magruder he's a long time writer
said
who
I-
has covered teams forever. And
All
I
of
don't,
our affiliations are at large.
I don't mean that in a negative way to Jack. He's just been doing this a long time. But he voted Troy Lovello third. Anyway, that doesn't have anything to do with what we're about to talk about. What does have something to do with what we're talking about comes from a Mike Sando story that was on The Athletic on Sunday or Monday. It was kind of his weekly review. And one of the things he wrote about was obviously one of the main storylines of Week 10 of the NFL, and that's the future of Kyler Murray and what's going to happen. He had some quotes. They were anonymous quotes. Take that for what it's worth, but that's a lot of times what you're going to get in a story like this is anonymous quotes. Still, what they say is very interesting. What NFL execs really think of Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray speaks volumes. Quote, one NFL executive, quote, think they're going to have an awakening if they think they can get something for that kid somewhere else, close quote.
Wow.
A coach, quote, do you want him to be your backup in Cincinnati, in Pittsburgh? These are completely different offenses. If you wanted to get your backup behind Lamar Jackson, maybe. Is he done as a starter? It's a fascinating question. Would Miami take him, close quote? So you got one executive saying the Cardinals ain't going to get squat for him if they try to trade him.
Yeah.
And you got a coach saying, I mean, at this point, is he a backup? And I think he brings up the very good point and the very specific point of Kyler is very scheme dependent. You have to run a very certain style of offense
because
for Kyler, just because of everything. I mean, his size, his skill, what he brings to the table. Are there a lot of teams out there that are good fits for what Kyler Murray inherently does very well? And does that limit the market if the Arizona Cardinals decide to try to trade him this offseason?
I saw a story. I'm just going to add to this. And it said, is baseball next for Kyler Murray? Murray turns 29 before next season. The Athletics own his rights after using the 9th pick on him in 2018.
I believe that was also part of Sando's story.
I think so. Yeah, the last time he played baseball was in 2018. He batted .296 with 10 homers in 51 games. I don't see it.
No.
I don't think you could go 7 years not playing baseball and all of a sudden, hey, I'm 29 years old. I'm going to come back and play baseball. I don't think that's an option, but I'm fascinated by somebody that thinks he's a backup because you know what? I don't agree with that. I think there's a team out there, and all it takes is one. But I would think that there's 2 to 3 teams that would look at Kyler Murray as a starter. Now, to that point, they may not want to give up anything to get him, but I do think that Kyler Murray will be a starter next year. I would almost be floored if he's not a starter in the NFL next year.
I would be floored if he's not a starter somewhere in the NFL. I just don't know how we're going to get there. I don't think he's already been,
like you just said, right?
It's so scheme dependent. It's so coach dependent. It really just depends on that. And that is what makes it hard to predict too, because like people say Miami. Well, okay, who's the coach of Miami? What scheme do they run? What offensive is Mike McDaniel still there, or have they moved off of him? The Jets. You know, is Aaron Glenn still there after 1 year? Does he get canned?
Guy.
And he's a defensive guy. You know what I mean? So like it really does depend. Who's the head coach? Who's the offensive coordinator? What kind of scheme do they run? And the problem with this, and we talked about this briefly yesterday, the Cardinals, in order for $19.5 million that he would be guaranteed in 2027, in order for them not to owe that to him, they've got to make a decision on him on the 5th day of the league year, which is like March 22nd. So you've got like a real deadline of, are you going to do something with him before then so you don't have to pay him the $19 million and that doesn't factor into it? And do teams, to your point, say, yeah, we're not going to trade for Kyler Murray because we think on the 22nd you're going to cut him anyway, and we're just going to wait, and then Kyler can pick wherever he wants to go.
And then you're not going to have a flaw. The thing about why I think Kyler will start somewhere is because it's not like he's a free agent and you've got to, it's not like he's a free agent. You got to sign him to a gigantic contract for $150 million. Kyler's not going to sign for a ton of money anywhere. He's not going to get a long-term deal.
He's going to get the vet minimum.
He's going to get
he's getting paid a fortune from the Cardinals. He's going to sign a vet minimum deal. It's going to offset.
He's going to sign a deal. It's not going to be for a lot of money. And so that's why I think it's a flyer for somebody. Let's see if Kyler Murray comes in. Let's see if it works out. Daniel Jones has worked out for Indy. Sam Darnold's worked out. The last 2 years, Sam Darnold worked out. Worked out for Minnesota, worked out for Seattle. So I do think that there's going to be a team that says, this is a low-risk, high-reward option. Yeah. Why not?
March 22nd, 2026. That is the exact date when $19.5 million in 2027 salary becomes guaranteed. He's already got $36.5 million guaranteed for 2026. That's already locked in. Not going
what's
anywhere.
The date?
March 22nd, 2026.
March 22nd.
March 22nd.
That's a Sunday.
Okay, that must be when the league year. That must be the 5th day of the league year.
Okay, March.
You put it on your calendar?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2026.
March 22.
I want to see if we're working that day.
2026.
So that Friday, March 20th, is going to be the day.
It's going to be the day. Yeah, going into the weekend when on Sunday, $19.5 million in 2027 salary becomes fully guaranteed. Here's the other thing too, and this is the gamesmanship that I wonder about when I see stories like this too. So you've got one unnamed executive, you got one unnamed coach. They're not bad-mouthing Kyler, but they're asking questions about Kyler. Is he a starter? Is he a backup? Boy, would anybody want to trade for him? You could make an argument that whatever teams these owners work for, these executives work for, these coaches work for.
Not buying it.
You don't think?
Nope.
Are trying to devalue Kyler so that nobody trades for him so they can get him when he's cut?
No.
No?
I don't buy it.
You don't think people
that's
play
their
games
true
like
feeling.
that?
I just think that's their true feeling
Okay.
about the guy. I think that there are people who look at Kyler Murray and be like, I don't, I mean, what is he? What is he?
Because I think people play games like that.
I think the scheme thing is exactly right. I mean, he can't fit in. He can't fit in just anywhere.
I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm just saying that in general, I think executives and coaches like to play little games like that.
Okay.
Like to devalue a guy. We see it in the draft all the time, right? Like draft false information that's out there. Teams will badmouth a guy because they actually hope the player slips to them in the draft because they hope nobody takes him because of the bad info. You don't think anybody does that? Or you just don't think it's happening here?
The subterfuge? Is that what
Subterfuge. Subterfuge. You don't believe it?
I don't think it's happening here.
Okay.
I think it happens in other areas. I don't think it happens here. I think there's a genuine concern about Kyler Murray's ability to be a good starting quarterback in this league.
When we come back, Mike Hazen, we had him on the show, and as you would expect, a lot of conversation about Catel Marte. What did he say about the second baseman of the Diamondbacks and whether they're looking to move him? You'll hear it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Seahawks. This is a team that you nearly beat, a month ago at home? And they blew the doors off the Cardinals.
That was a reminder, okay, nice win on Monday night. You want to be in the upper echelon of this division, this is what you're going to face. The separation between those two teams is vast. And eye-opening and depressing if you're on the red side of things.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork. It's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Arizona ranked 6th in the country? 5th. Sorry, didn't mean to devalue them like that.
Yes, please.
5th ranked.
About to take down your lumber jokes.
That's fine. like that. Okay. 5. Taking on NAU tonight, 7 o'clock. That's on tonight.
Pete.
We promised, she's very busy. I see her over there typing. But we promised Lauren a platform if she wants it, because apparently there's really good college basketball on tonight. Lauren, what's on? What's on tonight? We promised you.
I know you did, and that's very kind of you. Right now, Wake Forest is up against number 6 Michigan. Michigan has the lead, that one just coming back from half now. Shout out to Grayson Allen, who joined us earlier on the show, because his Duke Blue Devils are up against Army for a little Veterans Day Classic.
Very nice.
St. John's won today, barely.
Barely?
I think they beat Quinnipiac.
Barely is not good, Gail.
Barely, I know. They lost. They had a tough loss the other day.
Alabama?
To Alabama.
Yes.
Yeah, Alabama's good. They had a tough loss.
Alabama is good, and I will be racing home this evening to watch Illinois against Texas Tech.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good game. Yeah.
Yes,
okay,
yeah,
good.
both ranked 9 and 14, and then you also have Kentucky and Louisville on ESPN.
Wow. Okay,
right
there
now.
is a lot of college basketball on tonight. Lauren is our college hoops aficionado here on the Burns and Gambo Show. That's what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening. Mike Hazen, when he was on with us earlier today.
You're not actively calling and shopping him, but that if somebody does call, you'd be willing to listen. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yes, that's correct.
Mike Hazen, when he was on with us, confirming that, yes, not actively trying to trade Catel, but we certainly are in listen mode when it comes to Catel Marte.
You know, part of that is not just shutting everything down at the door. There's times where I've shut everything down at the door, but there's other times where I can't. I'm not in the position to do that. And I think, you know, you guys started off with this, like the amount of pitching that we need to add to this roster, we need to be open-minded to how all that could come together. I do think as I look back on last year, and this is the pitching was one of the main areas for why we didn't make the playoffs at the end of the day, why we ended up selling at the deadline. The defense was a major piece of that too, so that put that aside because we're going to try to fix that as well. But I do think, you know, when I look at what our offense has done over the last couple of years, but we haven't made the playoffs, it's been the pitching has been the reason we haven't made it. And I need to do a better job at fixing that and ensuring that that's a strength going into next year.
It's in the one avenue, and you said it, and you're 100% right. The only real avenue to go get yourself that starting pitching is Catel. You're not trading Corbin. You're not trading Ryan Nelson. Jordan Lawler, Alec Thomas, the guys in the minors,
Tommy
Jake
Troy,
McCarthy.
Ryan Waldschmidt, right.
I just don't think that brings you back. A team's going to be looking at Catel Marte, and they're going to say, switch hitter, MVP-type candidate, still in his prime, great contract. hits for average, hits for power, good defensively. I could put him second in my lineup, and I've got a catalyst for the top of my lineup. That's what a team's going to look at. And they're gonna look at Catel Marte, and they're gonna ignore the issues. They're gonna be like, they'll figure out how to work with them. But that's what they're gonna look at. They're gonna look at an extremely productive offensive player.
And I'm not saying it's the right move, and I'm not even saying it's what they should do. I'm saying that Mike Hazen is a very, very smart baseball guy. And Mike Hazen, I'm sure, has looked at the possibilities of how he can add starting pitching. He doesn't really have the money to do it. They're not going to be big players in free agency. He understands all the players that we just mentioned, the Waldschmidts and the Tommy Troys and the Jordan Lawlers and certainly the Jake McCarthys and Alec Thomases, that's just not the kind of currency that is going to buy him what he's looking for. And so you hear almost like resignation in his voice. Like guys, I don't want to have to do this, but I will upgrade our pitching and I will explore every avenue to do it. And while there are some doors I will slam right away, and I'm assuming that's Corbin Carroll, that's Ryan Nelson, that's Geraldo Perdomo, to your point.
Yes.
There are other doors I won't. And I think he just acknowledged that Catel Marte is a door he won't slam shut.
So here's what I was told, too. You could go out there if you need a bat that Marte, the type of bat that Marte brings, right? Power, power, extra base hits, batting average, switch hitter. If you want a big bat, who's out there? Kyle Tucker, Bo Bichette, Alex Bregman.
Pete Alonso.
Okay, but look at what you pay Marte compared to what you're going to have to pay the top free agents.
Yeah.
$16 million in 26, $12 million in 27, $20 million in 28, $22 million in 29, 22. For a fraction of the price, you could have Catel Marte.
Yep.
You trade for Catel Marte, you got him for $16 million this year and $12 million next year. $28 million over the next 2 years. That's the big difference. Yeah, I'll give you 2 starting pitchers for Catel Marte rather than spend $400 million on Kyle Tucker. You know what I'm saying?
I do know exactly what you're saying. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, and it doesn't mean that the right offer will come along. In fact, Mike Hazen was on MLB Network today, and I don't know if this was before or after he was on with us, but he was asked by our buddy John Morosi about Catel's availability. He said this.
We get asked about all of our best players. We have a lot of really good players on our team. And we're the team the way we're constructed. Teams call us all the time and ask about those guys. And a lot of times they're like, hey, I know you probably won't talk about it, but we want to express interest. So that's what's happened so far this offseason. It's happened every year since we've had him and all the other good players we have. And we'll see where the conversations go beyond that. But I'd say it's mostly unlikely for that stuff to happen.
It's mostly unlikely for that stuff to happen. But again, I think he went into a little bit more detail with us in terms of there are certain doors I slam shut right away, and there are other doors I can't. And I thought he was making a distinction as Catel Marte being a door that he just can't slam shut, especially when he brought up the point about, hey, we've had one of the best offenses in baseball the last couple of years. What has it gotten us? We need pitching.
And defense.
And defense, too. And not that they've got a Catel Marte sitting down there ready to go, but they do have players who could play that position. Potentially. Tommy Troy could play that position.
Yeah.
Jordan Lawler could potentially.
You'll miss his production.
Of course you will.
You'll miss his offensive. Now, you would have to hope that somebody takes a big step up, and I would hope that could be, it doesn't have to be a second baseman, but hopefully like Gabby Marino could become a much more better offensive player. Hey, we're going to miss Marte's production. We still got Corbin Carroll, but I would think, better platoon at first base, but I would think that you would want to have somebody step up and be a better offensive weapon, and to me, that would be Moreno.
I don't have time to play the whole thing, but you did ask him about Blaze and Lawler and Pavin being